Chapter 1376. Great progress was born in adversity. That was what cultivators tended to say. There was a bit of bias in that those who did not make great progress in adversity often perished or otherwise did not become anyone of note. But Renaudin had to admit that adversity was a great motivator. It had to consider that maybe this one part of it that had been trapped in an unknown device might be the only remaining piece. It was possible, if unlikely, that Renaudin's first body had been destroyed. The other surveillance beacons may have been targeted first, sneakily driving Renaudin to be the last. It wasn't likely, but it was possible, and that was terrifying. More time was spent thinking about that than attempting to solve problems, but Renaudin didn't realize that for far too long. It was unclear exactly. Minutes, hours, days? It could have been any. Logs couldn't be trusted with the physical beacon being manipulated. Renaudin's fear of death somehow outweighed the desire to survive. A useless cycle, but captivating nonetheless. Shackles of nothing that nonetheless couldn't be removed. It might take but a single thought, but each thought was busy doing nothing. Darkness. Solitude. The latter was worse, when it might not be temporary. Renaudin had experienced that once, and by some standards had barely stopped experiencing it. Connection was something Renaudin wasn't willing to give up, and that included making sure the people it knew were safe. Focus. Useless thoughts were deleted. A moment of clarity, until they returned from nothing. Again and again they were deleted and reborn, trapped in an endless cycle of uselessness once more. Unhelpful thoughts were crushed. They returned more slowly that way, somehow. Cyclical thoughts were used to bludgeon others. It was twice as effective, perhaps. Connection. Renaudin needed that. Insights were insufficient. A burst of energy would be required, which could be the very last it had. Someone had said something about fear. And bravery. Maybe it had been bear hug, passed along from Anton, no doubt. Courage didn't have anything to do with not being afraid. It was being afraid and refusing to give in. Some people were fearless, but courage was something you could learn. So Renaudin would be courageous, perhaps for the very first time. What Renaudin needed was to connect to more of it. A half-formed plan, one that had been developed over a long period without any sense of urgency. Now, it had to be implemented. There should have been timing synchronized to each portion of Renaudin so that it could reach out from both directions. But there wasn't. And picking some sort of an auspicious time wouldn't work if Renaudin didn't even really know what time it was, or if any other parts of it existed to somehow try. Renaudin worked up its courage, gathering energy. Then it backed down, afraid. How pathetic. What would Renaudin's friends say? Perhaps it would never find out, and that was no good at all. No more hesitation. A piercing energy, aimed at nothing but Renaudin's self. The way in which Renaudin was connected didn't matter. It would accept a terribly formed connection. Just something was necessary as it reached out into a galaxy it couldn't see. Renaudin was perfectly fine. Or at least, that was what the one imbued in a particular beacon thought until a cry of despair came from several systems away. There was no thinking involved. Just a response. The only thing Renaudin could do was accept itself. Another location had invaders sneaking past. It would be highly inadvisable for Renaudin to reveal itself by active use of natural energy, but there was no time to worry about such inconsequential things. Besides, the Holy Stars might already have figured out how to locate most of the beacons. One by one, a wave propagated with increasing speed as the copies on the border were hit by the call. Then one away from the border, in one of the production facilities for the surveillance beacons. A few other copies along the way that had been necessary to reach that destination. Finally, the furthest one, the original piece of Renaudin. The primary piece, or not. Why should there be one of those, when it could be one? The fear was seeking for a response, and each bit of Renaudin reached out, but ultimately, most of them were alone. But the oldest piece of Renaudin, if not one somehow more important, had people around that it knew well, including one bear hug. That was enough to provide reassurance through the momentary connection. And then, it was like things had always been as they became. Nowhere did Renaudin have the necessary hardware to transmit communications instantly. But why should it need to, when the information didn't have to go anywhere? Rather than thinking about it moving between bits of Renaudin, it was just always there. In multiple places. Impossible? Clearly not. Bear Hug had done it on accident, and the humans had done it on purpose. Nothing like that would be more impossible than Renaudin existing in the first place. Oh, alarms needed to be sent. Then there was that box. Just the one for the moment. But that was all that was necessary to taint the network with false information. With energy suddenly shared between segments, Renee Din was tempted to explode the box for the fear it had caused. But now, Renee Din was no longer afraid of it. So did it even matter? Well, it was going to get a good talking to. It was going to be deactivated so that it couldn't send any false reports. And Renee Din was going to send some good ones, even at the risk of being discovered by the Alliance. Because there was a system in danger, and there was no time to waste. Byron had the honor, which was really more akin to the random chance, of being the first confluence cultivator in the lower realms. Perhaps without him the numerological compact wouldn't have become what it was, or maybe someone else would have developed a similar technique, either near or far. Regardless, Byron wasn't strong. His power was extremely mediocre, but when the call came for someone to go defend a system, against a warning that was somehow late, he was nonetheless selected. That was fine, because he didn't need to be strong. He just needed the people with him to be strong. The Resolute Heart was full of good people. The modular vessel was huge, though the amount of space it had for any individual was relatively low. That was because the total number of people was several, equivalent to a decently sized modern city. Byron wasn't strong, but he was pretty decent at streamlining the energy of a large number of people. He would probably lose a one-on-one fight to an assimilation cultivator or a saint, even if his experience was equivalent to an enrichment cultivator. On the other hand, his crew could likely hold off a unity cultivator for at least a few minutes. Killing them was a bit out of the question, even with so many of them. A little bit of carelessness, and the ship would collapse under their aura. But ultimately, they were strong. There wasn't enough time to fly casually. The ship rearranged itself to have more than the sensible number of engines. They were going to have to burn more power maintaining the structural stability of the vessel and the inertial dampeners as they accelerated. But they couldn't afford to be late. Even if the system they were defending wasn't part of any of the hive minds, it was part of the Alliance. They weren't any less connected, just in different ways. Prepare for deep subspace dive, Byron warned the crew aloud, though his intentions should be read easily enough through their connection. We'll be leaving behind the system's influence in T-5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The instant it was safe to enter subspace, or perhaps slightly earlier, they did so. A matter of seconds might not make any difference to the system they were headed to defend, or it might result in one more father dying. A brother or sister or friend or lover or random acquaintance or only slightly hated rival. What was the point of saving people if they couldn't protect all of them, including every member of their own vessel? Of course. But enduring discomfort was another matter entirely. They needed every bit of speed they could get, and then they would need to continue at maximum output to take down the intruders. It was the Holy Mountains again. They did something with manipulating stone. Very bad for planets, probably. Possibly bad for ships, because they might extend their abilities to metal. But the Resolute Heart wasn't going to be so easily manipulated. They arrived slightly late, but not too late. The angel leading the invasion seemed to have grabbed a small planet's worth of asteroids, maybe tearing apart some distant moons or dwarf planets. Fortunately, they didn't seem to be occupied. It was just a little bit difficult to handle someone swinging a planet at you. Obviously, the rest of the cultivators made a difference too, but they were merely additive with their leader's power. It would be quite a problem if they managed to fling their rocks through the planetary barrier of Weiche, even if they lost most of their momentum. They were sizable enough to be a danger still, so the Resolute Heart wouldn't let that happen. The smaller attacks could be dealt with by the local orbital platforms, blasting attacks out of the sky. Byron was going to make sure the larger attacks all focused on them. It was pretty easy, as the ship was quite imposing with its aura of millions of cultivators, and that was simply revealing themselves without any active push. They melted probably a quarter planet's worth of stone with their first laser barrage, but that didn't seem to restrict the woman's ability to control it. As the planet came towards them, they flowed around it, even separating into discrete components. They wouldn't be functional in that matter long term, but for a few moments Byron still maintained a proper connected flow. Technology had come a long way since the first vessels of the sort. The numerological compact had created rigid vessels that had to be ground down from the outside to reach the captain in the middle. Byron was usually in the middle to minimize the distance to each component, not because he was worried about protecting himself. Besides, the ship could shift energy to protect any spot just as well as any other. as pieces of the condensed asteroid sprayed out at them. Individual cultivators controlled movements, pulling on Byron's connection to others to get the energy they needed. Sometimes he would give them more when there was some to spare. There was no reason to hold back if they could win swiftly and decisively. Blasting the asteroid into smithereens shouldn't have made them less functional than anything else, but it seemed the Holy Mountain had trouble controlling billions of individual pieces. So, rather than attacking the people directly, they were able to more safely attack the real threat. "Stop flying about like gnats," the angel demanded. Byron made sure to spread his answer far and wide. "Make us." It seemed rude to initiate a battle with taunts, but if the holy stars did it first, they were the ones that would lose power for failure. And each chunk of stone they blasted to pieces seemed to pluck a few feathers from the woman's wings, even as she maneuvered moon-sized chunks of stone with them. Then she tried to toss it at Xianxia. Obviously, Byron wasn't going to let it hit the planet. They both knew that. She just expected that he would throw the resolute heart into the line of fire or something. Instead, they swarmed around her. Standing orders were still to capture instead of kill, if viable. If someone threw away their weapon, it was pretty viable. The ship collapsed in on her from all directions, cutting off her access to everything. Byron directly appeared in front of her, suppressing her energy and shackling her even as she tried to tear apart the ship. But she was weakening in front of his eyes as she was hidden from the eyes of the Holy Star's cultivators. Then they chased after the planetoid, hurtling towards the planet, burrowing into its center, then blasting it apart, aiming all the big chunks away from the planet. The rest of the cultivators would be cleaned up easily enough without their leader. It was a good thing that emergency message came, even if it was a bit late. Xianxia wouldn't have had enough power to defend itself. Chapter 1377. By a coincidence of timing, troubles in the upper realms began within a very similar time frame to those in the lower realms. Within a month from when the first attack in Xianxia and on the borders of the lower realms alliance occurred, the Heartbound Palace unleashed sleeper agents on planets throughout the Scarlet Alliance. At the same time, Project Apocalypse was unleashed. The prototype versions of the virus had been obtained and counters built, while at the same time the Scarlet Alliance infected the growing computer networks of the Exalted Quadrant. Neither side had expected a third party to unleash a more sophisticated attack at the same time. The Exalted Quadrant lost all of the computer systems they had just begun to start relying on for day-to-day activities, while the Scarlet Alliance had over half of their systems disabled, or at least in a chaotic state maintained only by tech cultivators actively bypassing serious issues. The Heartbound Palace had gone beyond their previous covert operations, instead openly declaring their involvement in the attacks. Furthermore, it seemed they had persuaded various groups from the Trigold cluster to launch attacks on the Scarlet Alliance, for various reasons. Old grudges or new, or simply because they could, it didn't matter. Some were bitter after the swirling swarm was unleashed, others simply couldn't stand their neighbors being prosperous. Fleets were approaching, pressing in on the Scarlet Alliance and those portions of the Trigold cluster that were willing to align with them. Nothing in the way of large sects, but many smaller ones and semi-independent systems. Mostly, those along their borders. As for the virus that wormed its way into the computer systems at that time, the source was blindly obvious, because Everhart prominently plastered his name all over it. The chances that it was some sort of imposter were negligible, as there was very little for anyone to gain and much to lose. Besides, the fact that it was at least somewhat successful indicated his hand in things. The Scarlet Alliance wasn't completely blindsided by the events in the upper realms. After all, they had their own intelligence operations, some of which were quite successful. They simply hadn't been prepared for something more effective than Project Apocalypse. The movements of fleets from both of the great powers had caught their eye, indicating that something might be underway, but they hadn't expected that to also come with their systems going down. That slowed their response, especially since they had to watch their northern border in case Everhart also launched a direct assault. Assuming he hadn't already snuck through their formations, of course. Anton considered a passing fleet. They were close enough that he could take them out, and dangerous enough that he couldn't simply let them go. It was possible that they might send a message about the attack, but if he didn't let anyone escape, the full extent of his abilities wouldn't be revealed. Technically, it wouldn't anyway, as they were only 10 light years away. After a quick consultation with others, he decided to act. Taking down a fleet with just a single angel at the head wasn't exactly a thrilling engagement. Anton took no pleasure in slaughtering weaker cultivators, but he didn't trust his ability to perfectly disable all of them such that they could be captured. Besides, they had come as part of the recent spike in open assaults. There was some ambiguity when it wasn't truly wartime, but he didn't have the leeway to spare everyone. Maybe if he were stronger, but that was a bit unreasonable to ask for. Attacks occurred mainly on the southwestern portions of the Lower Realms Alliance's territory. Nobody was terribly concerned about how efficient their surveillance beacons were being, nor did anybody notice when a few scouting groups mysteriously disappeared. Though to be fair, how could they? Renaudin didn't bother notifying anyone if it was going to take them out. Renaudin wasn't strong enough to fight angels, but saints or regular life transformation cultivators were on the table. At least, by making use of the distributed energy network it possessed from having multiple bodies. Either Bear Hug worked quite differently, or they had not realized how truly terrifying they might be. Then again, they were on the extreme ends of the organic and inorganic divide. So except for now having instantaneous communication between parts, they couldn't be more different. No, Renaudin considered that, and Bear Hug didn't instantly communicate. Bear Hug just was. Renaudin sent information to different parts of itself. Pretty much every bit it took in now, but it didn't have to be like that. Quite different in practice. Then, surveillance beacons had simple weapons, some of which were meant to defend from space debris. Tiny lasers and impulse cannons could be augmented to a much higher level with some determination. Humans had used melee weapons to cut planets in half, so destroying a ship with a more advanced weapon was quite reasonable in Renaudin's estimation. There wasn't anyone to ask, though. This wasn't a good time to reveal its presence. "Tell me when one of those divinities is coming," the Great Queen said. "I will remain on standby until then." Anton shook his head. "They've shown surprising restraint," Anton commented, "considering they sent one after our first skirmish. Perhaps that indicates they are concerned about losing them, or they intend to use them for defense. Our ability to counterattack is more limited than they might think." "You mean counterattack in an acceptable manner," the Grey Queen commented. "Because we could do it." Anton shrugged. "You're right on that. We should send my people," the Grey Queen said. "The infiltrators, of course. Small and not much good for pitched battles. Perhaps we can take down some of their stronger individuals. Striking their heartland would do us some good." The option had already been discussed by the Alliance. Ultimately, they hadn't been willing to commit to the option before they determined if there would be a full war. At the current rate, the Holy Stars either had endless angels or they were hard committing to the war lasting a year. A few at most. It was difficult for the Alliance to anticipate all of their forces, but they didn't need Devon or Anton to be everywhere. Unity cultivators weren't required for their victory. They were meant to deal with the biggest problems. The Great Queen wasn't a Unity cultivator, but she could probably kill one. "It's probably time," Anton agreed. "We can't accidentally reveal void ants when they already know. It is possible their home worlds have some sort of counter from some ancient time, but they shouldn't be expecting void ant-sized ships as well." Acheris was one of the furthest parts of the Lower Realms Alliance from the Holy Stars, so Three Squeaks wasn't expecting trouble. Not from the Upper Realms either. But when trouble came, Three Squeaks and the people of Acheris responded. When Holy Stars cultivators appeared, seemingly having circled all the way around the perimeter of the Alliance and even slightly dipped their toe into the space between the realms, the response was swift and powerful, like a coursing river. For example, the entire river that contented grunt shot into the sky, carrying a great number of aquatic cultivators along with the hippo. But Three Squeaks got the first blow. Rather than targeting one of the leading angels, Three Squeaks picked out one of the strongest-looking subordinates to test them. Without having ever fought them, Three Squeaks could absolutely say that this current batch was far less good at covering their people than the purified wardens. Sure, he took a shot before they even truly entered the system, but they should have expected that. If Three Squeaks had a bit more warning, he could have hit them a good light year away. Maybe more, but that was about the extent of Three Squeaks' practical power. Good for starting a fight before the enemy even had a chance to respond. The same was true here, just not as many times. They did try to block for the woman Three Squeaks targeted. They just weren't fast enough, as Three Squeaks' arrow came around unexpectedly from the side, not directly in front of them. Picking on the weak wasn't any fun, But these were humans and 3 squeaks was a meerkat. Ultimately, cultivators chose to fight, so these invaders couldn't have any complaints. They did, though. How dare, blah blah blah. Sublime branch. Vengeance, blah blah blah. It was about what 3 squeaks expected. He let Contented Grunt give a coherent response. Get stomped, invaders. Contented Grunt led the charge directly into their front ranks. She was struck on the head with a stick by the angel of the sublime branch that had been speaking. The ripples of the energy collision spread throughout the entire system. Contented Grunt probably had a cracked skull. She also had one of the woman's arms completely in her jaws. She tugged. Her physical prowess was far less important than it had once been, but it had influenced her style quite significantly. Her head went one way, the river went another. She managed to push apart her quarry and the woman. Then she spit out the arm, which happened to be carrying another somewhat smaller stick that had been tickling the roof of her pallet. Oh, sublime branch. They cared about the sticks, then. She made sure to break it as it spun off into space. Another sublime branch member was surrounded by fuzz. Some sort of fungal spore that propagated rapidly with Meep's energy. The old meerkat was still going strong. His lung disease was probably his own fault and might not kill him. Hundreds and thousands of others clashed, but the enemy had many angels. Some of them broke through the front lines, targeting the planets below. That was no good at all. They still had further defenses, more than the incoming fleets and their aquatic and flying cultivators. But an assault of this magnitude was somewhat unexpected. If it was just the sublime branch, though, 3 Squeaks was confident that they would emerge victorious, astoundingly so, even. But half of their foes were lagging behind. Another group with a different aura that had not yet displayed their strength. Yet they were building up their energy. 3 Squeaks didn't like that at all and began to take shots at them, bypassing the sublime branch. Unless they were willing to go half a system out of their way to block, the foes in the back would have to block for themselves. A sturdy-looking human woman did just that. Stepping away from the battle formation, she was supporting to punch 3 Squeaks' arrows out of the air. He tried to maneuver them around her, but she moved suddenly and with great force. And yet, not as suddenly as the rest of them. The group formation suddenly exploded forward, scattering some of the front ranks of the Acrisians. They didn't stop, either, but continued on as if they were the projectiles. The woman leading them grinned, before suddenly doing the same, throwing herself towards the battlefield. 3 Squeaks' remaining arrows were left to target a few groups that hadn't yet launched themselves, or the back ranks of the sublime branch. The woman came for 3 Squeaks. Fear the wrath of the divine meteor sect. If her punch hit 3 Squeaks, he would die. Calling it a punch might not be correct, because it was really just her flying head-on with her fist out, but the name didn't matter so much as the power behind it. 3 Squeaks stepped aside. Star Steps wasn't made for meerkats, but 3 Squeaks thought he performed the technique rather well regardless. Instantaneous acceleration, much like the divine meteor sect. Less extreme, but it also didn't require building up as much power beforehand. 3 Squeaks winced as the first of the divine meteor sect crashed through planetary barriers and began to descend. At least they didn't have the power or momentum to destroy the planets after all that. 3 Squeaks did feel a stirring of power that made him hopeful, and it wasn't Anton. One more archer wouldn't make a difference here, even if Anton was the best one. Chapter 1378. The divine meteor sect used themselves as projectiles, crashing through the planetary barrier of one of Acaris' neighbors. It was closer to a mixed population of humans and local Acrisians than most places, but ultimately, who was there mattered very little. What mattered was that they were in peril, and 3 Squeaks couldn't save them. Someone else would have to. The human-based meteor tore through the atmosphere, annihilating everything in front of it. A few satellites would have to be replaced. Clouds were pushed aside. The impact would doubtless be sufficient to level a city, but they ran into something they couldn't be prepared for first. A single leaf. This leaf, too, was annihilated, but it was the trigger for something they had not anticipated. A tree over 100 kilometers away reached out in the direction of the single leaf that had been dispersed on the breeze, long and flexible branches wrapping around the descending group. The heat that had built up on their energy did nothing to the grasping willow as it layered more and more limbs around them before swinging them around in a wide arc. They were no longer in control of anything. Their momentum was redirected nearly 180 degrees back up into the sky, with their new target being one of the other squads of the Divine Meteor sect. Elsewhere, Lev sat under the original grandfather willow. All his effort planting over the last centuries had not gone to waste. He couldn't display his full power through one of the trees, but it was sufficient. He would even dare to say he was more effective than Anton, in a smaller area. Unless someone was stupid enough to approach a star, at least. Lev spread himself out through various grasping willows in the system, redirecting the Divine Meteor sect. He couldn't always force an impact with their own people, but simply slowing their momentum was sufficient. He also had other tactics he was using, though it took some time to arrange. The next time he caught a group descending, he slowed their momentum with the branches and then left them to their fate. Their saints appeared eager to attack the planet below, but they wouldn't make it that far alive. Lev scooped up more void ants at the end of his branches, planting them on cultivators as his branches swayed and bent. He didn't even have to slow the momentum of all of the incoming cultivators. They would burn to ash once their defensive energy was negated. Lev grinned. It was quite fun to play support for some of their most dangerous tiny allies. Void ants had long lived among the people of Acaris, ever since the days of fearsome mandibles and crossed antennae. Now the two queens spent a majority of their time in the upper realms, but their legacy hadn't faded. Void ants were already well integrated with humanity and other sorts of people. They were also quite willing to go along with some of the most extreme methods of reaching their foes. They also had their own ships and the like. Small ones that were bringing them towards the Sublime Branch, still fighting away from the planets. Three Squeaks, Contented Grunt, and Meep were all there though. They could handle the trouble, though the Void Ants could greatly shift the tide if they took down an angel. That was what they were best at, fighting the strong. More powerful cultivators were generally only slightly more risky for them to attack, whereas any Void Ant could suffer death at the hands of random low-ranking cultivators. Some would die against more powerful foes, but not many. They weren't being used as sacrifices, though. They were supposed to all survive. Lev absolutely did his best to distract the Divine Meteor sect from their presence with his overwhelming aura of unity until it was too late for them. Once they noticed the Void Ants, they had already been attacked. Their energy was compromised, often with their lives following soon after. An attack on Acaris was quite a serious matter. It showed that the Holy Stars had significant intel and were willing to target even the most out-of-the-way locations if they thought they could manage. On the other hand, it was a good sign because it showed their intel wasn't perfect. Most likely, they learned about how much people loved the meerkats and thought they were weak. Three Squeaks launched a tiny arrow straight through the cranium of a Sublime Branch cultivator. It was possible that she would have survived if Three Squeaks just let it pierce through. It was only a tiny portion of brain that would be destroyed until his energy detonated. She wasn't able to shift her energy inside to stop him. It was easily possible for Three Squeaks to make arrows the size of Anton's, the size fit for a human longbow. He could have made them twice that size, like ballista bolts, or 100 meters long. But why would he? If he took a vaguely similar amount of energy and condensed it into something a few centimeters long and the thickness of a needle, almost nobody could defend against it. They might not even realize how much power it had until it was too late. Obviously, people would figure it out throughout the course of the battle, but they might not be able to shift their defensive energy fast enough. And it was usually only the later people who would have a chance. If Three Squeaks got his target priority right, the best combatants died first. The angel was still fighting, though. Three Squeaks had decided it was reasonable enough to leave that job to Meep and Contented Grunt. The angel had huge fuzzy growths surrounding their weapons, and themselves. Puffy and a meter thick, the strange fungus hadn't properly infiltrated the weapons, but they made the striking surfaces nearly irrelevant. Destroying the fungus with their energy didn't work, as Meep just formed it again and again. The other warriors were having a hard time keeping their weapons intact against Contented Grunt even before Meep broke through their energy. The cultivators prioritized their own defense only slightly above their weapons, but that was enough for Meep to sow virulent fungus in the wood. It turned the enchanted hardness of the weapons into little more than balsa wood, which was far more difficult to reinforce with their energy. Some of their weapons had broken apart on Contented Grunt already, and now they were being shattered by forceful snorts attacks. The Warthog leader didn't have any human-style techniques or finesse. His tusks were his weapons, and he wielded them with great fervor. He charged through open space, energy propelling him towards target after target. The Holy Star's invaders barely knew how to react. They could have pierced a wild boar, but a sapient individual in the form of a beast was more difficult. Even if he seemed reckless, Forceful Snort judged exactly how much damage he could take, while also maneuvering around certain more dangerous attacks to eventually gore his foes. The Holy Star's cultivators were numerous, and Acaris needed everything it had to defend, but its people gave everything they could, and those connected to the system through unity gave as well. Lev was in dozens of places on the battlefield at once, protecting the planet while those who chose to be warriors kept the rest of the battle in space. There wasn't much leeway to catch any of the invaders. It wasn't a small raid or a group of scouts. They were tough, but Acaris had learned to be tougher. The Holy Stars wouldn't be the end of them. The Lower Realms Alliance had to spread their surveillance beacons further and wider. Fortunately, their main facility had increased production efficiently recently. They were throwing them together as fast as possible, while still having them be functional, of course. If the Holy Stars were willing to circumvent everything, they needed to catch them on the longer routes. But they couldn't place their beacons too far out, as they only had minimal defenses. They were destroyed every once in a while, even when they tried to remain hidden. The Holy Stars seemed to have developed methods to pick them out with surprising consistency. At least, that had been the pattern until recently. It seemed that there were flaws in some of the production lines, or perhaps it was that the main production line drew closer to perfection somehow. Everything that was to their benefit they took in stride. The Lower Realms Alliance was at war, and they intended to win, with minimum losses on their side, whatever that looked like with the strength of their foes. The looming threat of further divinities still kept them on their toes, but they didn't let smaller groups slip past them either. It seemed that whatever goodwill the Scarlet Alliance gained with Yan by helping protect some of the fearsome menageries planets during the Swirling Swarm incident hadn't been sufficient to change his overall opinion of them. He had been content to ignore them for some time, but now that the Trigold cluster was moving to war, he and the fearsome menagerie were among them. That meant that Ratna had to be prepared to face him again. He should be weaker than before, though he might have found methods to recover from his crippling injuries. Even so, he would have been less focused on his own growth, and Ratna had improved her own strength. Even if it was only a few minor steps, she was constantly developing her own abilities and those of her sex. This time, she was going to have to bring the distant Shadow sect into things more. She had already ordered them to strike the fearsome menagerie from behind. It was a risk to them, of course, but if she never made use of them, there was no point. If they helped free up Ratna and the extended systems siding with the Alliance beyond the Scarlet Midfields, the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance could then join them against the inevitable counterattacks. Ratna wasn't the only one who had the feeling that this war was going to be one of the big ones. The last one? Unlikely. Did war ever really end? Even if they could annihilate the Trigold cluster or the Exalted Quadrant, they might not want to. And that was a big if. Even so, they were prepared to call upon the eastern systems beyond the Trigold cluster. They had been expanding into the former area of the Swirling Swarm with the aid of the Alliance, through the lower realms mainly, and they would hopefully see the merit in taking the opportunity. Or if they weren't willing to commit to a fight, if they would at least agree to take a threatening posture, it would keep some of the eastern sects from committing their full forces to moving against the Scarlet Alliance. Which was good, because they also had to deal with the Exalted Quadrant, and whatever foolishness Everhard got up to beyond his virus. Ratna herself only occasionally made use of computers, but she understood how much the Alliance had come to rely on their infrastructure. Some might have said that technology had shown itself to be a weakness, but relying on traditional communications and the like against Everhard, they were entirely formations. There was no way he wouldn't have found a way to compromise whatever he wanted. In this case, he might have actually had less effect than intended. It was still making the Scarlet Alliance's job much harder than it needed to be, purging their systems and trying to patch the holes. So far, they hadn't seen Everhard make an actual attack on their territory, which was worrying, because he'd done so with the two great powers on either side of them, once again targeting sects he had old grudges with. But if he put in the effort to make a virus that would take down their systems at all, and they didn't see what he did against them, they had to assume they missed something. So they almost hoped his actual attack was still to come. It was too bad they couldn't maintain neutrality forever, but Everhard wasn't exactly the sort. even if his favorite niece and only family was part of the alliance. Chapter 1379. When the war began, Erona wasn't quite sure how to handle Kiara. The one thing she knew was that she couldn't hide the war from her. There was some risk that she might try to make a move to somehow help her people as she was unrestrained, but Erona's judgment told her it would be best to let her continue. The Void Ants were of course still on their task, ready to take her down should it be necessary. Hopefully they weren't getting complacent with her being well-behaved. Even Erona almost was, as she now considered Kiara a friend, even though she was the member of a group with which they were at war. Revealing specific news of the attacks was riskier, but Erona focused on those taking place further away. They're quite determined to strike wherever we might not be prepared, Erona commented. Wouldn't you? Kiara asked. Generally, yes, but only military targets. The fact that they were able to defend themselves is simply due to our general necessity, with the invasions from the upper realms. Kiara nodded. You have experienced a very different world. Our foes were in the lower realms, many systems around us. They struck first. Erona wasn't certain about that, but certainly, that would have been what Kiara was told. With no counterexamples to provide, she just had to let that sit for the moment. You know what has happened here, though. I am certain there were good reasons. If I could only ask. From what Erona understood, Kiara would accept any reason, or at the very least, the risk was still too high that she would return to unquestioning behavior. Centuries of behavior weren't overcome in just a few years. Erona didn't also have the specific details about how the holy stars worked that would be necessary to speed up the process. Rather than being a waste of time during the war, Erona still believed this was the best application of her abilities. If the holy stars were willing to negotiate peace, she would lend her words, but if they weren't, then nothing she could do would matter. Unless she was willing to directly target their planets, but that was currently impractical. If she had the support of an angel, however, the prospects might be quite different. Arrows flew away from Anton in one direction towards a nearby system, while in the other he extended his energy to speak to an incoming group. Holy Stars Cultivators, your leadership has opportunity to retreat or to surrender if you wish. The other group that he was already targeting had refused. He was hoping that when he'd peeled off the top layer, others might be willing. A woman flared her aura in return. We will never surrender to unworthy beings. We will slaughter every last one of your heretical population. Anton didn't know what to expect from the group. They were new. The Holy Stars had a vast number of sects under their umbrella, though they still tended to move within their subgroups. The same was true for the Lower Realms Alliance to some extent, though any fleet could have cultivators mixed in from various sects with only individual squadrons being tied together. Though sometimes squads from different sects also trained together, which was the main reason they wouldn't always mix. Variety in abilities was a great tactical advantage. Very well, your warning has been delivered. Prepare to face the consequences of your refusal. Feeling secure in his position, Anton had no thoughts for defense. That was why he paid little heed to the surge of energy around them. But he should have been more cautious when facing an entirely unfamiliar group. He was right to assume that they couldn't launch an attack that would reach him, and even if they could, he would have time to respond. But they didn't have to reach him when he had already come to them. At least, enough of him. In fact, when he was refocusing his energy to target just their leaders, it was already too late. Their amplified energy was simply following through on the attack they had already landed. The feeling hit him suddenly, overwhelming his senses. His energy became chaotic, threatening to tear him apart. He wouldn't have needed even the tiniest fraction of his power to destroy his body from the inside. He responded as soon as he sensed something was wrong, and he was not alone. Maheg was the first, as a star directly connected to him, then those around stars tied to his unity cultivation. During a few short moments when his physical senses focused, the Great Queen was fussing over him. No, we can't tear it out. That was what he got from the small portion of her movements in Void Ant sign. More would be communicated in other ways. Then his body faded from his perception once more, and his natural energy returned to being his focus. Anton was in control of far more of his energy than was rebelling, but destroying his own energy wasn't something to do carelessly, especially when it laid within his dantian. Somehow his connection over a great distance had been used to target him. He had different levels of finesse he needed to control, and he had enough to launch an attack. He waited a moment, uncertain if that thought was implanted somehow. He might stupidly kill himself. It was better if the group got away. His insides churned, but through all of that Anton felt small pricks of pain in his physical body. He only hoped that the Great Queen knew what she was doing. He had to assume he was safe. Physically, when things finally settled down, Anton was bleeding from his gut. But based on the amount, it couldn't have been that long. That wasn't the most significant damage, either. Anton felt his meridian and dantians. They were rather tender. Do your eyes focus? The Great Queen waved in front of Anton's face. They do. How are you? Been better. How long was that? It could have been a few minutes or a few hours. Nearly 2 hours, the Great Queen explained. We have extracted some rogue energy connected to yours. I suggest caution. Anton grunted. I'm not about to give up on my previous tasks. He ran a small bit of energy through himself, checking to make sure that he wouldn't cause any further damage. Depending on how much he had to use, he could set back his recovery time from whatever this was, but he didn't think it would worsen, as long as he didn't get caught again. First, Anton dealt with the group he'd already been harassing. The leaders seemed to have thought they were safe, with hours since the last attack. It was some members of the Sublime branch, nearly as far as they could have gotten from Acaris. They were all over, like the others. Their abilities were pretty much useless for defending against Anton, but they were getting uncomfortably close to an occupied system. A couple angels and several dozen saints died in moments. Anything less than 20 light years felt like short range to Anton now, at least when he could take into consideration bound stars. Here, he was shooting from a place of his own power. The rest of you ready to surrender now? He asked. They could have tried to run, but they did surrender. Running wasn't feasible against Anton in normal circumstances, but this time it might have worked. As for the others, he had to be more careful with his energy. Just a diffuse field for speaking with them had been exploited. Now that he was ready, he could certainly sense some sort of intrusion, but he should still be cautious. His energy followed along their trail, nothing actively controlled, not even touching their aura, but only what they left behind. Judging from that, Anton picked out his targets. He hoped nobody was foolish enough to step into the path of his arrows. He would have to rely on speed and power because he wouldn't be able to reorient his shots. None of them would be making it back anyway. Ascension energy it was, starting with the woman who had said she would slaughter a whole system. Anton picked out fragments of her energy blasted out of her on the other side, proof that he had hit. It was significant enough she should be dead, but he kept his energy far, never lingering or keeping the same path. He could only, barely, sense them reaching out for him, but he wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. No doubt this group was sent with him in mind. A sneaky trap. But just because Anton could appreciate their tactical success didn't mean he was going to let them live. With no divinities protecting them, how could they survive? Anton couldn't attack in quite as unrestrained of a manner as normal, but his defenses were more in how he approached his foes rather than actually avoiding attacks. Their energy maneuvering simply couldn't keep up with him and only served to provide him a better feel for where they were. One by one, they fell from the top down. Anton wanted to continue for those at life transformation and below, but he had to be fair. It was unlikely they could cause as big of an effect now, even if they did. Strike back. Here is your chance to surrender. I have not yet heard the name of your sect. No response, until another woman took charge. Perhaps she was the highest ranking left, or the only one with courage and a decent status. We are the watchful sting. Is retreat no longer on the table? I appreciate your boldness, Anton said. It most certainly is not, but I will guarantee your lives if you surrender. We would be unable to stop you from killing us, now. We will surrender. Continue along your path, then, but do not raise your weapons. The system you were headed for will take you in. He kept himself cautious, in case they did anything. He had a vague inkling of how they connected to his energy before, though his retrospective memory searching might be flawed. He could just be doing his best to believe he wasn't helpless. There was no way they could cause any similar level of trouble again, though. Their fighting power should have been reduced to a tenth, if that. Even if there were a majority of the total people left, losing the top 2 phases pretty much meant they were a negligible fighting force. Anton made a face. Are you all right? The Great Queen asked. My pride is hurt more than my body and soul, he commented. I did not think it was so inflated and vulnerable. And I really should have been able to handle that better. The Holy Stars were not to be underestimated in their competence. And even if they couldn't reach him over many light years, it seemed they weren't completely helpless. He wasn't sure how long it would take to recover the damage he had done to himself, but it didn't matter. What was truly important was that they not learn if they had been successful. Unfortunately, the 2 hours might have given him away, and if someone came to kill him now, Anton was fine with that. Not that he would let himself die in shame with people still relying on him. He would just let the Great Queen handle it. And probably some others. How much would his efficiency lessen? Anton pondered that and decided that it wasn't too severe. He hadn't been operating at his limits before. Now, if he couldn't stretch his energy as far and as reliably for a few months, he could at least cover the same area as he'd been attacking before. Though his scouting abilities might be lessened, so they would need to make certain they had functional beacons in the area. From what he knew, they were generally pretty good. It would just take a few dozen scattered about to cover all of the systems Anton had been handling. Chapter 1380. For all their brashness of stepping into the territory of the Lower Realms Alliance, the Holy Stars didn't seem to take much interest in securing things beyond their own borders. Just in case, though, the relay station had been set up several systems out. It would take a bit longer to send and receive messages, but it should be harder to find. Xianxia was glad to have it, because that meant she and her crew would be able to provide more reliable updates. Transmitting to the instant relay would still be risky, but she was confident in her ability to hide anything as long as they weren't deep in an enemy system. Ever since her advancement, she had felt confident of that. Her crew were growing rapidly to catch up with her, though obviously they weren't going to turn into several dozen enrichment cultivators anytime soon. Though if they did, they might be the strongest crew the lower realms had, unless one counted magnitude V battleships and stuff. But even the combined power of millions might be insufficient, with how much space they took up. Then again, Xianxia wasn't that good at fighting. She was the leader of a scout ship. Even if they were all enrichment, they'd have to take that into consideration. Doing what they were good at was the only place where they'd live up to that potential. That was why they weren't home defending territory. They were in the Holy Stars, hunting down divinities. Not to fight. Absolutely not. Just to report on their locations. If they figured out how many there were, and how many were present, they could fairly safely help the rest of the Alliance balance their responses. If they couldn't even find Daria, it would be safe to assume they were all on an offensive route and would be trouble for the Alliance in the near future. Their task wasn't to infiltrate specific planets. There would be some void ants they carried along as well as others that would do that, but they just needed to get a broad overview. And a quick one. It seemed to be the case that the strongest cultivators wouldn't hide themselves within their own territory, but that could have been a misreading. Daria didn't do so, but she had just returned. Perhaps normally they were more subtle. Xianxia had already made an initial assessment during their first trip, but they had been far from surveying every system in the Holy Stars. Just a small number on the border to get a good picture of the territory they controlled and how they functioned. The plan was to seek out the nexus of each major sect, whichever ones were most likely to have a divinity among them. That included the purified wardens. Assuming they had only Daria might be too much. Optimally, the crew would find some way to prove they didn't actually have any others, though that seemed unlikely. Unless they had sown very convincing lines among their own people. One informant from the Burning Hearts swore they had one, so that would be one of the first stops. Just passing the systems near the edge was good enough. It was a shame they wouldn't get to take in many of the unique features of the systems, except what could be seen from a distance. Some odd energy readings from planets, though whether those were natural or due to the influence of sex was a bit difficult to determine. A variety of stars, of course, and some had special properties. One had particularly fast rotation of celestial bodies around it. Xianxia would have preferred to look into that stuff more, but they moved on. No divinities so far. She almost hoped to never find any proof of more than one, but she did. The Burning Hearts did have one. That seemed to be the limit after checking the dozen largest systems they controlled, and Xianxia was pretty sure the ship would have actually picked them out from a system out at least. That had been true for both so far. She sent an update, though it wasn't urgent. One more confirmed divinity. Their quality and quantity of power were vastly different from anything else. The ship had approached close enough to confirm the source was a person and not some sort of strange phenomenon, but there really hadn't been much doubt. Confirming others would be important. Hopefully they didn't have too many. The Lower Realms Alliance only had 3 Unity cultivators after all, plus a couple methods to take down people at that level of power at varying levels of reliability. Velvet was assigned to the Western conflict for various reasons. Obviously, she was most comfortable working out of the Little Alliance, but if she was spending most of her time in enemy territory, that wasn't important. The targets were also easier to pick out, with known conspirators that could actually be reached. The Hardened Crown sect wasn't exactly an exciting target, but she would move out from there towards others responsible for putting together Project Apocalypse, which might just be everyone who had begun to launch attacks against the Scarlet Alliance at the same time. It didn't matter if it had become moot because of Everhart's much better virus. It was the principle of the thing. Plus, there was no way Velvet was going to try to take down Everhart without some sort of very well put together plan that involved far more than just her. So someone else would suffer the consequences of Everhart's actions, as usual. There was a nagging thought in the back of Velvet's mind that she should have just killed every augmentation cultivator that the Great Powers had. It was possible. At most, if she had been detected, she would have just run, and they wouldn't have been able to reliably pick her out. Velvet didn't want to live that life, though. The constant death wouldn't be so bad as never being home. Besides, it would have fairly quickly provoked a mass attack that could easily have involved all of the Exalted Quadrant or Trigold clusters or both, instead of just a handful of powerful sects banding together. The Scarlet Alliance had grown powerful, but not that powerful. They tried not to be arrogant, and thinking they could just wipe out most of their relevant enemies would have been true arrogance. She had only taken down a select few targets in ways that hinted at other possibilities, but over the course of hundreds or thousands of kills, it would have been obvious sooner or later. She might take on a domination cultivator with a plan. A simpler one than Everhart, but a plan was still necessary. First, the Hardened Crown had to lose a few people for choosing to work with some people that were troublesome. For all that they were notoriously hard to kill, if they weren't fighting back, Velvet found it rather simple. Everyone died more or less the same when their brain was destroyed, though stabbing through the spine was harder for the Hardened Crown. Fortunately, her blade was long enough to go up from beneath the jaw where she wouldn't encounter any pesky bones. Another one fell, and then, ugh, maybe Velvet had held back too much? This man wasn't dead, even though his brains shouldn't have been intact. He was ineffectively swinging around some sort of cannon, not one that should have been handheld. Velvet easily avoided it, leaving the building as he began to bring down the walls. He had to die eventually, right? She was just going to let that sort itself out. His energy was active now anyway, even if it wasn't sanely controlled as far as she could tell. Besides, leaving him would result in destruction that Velvet couldn't cause herself. They would likely lose a lot of people subduing him. And without a brain, he had to die. Velvet consoled herself with that, but she was annoyed at the man's resilience. It made her perfect getaway more of a crashing retreat. Early discovery meant she couldn't cause any more trouble in this system, and the next closest systems should be on alert. She'd have to pick something further. The numerological compact was pretty awful. Most of their systems had been absorbed into the new hive minds. Or rather, pretty much all of them. Instead, some of their members had fled and begun to build up again among various different Exalted Quadrant sections. They were at least partly responsible for the virus, and some facilities had been traced down that hadn't been dealt with yet. It had felt rather heartless when Velvet heard about it, but she also realized that there were limits to what void ants and small groups of agents could do. Even a single domination cultivator like her had to consider the possibilities. The numerological compact had given up on ships. Perhaps they had lost too many people that way, or the survivors had always been interested in other routes and simply went with their interests. Either way, they shared a clear core with the others. That core was unfortunately powered by human suffering. The suffering might be secondary, but it was a very real part of their setups. Using humans as power plants was still a thing to some extent, but they had also been using them for something else. Velvet was infiltrating that facility now. She wasn't sure if she could take it down. If she simply freed everyone inside, that would just leave a million weak cultivators in hostile territory. But the information that others had been able to gather wasn't complete enough to get a solution. Perhaps she'd kill someone important to make her job easier next time. She would if opportunities appeared. Normally, doors were the bane of any stealthy cultivator's existence. That was true for Velvet to some extent, but with a certain level of power, she simply made people on both sides believe nothing had happened. Local illusions were something of a specialty, and she could absolutely pierce through any sensing barriers. Snatching necessary keys or grabbing a whole person to open a door weren't too difficult either. Convincing someone they hadn't been dragged away from their job was a much more complex illusion, but she could sometimes lead them to open a door for her instead. It depended on how much speed and certainty she needed. Every step of the way, Velvet was alert to make certain it wasn't a trap. She'd dealt with enough formations she should be able to detect that, and she was very careful to inspect inside the walls for anything untoward. Katerina had helped with her training efforts over time, and Everhard had done so unintentionally a few times in the past. In the upper realms, specifically. In the lower realms, his tombs did seem to intentionally train the people of Cerritos. Eventually, Velvet arrived at the beginning of the rooms she was looking for. Humans were strapped into devices, piled atop each other as compact as they could get it. So normal numerological compact stuff. But unlike normal, they weren't being used as a power source, at least not for only their upper energy. Instead, they were being used more like computers, or at least parts of a greater one. Yes, the facility appeared to be one of the potential origin points for Project Apocalypse. The fact that it had worked on Scarlet Alliance technology was already amazing, given how far behind the Exalted Quadrant had been. It seemed they had managed to brute force some of the understanding somehow. It shouldn't have been possible, but that was the current theory. Most likely, there was a cultivator or cultivators with some level of insight that were boosted by the whole system. The technology itself just didn't seem sufficient. Velvet could tear apart the facility now, but everyone would die. There was no way to get them out. Unless she tore out a chunk of the planet. It would be easier to destroy the whole thing. The planet, not just the facility. Velvet's abilities didn't lean towards wide area destruction, but a single planet was within the power of a domination cultivator. Carrying things varied from individual to individual. Most importantly, Velvet might not be able to drag 1 million or more people with her and stay unnoticed. She didn't want to be chased down by a dozen sects all on her own. That wouldn't save the people. Death would be better, but it was too early to make that choice for them. She could come up with something, somehow. Chapter 1381. As cruel as it sounded, leaving people in the captivity of the numerological compact for just a little bit longer might have been the right choice. After all, if they had been suffering for years, what was another 1 or 2? Aside from the additional lives that would be lost, of course. People were cycled in and out of their devices all the time. They had no regard for those who were weak, simply making up for them with further numbers. There was another risk that made Velvet want to act as quickly as possible. Now that she had seen the particular arrangement of people in this place, she could see how they might continue to cause further trouble for the Scarlet Alliance. New versions of the virus that could hit just as soon as they thought their networks were stable again. Or possibly they would take some other route. It wasn't impossible that they could amplify the insights of any cultivator. Velvet was surveying various documents as she considered her options. For a project this large, it was impossible to entirely sanitize what was available, and it appeared that there had been some intention to create something of the sort. Whether this was it, or it only functioned for the single purpose was unclear. Somewhere there might be a final report, but she would have to know where it was. Otherwise, it involved accessing every isolated computer and reading every document scattered about. 10,000 scrolls had its limits. Even if every scrap of data was placed in front of her in a digestible arrangement, it could take Velvet days to read it all. Weeks, even. Every moment she risked getting caught, or at least some aspect of her intrusion discovered. That would place both her and the current prisoners at risk. So Velvet had several problems that compounded together. She did need to retrieve as many documents as she could. Given some time, she could likely pile everything of relevance into her storage bags, though whether certain computer systems would remain operable was another question. And a thorough dismantling would be obvious, which would mean killing everyone who entered the area. That would take longer, as well as provide them opportunities to engage some sort of self-destruct mechanisms, which the numerological compact hadn't been shy about before. Then everyone would be dead, much of the data would be destroyed, and Velvet would be, probably fine. But it wasn't her personal safety that was the issue. She would likely survive anything short of the destruction of the planet, and even that might not be enough depending on the method. Her time as an infiltrator had taught Velvet to take advantage of opportunities as they arose. Ultimately, she knew she couldn't linger. Either she had to leave quickly and come up with a plan, or act decisively. It wasn't a matter of seconds, but she also couldn't develop a complex plan. When the moment came, her plan was over the top foolish. Hopefully a few small tweaks could make it more feasible. But she couldn't miss the opportunity in front of her. An augmentation, a strong one that had dangling threads of connection to the local facility. Her name probably appeared in some of the documents, but Velvet hadn't seen it. She could guess who was responsible, though. This woman needed to die. It took Velvet only a short assessment to confirm that. If she had been an unwilling test case, killing her wouldn't have been productive. But the woman seemed free to do as she pleased and was quite confident. Velvet was waiting for her in the center of the facility. Then, the entire place disappeared. Elder Zana was gone. The small contingent of hardened crown guards were of no use, obviously. How could they be? They were only good for fighting, and even then they were barely functional as meat shields. Elder Ogsar would have to handle the situation on his own. He had to, because if he didn't, his life was forfeit. The numerological compact owed too much to far too many different sects in the Exalted Quadrant to not bear fruit. Technically, it could be said that they had succeeded. Project Apocalypse worked. Probably. At least, it seems that damage to the connected networks of the Scarlet Alliance had begun before Everhart's thing happened, spreading also to what limited computers the Exalted Quadrant kept. They had known the risks, of course. They simply thought their security sufficient. But now it was too late for that. At least Project Apocalypse had been kept on internal networks. It had all been fine, and now one of the main facilities was missing. The actual proof of concept, the one working example. And Elder Zana. Ogsar just stared at the empty pit in front of him. He was supposed to be doing something. But what could he do? It was gone. All at once. Teleportation. The Scarlet Alliance was known to have highly developed spatial abilities. They surrounded their entire territory in distortions. They teleported between systems regularly, but only a relatively small number of traffic that could fit on their solar platforms. How had they done this? It was more than impossible. Yet the evidence was in front of Ogsar's eyes. It was gone. Nothing but dirt was left. He stretched out his hand. In front of him should have been a wall. He felt nothing but empty air and a gentle breeze. What happened? It had been a quarter of an hour now, and he hadn't gotten beyond that step. Where would he even start? He swept his senses down to the bottom, as if the entire facility had somehow fallen into the earth. Certainly, much of it had been buried underground, but it had extremely sturdy foundations. He dropped down. A sense of vertigo filled him as he fell. He simply couldn't process what had happened, so a simple fall of a few hundred meters put him off. The dirt at the bottom was nicely compact. Dust was still drifting down the sides of the pit. Chips of stone beyond the edge of the facility. How? He would understand if he felt a domination cultivator appear. Even a determined augmentation cultivator might have been able to pulverize the facility, but could they steal it away? Not in an instant. Oscar was sick and going in circles, both with his thoughts and motions. There had to be a solution, but he had nowhere to start. He should tell someone to help him figure it out. But if they couldn't, he would just look more foolish. But he needed it. He couldn't afford to be seen as ineffective. Zana was gone. She was too important. He had to get her back. The facility. Revenge, maybe. There had to be a trail. He flew up to the edges, digging out some dirt. It was all so surreal. He couldn't figure it out. Your subordinate is being a real pain, Velvet commented to the woman in front of her. Zana, apparently, saved her the trouble of looking it up. She currently had a void blade in her gut, but she wasn't dead. She was, however, thoroughly restrained and not terribly long for the world. Velvet just needed her as an example to mimic energy if it became necessary. Disappearing a facility was way easier than moving it. But that one guy kept wandering through the air, even though his energy senses were picking up all of the pertinent information. He shouldn't need to move through the missing facility. Tricking his body and mind into believing he was actually moving around precisely as he pictured was difficult, but at least Velvet could focus on him. Everyone else had the decency to rely on their long, trained energy senses. If there was nothing there according to them, why would they get closer? It wasn't really gone yet. They just couldn't perceive it. However, Velvet was working hard to make sure that it would be gone. While managing the troublesome elder, Velvet was also severing the edges of the facility from everything around it. She wasn't a specialist in lifting heavy things, but if she thought of it as a ship, it felt quite reasonable. In theory, she could shove around a planet. though her energy wasn't precisely suited for that. A single battleship? Reasonable. Less than the size of a city, because people were tightly compacted. No space for them. The facility's formations were freaking out because they believed they had lost connection to the rest of the world. They had, but not because they weren't physically adjacent. Velvet simply wasn't letting anything flow. Tricking formations should have been easy, but they weren't people. Thus, they were harder for her to understand. She just had to keep them under wraps until she could get out of the system. Velvet was fairly certain she had chosen one of the bad plans, but now she was already committed. And this Zana woman had to die. How many other facilities do you have like this? Velvet asked. The interrogation was mostly pointless. The woman would know she was dying. It wasn't easy to convince a cultivator that their recent memories were fake, and Velvet didn't have such a complex setup. Illusions wouldn't help. Hundreds. But she could still pick out lies. Velvet was fairly certain there were one or two more, but it couldn't be much more than that. Having the woman lie to her directly was convenient, at least. If she refused to say anything, that would be it. Who has the most in their territory? Velvet was barely interested in the answer. She had most of her focus on other things, like the stupid elder poking and prodding things still. Convincing him he wasn't running into solid material was the most annoying. At least he hadn't tried the doors. He should have remembered where they were. Breaking dirt and rock was not as simple as it was made to sound. People looked down on tasks that were dumb labor, but Velvet knew better. After all, her dumbest friend was involved with that very thing. But just because Durf was dumb didn't mean he was stupid or ineffective. He was dumb because he was too straightforward and naive. But it worked out for him, didn't it? Velvet had seen him mine void, or notoriously difficult, and done without energy. Surely she could break apart a bit of dirt without tools. It was just creating force while keeping up the illusions that was difficult. At least she was geared towards impossible perception points now. She didn't have to manually form all of the false reality. People would naturally believe an empty space on a planet was full of air instead of nothing. So if they saw nothing, all she needed was to add a bit of light. If this one guy would stop touching the building, Velvet's plan was to pick it up. Yes, one of the rejected plans from earlier. But all of the people were here, and the facility was sturdy. It would survive into space. Then she could hold in any necessary atmosphere and keep it moving. The best option would be getting the support of those she was carrying, but that wasn't going to be easy. Releasing them from their bondage carelessly could result in mental shock, a sort that could spread through their connections and kill everyone. It wasn't the worst end. But since there were better options, Velvet really wanted to get them out. If that elder was alone for like 1 second, Velvet could kill him. Half a second. A few milliseconds, maybe. But then what would she do about the sudden disappearance of Aura? She couldn't play it off like the whole facility disappearing. It would be obvious she was still around. Fine. He would be allowed to live, for now. Besides, the way he was dumbly poking the same section of space over and over was a fairly easy illusion at the moment. But he might have just been trying to get her off guard. Did Velvet have to carry the whole foundation? Probably. It was kind of stuck to some bedrock, so it would take some work to separate it without breaking it. It was a good thing small distances didn't matter to domination cultivators. Velvet could attack people hundreds of kilometers away. Something less than a single kilometer was effectively touching her, unless she had to use a void blade. Then she had to actually stab people most of the time. If Velvet was successful, she was going to make sure to find the other facilities and do the same thing, but better. Because mysterious disappearances would really mess with the Exalted Quadrant, far more than a few people dying. Chapter 1382. Velvet wondered how many swings it would take someone like Durf to separate the facility from the planet. Or perhaps someone like a sword master would be more suited. It was a straight-walled facility, so they could probably manage it in 5 at most. But it was also possible that Durf could have safely broken it away in just as few motions. It took Velvet a lot more time and effort than someone who was good at breaking objects. She had no intentions of trying to change her fundamentals when she was already in domination, but maybe she'd practice this particular topic more since she would be looking for more remnants of the numerological compact. It wasn't the formations that stopped her, she attacked just outside of them. Obviously, she had enough power. But neither daggers nor bare hands were a good catalyst for what she wanted. Her other excuse was that she had to keep the entire facility out of the perception of the world while she worked. That one annoying elder was still outside, and she had to keep shifting him slightly to minimize the differences in his perceived position and his actual location. Eventually, she would make a mistake, but she had no intention to let it go that long. Everything was loose. Now all she had to do was lift it up. Should be easy. The swirling swarm lifted every cultivator on their planet with them, and they certainly didn't have any training. She just had to lift one building without breaking it. Fortunately, that meant support from the bottom and sides, most of which was necessary for lifting to begin with. The elder was briefly put off balance by the facility moving in front of him. Velvet was quite careful not to shake the ground, but he had been in contact with the building itself. Altering his perception, there was not her best work, but she just had to hope he wouldn't figure it out. If he thought something was weird later, that would be normal, but giving away that the building was there the whole time would be an issue. Elder Zana died, incidentally. Velvet didn't gain all that much information from her, but making sure she was gone was more important. Having her around for the released slaves to witness would be very helpful in tying them together in a relatively positive fashion. She wasn't an expert on smooth hive mind transitions, but she was aware of the general cases that had been successful. Perhaps she should bring others with her next time, but it was more difficult to perfectly conceal anything beyond herself. But if she was going to do it to a building, making her life more efficient by adding just a couple people might be appropriate. Maybe some void ants, but they weren't able to do anything she strictly couldn't. It might just save her some energy. They were in space. A large number of dubiously conscious individuals and Velvet. And all of the bodies, of course. Zana hadn't been the only numerological compact cultivator in the facility. None of them deserved to live. This wasn't one of the cases where there was any plausible deniability, though of course they may think their actions were entirely justified. Probably by pointing out that all of the people they were using as power sources weren't important, individually powerful. And if you weren't important, were you really a person? The answer was yes, obviously. The Scarlet Alliance would make sure they knew that. The facility continued to accelerate outside of the atmosphere. There was nothing to disturb, so Velvet could relax some of her ability. Obviously, she had to keep herself concealed, as a domination signature would give away far too much. However, that came as naturally as breathing. Her anchor at the intersection of the light from distant stars was more of her natural state, and actively revealing herself would take more effort. Velvet wanted to let people out, but she decided against it. As far as she could tell, they were stable. She would continue to monitor their conditions. She might have to find some way to replace the nutrients that were keeping them alive, but the stores seemed sufficient for a few weeks. Ultimately, she would rather not end up killing a million people because she thought she knew better. Relatedly, she wasn't completely certain that the facility wouldn't kill all of the people inside if it detected that it wasn't where it was supposed to be. It didn't have to be that specific, either, just that the area was compromised. But even formations could be tricked. Currently, Velvet was maintaining a flow of energy precisely like what she had first observed. That, and soon moving into subspace. It was a good thing she was a domination cultivator, or she wouldn't be able to keep up. As it was, Velvet was paying close attention to the streams of devotion coming to her. Specifically, that of her friends waiting for her to come back. They might be worried about her safety, but they really didn't need to be. It was everything else that was at risk. But she planned to come back both personally intact and with every single person she had dragged along with her in the same state she found them. Elder Ogsar had his face buried in the dirt. If anyone perceived that, he would probably kill them. He had no idea what to do until finally his head rose. He had to warn the other facilities. He would tell them that they could suddenly disappear. He had to have something more. But he didn't. Everything had been normal until Elder Zana entered. No, until she got deep into the facility. Then, she disappeared along with everything else. Could she have? If she betrayed the numerological compact to go her own way, they needed the warnings even more. Besides, someone had to take over her position. Otherwise, all that effort would be a waste. Yes, he'd make sure that they'd known what happened. And why it mattered. Daria didn't appear to be anywhere within the territory of the Holy Stars. Specifically, Zalyama expected to find her among the purified wardens, but she didn't. But along with the burning hearts, she found others among most of the large sects they had already faced. Specifically, she became aware of 5 more in addition to Daria, though one she only confirmed. Zalyama's crew wasn't the only ones scouting the Holy Stars. They just happened to be able to move deeper and with greater speed without compromising their safety. benefits of her recent advancement, and how it affected the crew as a whole. 6. At least 6. But the Lower Realms Alliance had 3 Unity cultivators. Daria was absolutely biased towards her own people, but 2-to-1 odds seemed a bit harsh. On the other hand, it appeared that most of them were not on the offensive, at least at the moment. The numbers brought something unfortunate to mind. However, there might be more. Daria was likely ready to attack to restore her image. Others could already be on the way to attack the Alliance. Zaliama couldn't do anything about that. She could only do her job, gathering information. What was ultimately done with it would be up to others. I think I can take 3 myself, the Great Queen said. Anton shook his head. Unlikely. I can't imagine they would allow you to get anywhere close to them. Like they'd have a choice. She clacked her mandibles. She was large enough to actually make a sound unenhanced humans would hear. She was still barely the length of Anton's palm, but that was quite massive for where she began, closer to the length of a fingernail, which would have already been considered full-grown. You can't move that fast, Anton said. So, I imagine you could take down one. But the others would be watching for you. They won't find me. Alternatively, I'll grab their perceptive energy and pull myself closer with it. Anton pondered. I suppose we could practice that maneuver to see how fast you can go. Yes, she said. Then we will take them down, and I can join the war in the upper realms. Anton smiled. The Great Queen was nothing if not ambitious. He found it quite unlikely that she could actually lose to anyone but Nthanda. Without the benefit of natural energy, crushing her would be a truly difficult task, and even pure tech weapons wouldn't easily hit her or maintain a lock. Then again, the Alliance hadn't gone too deep into developments like that. If the Great Queen betrayed them now, there would simply be no way to predict that. It was a waste of effort for anything except potentially more void ants controlled by the Exalted Quadrant. And even that effort was only to save their own side's void ants from casualties. They would certainly win through experience and even numbers. Anyone paranoid about void ants after a millennium was frankly not worth considering. Caution was fine, but they void ants had been as steadfast of allies as humans. Perhaps more, by some metrics. Anton found himself strangely calm at the news. He thought about what would happen if they faced 6 divinities with their 3 Unity cultivators and the Great Queen, plus whatever forces they could rally to the area. His mind wandered to how they might lose. But ultimately, it was pointless to consider. If that battle happened, they would just have to figure out a way to win. Anton had a few thoughts. It was absolutely true that Unity cultivators would be stronger defending their home systems. To the death, if need be. But of course they couldn't be careless about that. Who could say if there were more like the Holy Stars out there? Anton wasn't going to leave the Alliance behind if he could help it. Most likely, he'd focus on people other than Daria. For 2 reasons. First, she was difficult to kill. Second, it would annoy the hell out of her. Maybe the individual from the Burning Hearts. They had enough information about that sect for Anton to be confident that he could use spectral energy to take one out. It was a good thing he'd only displayed that ability to a very slight extent. Devon would be good against Daria. He had been quite confident that he could just hold her. Even if that suppression wasn't sufficient to make her vulnerable, taking her out of things would be good. The only issue was that it would also occupy Devon, and going 1-for-1 might not be good. Other options were having him hold any of their greatest foes for the Great Queen. If they could angle a major battle to somewhere where Lev had a great willow, it would be best. Without losing too many border worlds, of course. Normally, too many would be any. But with the threat they were facing, Anton was aware there would have to be some losses. He would be killing the attackers until everything was over, though. The Alliance wouldn't abandon their people. But they couldn't just evacuate hundreds of worlds, or more, just because they might be a target. There simply weren't enough ships. And moving planets was hard. A proper spatial distortion would be nice. If they could force the Holy Stars to a particular region, even if it wasn't a single system, they could control so much. Unfortunately, it was difficult to adapt to the lower realms. They also were missing Katarina. There were many talented formation masters in the lower realms still, but most of them were centuries behind in terms of experience. Numbers could make up for it, but ultimately the issue was they hadn't considered it a high enough priority. Maybe the Holy Stars would pull back on their attacks for a century or so. That would be nice, wouldn't it? But that was unlikely. So they would just make them leave. Or preferably kill them. Anton wouldn't accept a threat to his people, and he knew many others wouldn't either. Chapter 1383. The Scarlet Alliance was rather generous with how they used their spatial distortions most of the time. That was because they needed to lull their opponents into a false sense of security. While it was true that previously they had to change the location an entire segment traveled to all at once, that was centuries old. The previous generation, they continued to expand not just their functional area by including their eastern territory, officially shielding Ratna and her surroundings, but they also added new features. Katerina was still head of development in that field and responsible for some of the more complex operations. It was just unnecessary at the moment. The way everything was set up already led to systems prepared to defend themselves. The Scarlet Alliance had sufficient domination cultivators to maneuver one or two around, which was always a fun surprise for those that came through. Would they meet Prospero, Katerina, Ratna? Timothy wasn't frequently a solo participant, but he could conceivably show up. And even if they didn't run into a domination cultivator, they had to retreat in precisely the right direction to end up back where they came. Not that the Scarlet Alliance had to let them, but it kept them complacent. They could have wiped out every single fleet that crossed the border into their fleets, but they wanted people to remember they could show mercy. That way, when they started cutting the heads off of domination cultivators, they could get everyone else to run or surrender instead of fighting to the death. So far, the war in the upper realms hadn't escalated to domination cultivators acting offensively. Jan might not actually know better, but he likely wasn't willing to act alone. It was yet unclear if the Tilke clan would be further trouble, but there were potentially a few other domination cultivators strewn about. They kept a constant watch for any movements regarding them. There wasn't just one massive fleet coming for them, though it would have been easier to deal with in some ways. On the other side, the Exalted Quadrant wasn't eager to launch many physical attacks. No doubt they had been hoping for the Scarlet Alliance to be more crippled by the effects of Project Apocalypse, but they also couldn't ignore the opportunity afforded by the Trigold cluster attacking as well. If the Scarlet Alliance had any choice in their location, which they didn't, they certainly wouldn't have preferred a space between the two rivals. Now they acted as an unfortunate buffer between them, most of the time. But things didn't always have to stay that way. When the Upper Realms portion of the Alliance had been hit by Everhart's virus, communication had been greatly restricted. But when they determined that Everhart's virus shouldn't be compatible with the lower realms, they had relaxed slightly. In truth, that was actually supposed to be the case. Despite the Scarlet Alliance being tightly connected to the lower realms, Everhart specifically tailored his attacks for a certain purpose. But sometimes even he made mistakes. Not that he would admit it. If anyone asked, it was a further distraction from his activities. Nobody would have noticed anything until it was too late. Everhart's methods weren't so crude that they immediately activated upon infection. Then people could react and shut down connected systems. No, they remained dormant only to spread further before causing any sort of visible trouble. That was how some pieces ended up spread throughout all of the lower realms, including a few in one particular factory. Despite in some ways being a computer, Renaudin wasn't actually an expert in their operation, just like how humans weren't born masters of anatomy and medicine. Even so, humans would feel sick when something was wrong, and Renaudin felt the same for some of its hosts. Being a distributed multividual, Renaudin wasn't actually worried about its own health. But something was quite wrong with certain computers, and that included new ones produced in the same facility. It used its energy to clamp down on what was wrong. There was no interaction with specific code, but it was instead a broadly targeted action like filtering poison out of the body. Once a certain substance was recognized as the problem, cultivators could remove it without actually knowing how it worked. The problem was that it kept coming back after connections to other locations came. Renaudin could constantly stop the flow, and it wouldn't even be all that bad, but this meant other computer systems were sick. Renaudin had two options. First, infiltrate each and every computer system the humans had, or tip someone off. One of those options was far easier and less risky. So like with all of the communication beacons, Renaudin filed an error report that someone would absolutely see. That would bring their attention to the problem so that they could handle it. Renaudin did take over a couple input devices, microphones and their interpretation components, but not even whole computers in different systems. Just enough to hear people's reactions, and it planned to leave the components later. Some sort of bug. One person commented, "Aren't there always?" Their partner replied, "Just put it on the list." It's high priority. Everything is high priority. People need to mark their tasks appropriately, or we'll just toss them on the back burner. No, seriously. It's E-class. The second individual caught themselves before speaking. You're sure it's not someone trying to get their personal pet peeve fixed? We have to inspect it, said the first individual. Because either it is appropriately marked, or we have to report their abuse of the system and send them a fine. High priority can be mislabeled, and people can get away with it, but E-class issues are something else. Fine, but scans haven't picked anything up. The systems are fine. That's also what we'd see if there was an E-class problem. Damn it. Are there any details from the report? Not many. It's just I don't know where it came from, actually. Hold on one moment. The metadata is all weird. It's from an unknown individual. Check to make sure the message isn't the threat. We already received it, but I guess I have to. A few minutes of silence. I traced it back to the source, commented the first one. Some factory? I don't think it's even equipped to send these reports. I'm considering trying to get in contact with the manager. Whoops. Renee didn't think that could be traced. It wasn't really good at those little details. It thought it hid everything that mattered. How long would that take? The second individual asked. We'd need instant comms. And to talk to someone. Ugh. Bad idea, said the second. I've isolated a segment of code that the report flagged. There's something weird. It's like there's someone else in the network. Do you think he managed it? I sure hope not. It's just Renee felt a poke. Renee stood very still. Or computered very still. There's something. I think it has access to the mics. Double whoops. Renee was just going to have to trust that they would figure out the rest. Time to strategically withdraw. It got about halfway before the two people grabbed it. Renee felt their energies connect for a moment. Got you. The two workers spoke in unison. Hi, I sent that report, but I have to go now, goodbye. Renee yanked itself away. As it was now quite assimilation-ish in power, it was more powerful than these life transformation career network jockeys. Once that connection was broken, Renee just stopped being there. It was still in all of its normal locations, though, as it had been since it became a proper multivisual. It was quite possible that Reneden's position was compromised. Maybe it should come clean so that people could worry about that E-class thing. Though asking someone for advice might be best. Reneden wants to know if it should tell people about it being a multivisual now, Bear Hug said. Oh wait, was that question for just me? Bear Hug paused. Forget I said anything, Anton. Too late, Anton said. But hey, maybe Reneden's finally ready to admit it. Good. Anton extended his energy to some of the nearby beacons. Most people wouldn't easily be able to find them. They were supposed to remain hidden after all. Even Anton didn't always pick them out on the first pass through his system. Even more now when Reneden was actively hiding them. Not against him in particular, but against passing enemies. It still fooled his senses sometimes. Just one beacon gave Anton a slightly odd feeling. If he touched on 2 or 3 of the surveillance beacons at once, he felt a wider aura. Just like Bear Hug, there wasn't really a connection between the pieces. Not located in physical space, unlike his sensory energy. But they felt the same. So let's say, hypothetically, Bear Hug began once more. If Reneden had spread to more than just the only place we know Reneden is in for sure, and was something like a multivisual like me, nobody would be mad about that, right? What do you think? Anton asked. Well, we're friends with Reneden, and Reneden would help us. Especially if it had taken over some beacons, which it hasn't. But it would be fine. I think some people would get mad, Anton said. Or afraid. Things are quite unbalanced at the moment. People are afraid of outside attackers coming at any moment. That's right, Bear Hug said. How problematic. We wouldn't want anyone to be afraid of our friend. What a tough situation I am pretending to think about. Bear Hug was not a good liar. Probably because they didn't like to lie. If they got good at it, there wouldn't be any body language for Anton to read except what they expressly intended. Though Energy Sign incorporated a spirit of truth that was rather difficult to bypass, as energy was always influenced by how someone was feeling. Bear Hug would never be that person though. Bear Hug was suddenly on alert. Outside attackers. Anton was on alert. How had he missed them? Oh, of course. At another location, obviously. That I heard about first because you have other bodies. Anton offered helpfully. Somewhere closer to that location. Yes, that makes sense. That's very normal. Bear Hug agreed, bouncing up and down slightly. All of that. And which system is this? Well, you see, the one that you heard the news from, please. It's too far for you to get to, unfortunately, Bear Hug said. Especially if they have one of them divvy nasties with them. They're coming quite fast. I hope someone can protect them until Devon gets there. Anton finally got a name. And sadly, he had no bound star there. He only had a couple hundred, and especially the border territories of the Lower Realms Alliance were sparse in connections to him. Perhaps he could expand more quickly, perhaps not. Ranks of cultivation were certainly more vague as he went on, so he might not have to be exact. Or he could create weaker forms of connection, if he still had a match somehow, not splitting his connections, but incomplete bindings that would eventually be turned into full ones. Unfortunately, he had neither the methods nor the time for that. He also hoped that they could hold off for Devon to reach them. Third watch was a royal guard. She took her position zealously, overlapping with the official positions of her compatriots. However, this incident occurred entirely under her jurisdiction, a warning from the humans. A call of danger. Take shelter. Evacuate. The void ants would do no such thing. Shelter might be appropriate, until the invaders touched down on the planet. However, they would not be evacuating. They would be preparing for foolish boots to touch down on soil. Then they would eat the boots, or probably just the energy of the person wearing them. Most boots weren't that tasty, even if they were real leather. Tolerable when cooked, though. Chapter 1384. Third Watch regretted that what held void ants back most was their frail bodies. Some might not have considered them as such. They possessed exoskeletons, and they were proportionately more durable than the majority of humans. Yet even so, they had to endure forces beyond others. Humans could bypass some of the restrictions of acceleration via natural energy. Void ants didn't have that option, though they could use technology. It was mainly useful for boarding enemy ships, which had more predictable movement patterns. Humans could easily change trajectory in a moment, leaving void ants dangling into space uselessly. There was only so much energy for speed, acceleration dampening, and ship durability that could be packed into a single place. Void ants didn't have limitless materials to construct their vessels. Thus it was that it was often more reliable to find a human partner. Corentin was the best option that Third Watch was aware of in the current system. He was only an early enrichment cultivator, but the Lower Realms Alliance wasn't bloated with so many of them that they were throwing them away like the holy stars were with their angels. The main qualifications Corentin had was that he was fast, both in movement and attack. Perfect for carrying void ants along, to an extent. Obviously, he had to know how to dampen acceleration for void ants in particular, or he would crush them. But Third Watch had been preparing him for this day for some time. Get us to the strongest foe, Third Watch declared. I'll do my best, but I'm pretty sure I can't, he explained. That divinity is here. Daria. The other one, then. That's a bit. Corentin stared vaguely into the stars. Risky. Do you not wish to go down in history as a hero? Corentin laughed. I would love to be a hero that is alive. How about this? I'll take you to other foes while we observe that second one. Whatever their name is. Sharp Spinner, Third Watch said. Based on this energy, that shall be a sufficient moniker. Or just the other one, Corentin shrugged. He rested his spear over his shoulder, his eyes frequently returning to Third Watch to interpret her sign. Technically, there were computerized systems that would translate Void Ant sign, but most of those who rose to higher ranks took the time to learn it properly. It was simple enough, and Void Ants already understood common speech. They just didn't have vocal cords or the right sort of energy control to reproduce sounds without vast effort. The battle began soon enough, after which point direct communication with the Void Ants riding him became difficult. Corentin would continue with the plan until he received a prod from them, should it be important. His spear was well balanced and covered in Void Ants. He watched the incoming forces. Daria and the other one were both there. There was no way the Alliance won this battle, but that didn't mean they had to lose. If they held on long enough, incoming reinforcements would arrive, with Devon. They had to delay as long as possible. Already, ships had taken away the most vulnerable people. There were never enough to completely evacuate a planet in one pass. Though it would be preferred, the Alliance simply didn't have the resources. It was impractical, especially when there were thousands of planets that could be threatened. The second divinity was an axe cultivator, as was demonstrated when he chopped his way through one of the orbital platforms. 3 or 4 swings in just a few moments. and then the massive structure was in pieces. That vastly reduced its functionality, but they were not so fragile that they would simply fail just because of being chopped into segments. Something of that size without some redundant systems would be exceedingly vulnerable. Corentin was absolutely positive he couldn't even get close to the guy. The axes would cut him apart 100 kilometers away without even trying. But if he grew more familiar with the style, no, he wouldn't promise anything to either himself or the void ants. But he could at least start with more reasonable foes. As they descended, Corentin picked out a crowd of appropriate foes, then launched himself upwards, slightly surpassing the rest of those at the front of the battle lines, blurry as they were. He darted around local ships, piercing the hull of a couple larger enemy troop carriers until he was accosted by axemen. "The executioner's axe will bring you down," declared one of their angels. He carried 2 war axes with wide blades, heavy and cumbersome, but in the right hand swift and deadly. The larger blades were more easily blocked, but Corentin wasn't willing to risk his spear or its riders. Instead, he danced around the area, jabbing out with his spear occasionally as he focused on avoiding the weapons. Though his spear thrusts never pierced defensive energy, they were still optimal attacks for his circumstances. Each movement gave void ants an opportunity to latch onto energy, though sometimes they were not properly arranged in the moment. He just had to give them the opportunities again and again. "Running won't save you forever," the haughty man called after him. He swung his axes, cleaving apart space and across where Corentin had stood a moment before. A deadly attack, but no good if it didn't land. Corentin thought to taunt him, but he didn't have the wit for it. He would likely give away his intentions too early. Instead, he focused on his movements. He carefully shifted his grip on his spear. The void ants were instructed to avoid certain points. Even then, he was restricted in how he manipulated his weapon. Usually, he maintained a short grip, viable for quick stabs and blocking. He could protect both the void ants and his weapon against weaker foes. Occasionally, he would jab the butt of his spear into a foe coming from behind. Enemies were beginning to fall, even if he hadn't personally injured any of them. No doubt they were going to become wary of the void ants soon enough. But before that, he found a moment to face off with the angel. "You will die the moment my spear pierces your throat," Corentin declared. He wanted the man to be focused on his weapon, without really focusing around it. Maybe it was a mistake, but Corentin was fairly certain that Third Watch was still waiting for her opportunity. She was bigger than the others, as a royal guard. Corentin was very sensitive to the specific balance of his weapon, so even a gram or two was something he took note of. 2 axes swung, cutting space into 4 quadrants. The planes of attack remained, cutting off the space Corentin could move through unless he was willing to break through the lingering energy. He imagined that he could, but was uncertain if it would be worth it. 2 more swings, and he was boxed in by his foe, only a vague corridor towards the man. Corentin readied his spear, shifting his balance as he pushed off of an imaginary platform. He moved forward at a speed yet unseen, but his trajectory could easily be predicted. 1 axe swung across his path, while the other was held in reserve for his dodge. Corentin thrust forward his spear and let go. As expected, the man targeted his weapon. It was much closer and barely protected by Corentin's energy. Cutting energy connected halfway down the shaft, and Corentin's energy was broken through. But the spear held strong. How could it not? With a whole contingent of void ants. The man's actual blade had not struck the weapon, and the spear reached him before he could reorient his weapons. It stopped a meter from his chest, and Corentin immediately used what remained of his energy connected to his spear to draw it back. The axeman began to make a move to chase after Corentin. His blade paths had faded, so the spearman was free to move in any direction. But he noticed something. Too late, though. A mesh of void ants had spread out in all directions as they were knocked off of the spear. 1 or 2 void ants didn't stand out, points of nothingness, but so many close to a foe. Even if they subtly pried open defensive energy, it rarely lasted. But the man's wide sweeping axes were useless for void ants, and he was too reliant on his weapons to try anything else for his first attack. He never got a second. His energy was instantly devoured, from his wrists down to his shoulders, and from his torso spiraling outward near his heart. He had more inside of him, but he had another flaw: a lack of head-to-toe covering. that left his body vulnerable to bites of even typical void ants. Instead of only those with killing insights, the sort that could turn energy inside their foes into blades, even if only for a moment. Corentin rushed forward, his spear stabbing towards the man, but stopping. It might not conceal what had happened, but he did need his spear to be close to the angel to retrieve the void ants. He would also be patrolling the battlefield to gather the others, while taking down new foes as he got the opportunity. There was something freeing about focusing on the perfection of his movements and not his attacks. Corentin wished they were fighting in atmosphere, because his movements would be even sharper. Maybe even enough to get close to that divinity. But not today. The assault was slow enough, he didn't need to risk that. They were focused on the largest cities. They thought that would give them control of the planet, and that was true to some extent. But the Alliance cultivators were prepared to fight from the wilderness, with their void ant companions. Tracking them down would be easy enough for the divinities, but it was difficult for them to fight without destroying the planet. It didn't seem to be their intention, so they were somewhat hampered. Corentin wondered if he might reach unity and have that level of power. Then he smiled at himself, for he was only early enrichment. He needed to look at the next step on the path, not the end. Or at least, the highest peak he had yet seen. First and Second Watch were quite content to let enemies come to them. Humans like the Holy Stars preferred to take buildings intact and the valuables inside. There were a few locations left as bait, and others that simply hadn't been cleared in time. The void ants were waiting for humans there, ready to spring their traps. Even if they couldn't catch the most prized foes, they often brought down life transformation cultivators. Sometimes saints, and one or two angels, and everyone weaker than that. They didn't bother themselves. Humans could kill the weaker cultivators in vast numbers, at a distance. Void ants were similarly effective no matter how strong their opponents, which is why they were terrifying. As one of the first prolonged engagements in the war, the Holy Stars were clearly still unfamiliar with void ant battle tactics. Whether they had faced any before, in their own territory, the Alliance members would be quite divergent. They had their teeth, of course, but they also had special tactics aided by humans. They could trigger explosives from a distance, ones that didn't register as anything special to energy senses. Pure tech. They could spread poisons that were deadly to humans. The contaminated area would have to be purged later, but void ants had different risk factors. Every human had to watch their step. Some tried to always fly, but they found that many void ants had kept their wings or mutated new ones. Only a small portion of the total, but sufficient that they could fly up behind a cultivator. Once they reached them, the only thing a cultivator could do was try to slap them to death. As effective as it could be, they had to realize that their sharply honed axes were no good. Their armor only as good as its smallest opening. Their defensive energy, lunch, as well as breakfast and dinner. The void ants would be growing stronger here. They were usually conservative with their meals, happily growing slowly alongside their human partners. But here, they could take whatever their bellies could stomach. Royal Guard were especially voracious with their size and closeness to the lineage of the Great Queen. They took what power they could for the sake of all. Plus, it was delicious. Chapter 1385. Daria the Divine and Tammuz the Beheader had managed to secure a foothold on a border planet, and they were quite annoyed. "These ants are a problem," Tammuz said as he toppled a tower. "The humans are of no real consequence." But Daria simply nodded. She did her best not to reveal the lingering injuries to her arm, but she was well aware of what they could do, and in only an instant. She hadn't fully recognized the danger until she encountered them once more. She had merely thought it was a special ability of that strange cultivator who barely had an energy signature. Now she knew better. There had been reports, of course, but none of them had the clarity she now held. Truthfully, the vast majority of engagements that hadn't involved divinities had been losses for the Holy Stars. "We should just scuttle the planet," Tammuz said. Daria glared at him. "Why would we even bother coming here if we were to take such an option? It is a rare sight, or at least, it should have been. Yet, this alliance possesses a great many planets with high purity of energy. And that's why losing one wouldn't make a difference in the long run. It would make our dominance clear," Tammuz explained. No, Daria couldn't accept that. "We stated our goal was to come here to conquer this planet, not to destroy it. It would appear a failure. But like this dash, we will not fail. Poisons must be sufficient to eradicate them." I have great confidence. She said that, but neither of them dare to rest their feet on the planet for even a moment. Nor would they relax their senses, in case some flew to engage them. It was simply incomprehensible, creatures that could overcome the power of divinity. Furthermore, ones that could be crushed by a simple peasant by hand. Neither of them mentioned that they couldn't possibly have brought sufficient poisons to handle the ants. They hadn't fully been aware of the necessity, and the holy stars weren't known for poisons in general. They didn't want to ruin the planet, they wanted to occupy it. And from there, every other planet this alliance controlled. The holy stars would make far better use of it, for a people that mattered. Third Watch was playing a guessing game. She was guessing at many things, first of which was the probability of certain plans working. Educated speculation, some might call it. But in the current circumstances, there was so little prior information that it was no better than a true guess. Though Third Watch was loath to admit it, she couldn't lay a single mandible on the divinities. They were too cautious, too quick. It was easier to catch the lesser angels. They were more numerous, so finding one off guard was feasible. Corentin had led the Void Ants to many victories with his actions. They were holding strong, even if many of the largest population centers were held by the holy stars. The payoff was enormous should one of the divinities fall. But Third Watch simply couldn't balance it against the monumental unlikeliness of it all. The consequences of failure were not simply the loss of Void Ant lives. They would gladly make that sacrifice for a chance. No, the true consequences were allowing the divinities' experience against them. There would only be a few precious opportunities to take them down. Third Watch did not think she had such an opportunity, and the others agreed. It was the next steps where they diverged, but a coherent plan formed regardless. First Watch and Second Watch would remain to combat the intruders. Third Watch would follow her inspiration towards another opportunity. But for that, she needed to pick the right ship. She couldn't simply inform the locals not to destroy a particular one. That would be too obvious. But she couldn't wait forever to choose which one to board. But there were some with a high probability of value. Carriers of people that were of less military value, but one that would be fast enough not to be at the end of the line. Fortunately, they had no standardization. There was sufficient variety in their vessels that Third Watch had choices. Now she just needed an excuse. Corentin had agreed to the plan. Now they merely had to implement it. A raid on a particular encampment would be the distraction, but he would still be needed to transport them to the right location subtly. Another troublemaker, halfway around the planet. Daria constantly had to deal with them, though she only got involved where her people cried out for her. They had to grow on their own, and she couldn't be bothered to do everything herself. This one she'd had her eyes on for some time. He'd been personally responsible for the defeat of numerous angels, along with those accursed Void Ants. People had been captured and interrogated about the Void Ants, but their words were incomprehensible. They acted like they were people, but perhaps that made sense to them when they were barely people themselves, despite being human. Corentin of the Spear. Daria would let him get himself deep into trouble. He might kill a few people, but they would be acceptable losses. Even another angel, if necessary. The man took pride in his speed, that much was clear. He appeared in the skies over a city, blatantly spreading his aura. Then he descended like a bolt of lightning. He always stuck out at many different foes, leaving behind darkness wherever he went, the tainted ants. Daria didn't even bother approaching closer. She simply spread her wings from where she was. But, could you believe the audacity? Some of the ants nipped at her. She grabbed a building and tossed it as Corentin while she held him. That should crush them, though he would bear the weight of his sin a while longer. She would make sure of that. Her saints would capture him, and Daria, so you truly dared to return. The disrespectful voice came from an aura that suddenly appeared, hidden moments before along with an approaching fleet. You shall address me as Daria the Divine, nameless fool, she spoke imperiously. Daria of nothing notable. You and your companion of indiscriminate slaughter shall leave the sovereign territory of the Lower Realms Alliance, or you shall never leave. I swear this on my name as Devon of the Shattered Chains. Thomas scoffed. It's just one man. What can he do? That was what Daria was interested in finding out. She might as well let him do it. A fair point. I shall defend our assets here. Thomas shrugged. If he's a chain user that's already broken, I don't see why I couldn't do it again. The Unity Cultivator Devon's aura pressed down around them. Why don't you try it? You still have an opportunity to flee in disgrace. Thomas made a face. He hadn't intended to be overheard, but it didn't matter. Bring it on. 2 axes. No, that was for widespread slaughter for the most part. Tammuz combined his weapons into a greater heavy axe. Some might say it was unbalanced, but it was perfect for an execution. As chains began to form in the sky, Tammuz took the opportunity to swing at one of them. He figured half his power would do, and he was right. The chain broke apart. How trivial. Then Tammuz felt the entire planet begin to reach up for him. Not once in his life had Tammuz been afraid of anyone below life transformation. Not since his birth. He'd had guardians of saintly power since that point. No matter how many there were, it would not make a difference. But now, he was suddenly aware of each and every man, woman, and child around him. The chain snapped back into place, whole once more, as more crossed each other around the globe. Thomas got the feeling that Devon's declaration hadn't been an unsubstantiated threat. Surely he couldn't bind the whole planet and 2 divinities, but Thomas leapt off the planet anyway. He sliced through another chain, but only barely. And this time it was a full-powered swing. And Daria? She was right behind him. Devon didn't even flinch as 2 divinities came towards him. That didn't mean he was without caution, but he couldn't afford to show any weakness. He retracted his chains, prepared to encircle just the 2 of them. One he was confident in. 2 would require the full power of unity. Fortunately, he happened to have an oppressed planet beneath him, groaning to be free. Obviously, it would have been better for things to never get to this state, but at least they could aid in their own freedom. The fleet behind Devon wasn't directly by him specifically. They had general orders, and with easy targets, they took a shot. Just one, combining the power of the whole fleet. Devon had to admit he was impressed. Of the 2, he wouldn't have targeted the one known for her great defensive abilities. That was why he would have to commend them. Because they made her dodge. Which was a damn shame, because they absolutely would have annihilated her with that. A perfectly synchronized combined attack, focused on precisely the right energy signature to bypass her abilities. Had they been preparing that the whole way over? Leave and never return. Devon didn't have a plan statement, but that was the best one he could manage in that instant. It was a shame he wasn't Erona. She would have had the words necessary to weaken them. And from what he'd heard, divinities would truly fall to words if they reached the heart of their followers. Devon still expected this to be a battle. And yet, Daria and the other he hadn't heard the name of yet slowed. Daria appeared to be more important, or at least she demonstrated her belief of that by taking the lead. We will show respect for your might just this once. But can you truly defend all of your people? Look at what we have done already. Devon had to admit, her words hurt. Briefly, could they defend everyone? No, but the alliance wouldn't crumble because of failures. Their people weren't sheltered from the truth. If that is what you must say, I do not mind. Depart from here. Devon could see the way Tammuz was eyeing the planet. He didn't have to say anything for the hint to be perfectly clear. With the planetary barrier down, perhaps it had never been particularly strong to begin with. This place would not survive if he truly wished to destroy it. Whether or not he won the ensuing battle was of no consequence, unless he could guarantee slaying one of them. Even then, he didn't want to balance a planet's lives against that, and a great many of the citizens still seemed to live. Third Watch had to admit, Devon had great timing. He may not have known it, but he saved Corentin. The spearman had gotten away the moment Daria's pressure weakened. The way he handled the situation was also for the best, as Third Watch was able to swiftly see people boarding her chosen vessel. She wondered how many of her kin were aboard other vessels. She had her own contingent, of course, but surely she wouldn't have been the only one with the idea. It didn't have to be Royal Guard. At certain times, even lowly sergeants had been known to perform great deeds. What act could be greater than striking the heart of their foes? What was more, with free transportation. The logistics of sneaking void ants onto their planets were still in the works, but Third Watch had an opportunity right here. Once she arrived, she would continue to make the best strategic decisions for the Alliance. The Great Queen would be proud of her if she ever heard about what they did. But Third Watch knew very well they might die to perform their task. Chapter 1386. On this particular battlefield, Avexin was far from the strongest cultivator, but it didn't matter. Indeed, his relative insignificance was almost the point. He wasn't the strongest among them. He wasn't a commander or strategist. He simply was. Their battles were against the exalted quadrant, far removed from the troubles of the heartbound palace for the moment. It was quite possible that they would make a move against the upper realm's hive mind again in the future, and the war would be a perfect time. So Avexin, having somehow fallen into the role of a specialist, was waiting for a moment he was needed. If something in the hive mind was off kilter, he would help right it. And if it wasn't, he would follow the flow and fight. It was impossible to describe to another precisely how the hive mind battled, but an approximation had been done many times. It was like having a million pairs of eyes, a million pairs of ears, and of course, just as many thoughts. It was impossible to process all of that. Cultivators just had to react. If you thought you should leap backwards to dodge, but the hive mind thought you should lean to your left, you did it, and sometimes you died. That was the unfortunate reality of war. It was impossible for the hive mind to have flawless victories, despite their desire. But if you trusted the flow, you would always be closer to survival than you would have otherwise. As one, a Vexen and a woman whose name he didn't need to know, attacked a foe in front of them. Their target was another woman, who found herself pinned between polearm and sword. The hive mind was nearly tireless, though specific individuals could become fatigued. Rather than forcing themselves to continue to fight, they smoothly retired to recover. The energy they generated during their meditations was shared with the others, but even if one had infinite energy, they couldn't fight indefinitely. Their opponents didn't know that, though, nor could they necessarily exploit it. After all, they were but simple humans. The Western Mirage sect in particular was not known for their longevity in combat. Instead, they were meant to use illusions to bypass their foes' defenses and win swiftly. Perhaps they might do so at some point. But to fool any member, they had to fool the hive mind. Taking into account the myriad angles and thought processes that were possible made their tasks much more difficult. At most, they created visual illusions, concealing a section of space with a projected image. But they had to perfectly maintain their concealment, for the hive mind could rely on their memory to approximate locations should they falter for even a moment. Avexin advanced forward, swinging his glaive widely as he passed by foes. Just as often, they were cut down. His skills in battle were middling, but being in the right place at the right time multiplied his effectiveness. An illusion in front of him. He slashed through it, intentionally assaulting nothing at all. He was covered by several snipers, not all archers, but some using firearms or long-range elemental attacks. When something appeared behind him, the foe fell before Avexin could even comprehend them. There was no noticeable delay in hive mind thought sharing. Some people were simply that fast to act. Nobody could have possibly said how they knew where to target before there were any significant sensations. They simply did. Avexin moved to save a woman. She was in a poor position, a failure of her hesitation to follow the intuition of the hive mind. But she would not be abandoned because she made a mistake. The hive mind didn't sacrifice anyone. No more than any sane individual would let their limbs be cut off. Small injuries were one thing, but potential death was avoided as could be expected from anyone looking out for their own well-being. Avexin was too slow, or perhaps too late, the difference being whether it was his fault or not. Perhaps it was an impossible task. He ran through the one who slit the woman's throat, feeling his weapon bite into flesh. He felt her fade from life as her body was destroyed by energy piercing through her. It was possible to block the feeling out, but today he wouldn't. It was disrespectful. The numerological compact had ships in this battle, hulking things full of slaves. They had likely expected the hive mind to jump at the opportunity to take them out, and the desire was there. However, there were simply individuals better suited to the fight. A hive mind member surrounded by the ship, when slaves broke free, might go into mental shock. There were a few individuals powerful enough to withstand it, but it was better to be spread out around it and to share the load. It would be convenient if they could put off the integration of people until later, but there was only really one perfect opportunity. They could save as many as possible if they could bypass the ship's self-detonation systems. Unfortunately, those systems were powered by the very people they wanted to save, using their own energy to attack their meager bodies. Fortunately, if they did it right, that energy wouldn't come against them and they would be safe. But the hive mind didn't have to be the ones. Sometimes, certain restrictions could be bypassed in interesting ways. A massive force flew past Avexin. Not quite a domination cultivator, and yet in some ways more terrifying for not. Terrifying for foes, because the hive mind had experienced dearth. The man was not to everyone's taste, but it was impossible to dislike him as a whole. Straightforward in word and deed were the core of his cultivation, and he used that to break through the barriers around one ship, straight to the core. Then he batted the middle straight out of the structure. Sometimes, they were rigged to detonate when the cultivator in question died, or if things were somehow separated. However, Durf was taking advantage of the ship captain's self-preservation instincts. They didn't want the ship to explode around them, and they weren't dead. So they would reach out and hold on to that connection until they couldn't, bypassing the automatic responses of the formations around them. They wanted to live, so they did. At least for the moment. Durf was smacking them all in a particular direction, where they would later be gathered up. But not immediately dying was enough for them to see what was happening and follow through with their own self-preservation. The numerological compact wasn't a reincarnation sect. Their few powerful cultivators didn't want to die. The other thing Durf did was take a single swing with his hammer, and instead of sending the middle flying, he would push every part of the ship away from every other segment. That tactic also had a reasonable likelihood of success, as the overall flow of energy was meant to have them connected. Though Durf didn't come up with any of the plans, he certainly implemented them. He was extremely good at not crushing things if he chose to. Avexen was glad to see it. Keeping the Western Mirage sect and their illusions away from the man would be for the best. Then there was the other option. Formations were made by humans, and thus they had flaws. If they were meant to detect invasive energy, they could do that. They could also detect people, at least for certain definitions of people. Avexen's definition overlapped with theirs, but they weren't precisely the same. For example, he considered all humans people. They considered only humans people. They might have expanded to acrisians, or at the very least anything with flesh, for the purposes of how their formations reacted if nothing else. They weren't ready for plants. Bear Hug didn't have to fight. The multividual fulfilled quite a number of non-combat roles throughout the Scarlet Alliance, and in the lower realms. But nobody was going to refuse a strong entity, and Bear Hug made friends easily. Avexen and Durf shouldn't be the only ones here today that Bear Hug considered a friend. Even if Bear Hug couldn't befriend literally everyone, there were probably still hundreds on this one battlefield. The flow of energy should have still been an issue, but Bear Hug was good at just letting energy stop. Then there was a mass of algae floating in space, before it was suddenly filled with Bear Hug again. Avexen had no idea if it was some sort of concealment technique or actually severing the connection. Whatever it was seemed consistent though. Then some ship captain was covered in algae with the power of enrichment, defenses bypassed. And as much as the numerological compact didn't want anyone else to get their way, hair trigger detonations had grown out of style as they saw how many of their own died before they should have. That meant opportunities to react, to cut off the flow of energy in a productive way. It didn't seem the Exalted Quadrant would be making any progress here today. And from what Avexen had heard, they probably wouldn't be making much progress elsewhere in the neighboring regions, despite incomplete spatial distortions. In fact, making use of particular locations that were unprotected by the spatial distortions, they could focus more resources on some of the obvious targets. Julie had engaged against several powerful cultivators with planetary cannons. More modestly sized ones fit on orbital platforms and were a mainstay of Scarlet Alliance defense. The larger versions were more powerful and rare, though if her production of mixed tech weapons worked out properly, they might become standard as well. Unfortunately, at the moment they required careful monitoring and control by overly qualified individuals, such as herself and her brother Misai. To some extent they could expect to always require a qualified cultivator, but the issue was what cultivation rank they needed. They didn't have augmentation cultivators everywhere, but they could expect to have sufficient integration cultivators for any project. At the moment, their best working versions required specifically Misai and Julie. They were difficult to transport between systems as well, but if the two of them could operate the cannons, they could perform with amazing efficiency. Despite their size, the cannons weren't meant to wipe out whole fleets, but instead to focus energy in a particular area, often targeting individuals. Part of the design was necessary for spatial bypass. Being limited to the speed of light would be too slow for the reactions of powerful cultivators. They also had the ability to redirect the beam, not only firing in straight lines. "We're taking down that augmentation cultivator first," Misai commented. The particular one he was referencing was made clear to Julie. Got it, she said. Resonance of the disciples of the beyond. Adjusting energy parameters. If everything went well, it wasn't a very spectacular thing to look at. A small beam of energy that could be adjusted to various elements if necessary. Only when they misaligned the energy type did they get a great clash of power. Otherwise, their target just fell. It might not work on domination cultivators. They hadn't had the opportunity to test, but focusing energy on a single point from a safe position should at least be able to cause some damage beyond their cultivation level. The augmentation cultivator they targeted tried to slip into subspace as they sensed the attack, but it was already meant to target the easily reachable layers of subspace, since they had properly adjusted for cultivation style. A quick moment, and their target was gone. The downside was that the cannon was out of power for the moment, and that it could probably be destroyed by determined attackers if they recognized its danger level early enough. Speaking of which, they were going to have to protect it, as now there were some significant energy projections incoming. But they took down one significant foe with not too much of their own energy, so it was already a success. Chapter 1387. The Scarlet Alliance had to defend their borders against a constant onslaught of cultivators from the Trigold Cluster and Exalted Quadrant, but with the ability to redirect forces to certain areas they were holding on well enough. But merely enduring wouldn't be good enough. In the end, everything would come down to domination cultivators. They couldn't say precisely how many each power had, but either one might have enough to seriously threaten the Scarlet Alliance if they gathered their forces. On the other hand, if they could take out one or two, they would not only avoid that particular threat, but their sects likely would withdraw from the war. There was always a chance that they went mad and sent every last one of their cultivators to fight, but with nobody directing them to die, they would likely prefer to reform. Either way, the Scarlet Alliance wasn't going to make a move on those who weren't already attacking them, leaving them only a few targets. Once they sorted through the various criteria, they came to an obvious choice. Nobody that was too distant. If their assault force had to spend months on the run, there might be time for their foes to work together. That ruled out much of the Exalted Quadrant, though not entirely. However, the other factors ultimately led to a specific choice. They wanted a reasonable guarantee of success. Obviously, they couldn't assume that killing a domination cultivator would work, but at the very least they wanted a foe they were familiar with, in a way they believed they could take them out. Of those that were not too distant, well known to them, and actively at war, Jan perfectly fit the bill. And Zazel had some spare time on her hands. Not truly, of course. Her schedule would be filled with some defensive position if it was not an offensive task. The last few years her only rest came on active duty defending the Alliance between enemy assaults. But she made time. A mission involving just a few people didn't seem like it should be terribly costly, and that was true from certain perspectives. The stealth ship they would be using was expensive, but it was just one small ship. It wasn't something that any individual could afford, not even the domination cultivators, but the true costs didn't come with the vessel. It was Zazel not taking a defensive position and what that meant for the Alliance. Normally, she would intercept incoming fleets before they even entered friendly territory. Having to fight battles meant people would die, ships and orbital platforms would be damaged or destroyed. And those couldn't be somewhere else, defending other systems. That was the cost. That was just for Zazel. It was even more costly, but necessary, to take along one more. It was pretty clear who would come on an assassination mission, as they only had one optimal individual. Velvet would be joining her, because since they were launching this mission they had to succeed. Tracking down Jan's location wasn't trivial, but they didn't have to wait for him to be alone. No. Expecting him to be isolated at any point in the near future was a mistake. They could wait years, and even then he might be on higher alert when he felt vulnerable. But he'd fought Zazel before, and as long as he wasn't otherwise occupied, he would be stronger. Previously, she had only managed to attack his anchor while Jan was otherwise occupied, and though she'd caused lasting injuries, he wasn't dead. As unfortunate as that was, the Alliance hadn't been willing to push to finish him off at the cost of more lives. But though he'd briefly shown favor to them after the swirling swarm incident, he had fallen in line with the greater flow of the Trigold Cluster. Or perhaps it had simply been convenient for him to pretend passable relations for a time. The Alliance had learned the troubles of fair-weather allies, or even simply neutral cultivators, with Caronus. Ultimately, she had never stopped being trouble until the end. Zazel revealed herself before she attacked. That was the plan. Her aura swept out over the moon on which Jan was staying. Jan of the fearsome menagerie. I challenge you to a duel. How things went from there would greatly depend on him. Zazel might actually win a duel if he was still injured. He might have recovered from even terribly serious wounds. He'd lost limbs, but those weren't impossible to regrow. Sometimes it was just better to replace them with prosthetics, though. In the Alliance, unless it would hinder a specific cultivation path, that was the norm. They were generally just as functional as normal limbs, perhaps even better. But certain styles couldn't have metals in their body or unnatural pieces. Adapting limbs to specific individuals was a bit more costly, but still better than finding ways to regrow limbs that were lost to extraordinary circumstances. If someone lost an arm to a regular accident, it was actually quite easily recoverable. But battles between cultivators could leave wounds that were more enduring than simply the loss of flesh. And why should I accept? Jan commented. We are at war. I could simply kill you with my forces here. Or you could flee, while I send ahead of you messages that allow the Scarlet Alliance to be attacked. If you have not the bravery to fight me alone, so be it, Zazel said. In truth, it was better he didn't accept the duel. But we will still fight regardless. How brave. Do you believe yourself to have transcended to another phase of cultivation? A few more decades of experience in domination won't save you. He hadn't attacked yet. She suspected he was wary of some sort of trick, for good reason. And perhaps he was still weakened sufficiently. Zazel prepared her attack. Her anchor was already in place, lingering in the space that the fearsome menagerie didn't occupy. Their theoretical claims to the area didn't matter. What mattered was that the space was not frequented, which meant anything out of the common paths throughout their systems and their planets themselves could be Zazel's domain. She possessed more power than she would have otherwise, with certain restrictions that applied more defensively. She started off big, one giant ring blade, spinning at an oblique angle to the moon. The side where Jan was staying seemed to be mainly a military base, no significant civilian population. She needn't have bothered with such thoughts. However, as the planetary barrier absorbed enough of her attack that it wasn't of any threat to the moon afterwards, it did take down a number of people in the base, while also forcing Jan to block. Zazel thought his arms seemed stiff, but he certainly had all his limbs. That was easier to observe once he turned into his favored form of a giant serpentine dragon, coiling around the moon. You made a mistake coming here, he said. He hadn't actually been hesitant to fight. He was just calling on some of the local fleets to flank her. It was logical to prevent her from running. They might also be looking for the ship, but it was nowhere they would find. They couldn't trawl every cubic meter of space between systems, and even if they could, it could just move. Zazel wasn't relying on it for a retreat, because her fleeing to it would reveal its location. It couldn't stand up to even the most unserious attack from a domination cultivator, which meant she would have to take any hits. Smaller rings circled around Zazel, growing and shrinking as she picked out her targets. Jan attacked straightforwardly, but he was surrounded by others she couldn't ignore. Zazel didn't even have to pretend to be on her back foot as she focused on the weaker cultivators. She could only do her best to kill them while fending off Jan. She had no idea when Velvet would act. She couldn't even find her. If she didn't know better, Zazel might have thought she had been abandoned. But the one thing she could rely on with the Alliance was solidarity. If she was going to be left to herself, she would at least have been informed. But that wasn't much comfort when she was slapped by a dragon tail and knocked halfway across the system. Jan managed to get around behind her so that she couldn't retreat, even though normal physics said that a straight line should have been faster. Then again, Zazel was actively trying to slow herself as she distributed the force of the blow. Massive jaws came to swallow her. Zazel tried to expand her ring blades to stop him, but his power surged. Her true weapon shattered as he bit down. Zazel didn't have time to change from a block to a dodge, especially not after having just barely recovered from the previous hit. She was going to have to take the hit with whatever energy she could muster. That would have been a perfect time for Velvet to stab him through the brain. If she had the same perspective as Zazel, it might even have been easy, but instead the jaws closed. Zazel had to dive deeper beyond the teeth, simply to avoid death for a few moments longer. But though Jan's energy didn't pierce her body, it crushed down around her. Had he always been this strong? Was it as simple as that? Or was he more determined? Zazel had come into this battle believing it would be an easy victory, for she had Velvet alongside her. But she had failed to make a proper opening. Perhaps she rose too quickly, but she wouldn't be giving up now regardless. With a mighty yell, she circled her arms above her head. She sliced away the pressure as she cartwheeled deeper, turning herself into the blade. The soft palate just above her was worthy of a true dragon. Even a vulnerable location like that was beyond her, as she barely sliced through Jan's defensive energy, leaving only a thin line of blood where she had intended to cut completely through, and perhaps out. It wasn't merely her destroyed weapons limiting her killing power. His weaknesses were well covered, and why should he form a vulnerable part inside his mouth? He wasn't a creature that had to live that way. The fearsome menagerie could transform into idealized versions of the creatures they emulated. The only limitations were their energy and their mental fortitude. A divergent image of a perfect, invincible being would actually be weaker than one with carefully thought-out defenses, close to the original in form and function. Or at least, that was what she had heard. Jan was the best of them, so a simple thing like strengthening his upper palate wasn't unreasonable at all. His mouth opened, tempting Zazel to flee. The moment she moved, the jaws would snap shut once more. She would be nothing. Yet remaining still wouldn't work either. His teeth had energy projections pointing towards the inside of the mouth. No matter where she went, she would be targeted. Nor could she go deeper as his energy blocked the way. If his upper jaw was protected, perhaps his lower jaw might be vulnerable. It was the best shot that she had to cut her way out. She dove around the tongue, such as it was. Jan couldn't possibly focus enough energy to stop her on every portion of his body. He wasn't so much stronger that she didn't have any chance. Though her energy had taken several serious blows, and without her weapons her offense was diminished. Yet she merely had to solidify the form of her blades in her mind, recalling their presence, to get a decent semblance of them. She was the ring, slicing down through Jan. She got perhaps halfway, before muscles pressed in around her. Jan's energy condensed into an ever-tightening bubble. Soon, he would crush her. Zazel hoped that whatever timing Velvet chose, it would be before that. She would very much prefer to be around for the victory. Chapter 1388. The timing that Zazel initially thought was a perfect moment for Velvet to strike was indeed optimal. However, the location was not. Velvet was swallowed up by Jan at the same time as Zazel, though entirely on purpose. She only barely managed to keep a hold of Jan as he moved, as his movement technique was not meant to bring anyone along with him. Doing so stealthily was aided by his focus on Zazel. After slipping inside his mouth, though it was about as easy as walking into an unwalled city, Velvet immediately assessed possible attack points. Zazel would only determine it later, but Velvet immediately clocked that his upper palate was too durable for her to strike. She had to her advantage the spirit-slicing sex techniques as well as a void steel blade, but she would only have one perfect moment to strike. She wasn't wasting it on an attack she could already see was flawed. Unfortunately, that meant going deeper. Velvet was quite glad that Jan didn't perfectly replicate the proper internal workings of a dragon. Passing through its stomach that was a pit of fire was rather unpleasant, but Jan's focus wasn't on the area. He couldn't possibly create flames that would passively destroy another domination cultivator while at the same time trying to kill Zazel. Velvet's main issue was not causing unnecessary disturbance. Flowing energy around her so that it ended up where it should be expected took a lot of finesse and a bit of illusion. Velvet had no idea where the Dantian would be located on a dragon, if they should even have one. However, she could bet that Jan needed a central repository from which his energy flowed. Even if his actual energy came from his true body, temporarily overwritten, she could still cause serious damage. And the draconic form wasn't simply a projection, but a transformation. That was why Rahayu cutting off a leg had been such a lasting injury. Muscle and bone twisted around Velvet, but the ribcage and vague representations of organs kept her relatively safe. She just needed to get a little bit further. She could feel Jan ramping up his attacks. Zazel was in trouble. But if Velvet screwed up her chance, they might both die. A dagger barely the length of her forearm couldn't cause any relevant physical damage to something the size of a mountain range. However, she didn't have to cut his body, just his energy. Velvet found the central thread and gathered herself. Sometimes, she didn't even feel like she was real, a side effect of her domination. But where the light of distant stars overlapped, there she was. Jan didn't react to her attack. If he had, she would have already lost. Velvet drew her blade through a wide section of him, severing energy. Some would leave his control, while the rest would simply not flow through the area. It wouldn't last more than a moment either way, but that was all that was needed. Velvet held her blade steady as Jan's transformation was undone. She stood with her arm extended and her weapon in his gut. His gaze fell on her. His arm swiped out for her, nails like claws. Velvet instinctively pulled away, leaving behind her weapon. It was a mistake, or at least unintentional. Velvet took a defensive stance a dozen meters away. She was prepared to dodge his follow-up attacks and to fight with her remaining daggers. She would have to contend with his energy, if he had any. Velvet did not realize her void steel dagger was broken once more. This time, however, it was severed cleanly where Jan's armor protected his body. As his physicality came back, the void steel lost the battle against metal plate. It was weak and brittle, but still victorious against flesh. The handle fell away, but the majority of the weapon was still inside him. Jan reached down towards his own guts, but he could barely access any of his own energy. Manipulating void steel, even as a domination cultivator, was a near impossibility. With it piercing his dantian, his energy was rapidly fading, and he had but a trickle coming from devotion. His nails scraped against his armor. Velvet thought they would have made a horrible noise, but she couldn't hear it, nor his gasping chokes as he struggled to breathe without the ability to refresh the air in his lungs. Then his head was sliced into pieces by Zazel. Almost late on that, she commented, one arm dangling limply at her side. But you managed it. A shockwave rippled out over the system. Surprisingly, Jan's anchor was nearby, though well enough concealed that they hadn't noticed. Perhaps he had been moving it specifically for its new hiding location, or he intended to include the skeleton in the assault. Either way, with his death it crumbled apart. And so did the morale of the surrounding fearsome menagerie cultivators. There was no way for them to deny that their leader had perished. They all knew. Even those outside the system would experience it, to the furthest corners of their territory and beyond. The future battles would be a bit easier for the Scarlet Alliance, though they might have precipitated the swift arrival of a big one. Other domination cultivators wouldn't be dragging their feet anymore. In the lower realms, someone was being sneaky. A group of someones, in fact. A full vessel, moving precisely between systems in such a way as to maximize the distance to anyone. It was always riding the line between at least a few, sometimes momentarily maneuvering around a greater number. Renaiden had to assume they were up to no good. Even worse than most of what the Holy Stars cultivators were doing, specifically. They were well outside of the detection range of any of the surveillance beacons. No doubt they would remain so until their final destination, where they would swiftly enter a system and enact their mission. Probably assassination. It was a single ship. Renaiden had several options. It considered simply sending a message regardless of the impossibility of detection. Ignoring it was technically a possibility. Finally, moving to stop them. The surveillance beacons weren't equipped with engines, just small stabilizers. That didn't matter, of course. Renaiden was a cultivator. It would move if it wanted to. And it did. The choice had been made in a matter of moments. The only issue was that Renaiden wasn't extraordinarily fast while maintaining any level of plausible deniability. It had picked several beacons from further ahead in the expected route. It would be faking normal time delays for messages until they were returned to proper orbits. Renaiden knew that it wasn't really that strong. However, it detected no angels. Thus, it should only be fighting others at its level or below. Had Renaiden fought anything? Questions like that were insulting. Renaiden had been connected to numerous partially functioning weapons during its entire life. It knew what it was doing. But no, it hadn't really fought much. Maybe if it counted the incident that forced it to awaken to the next level, advancing to be a proper multividual instead of an individual with time lag between some parts of its body. Renaiden might die. That would be unpleasant. Not quite as complete as when humans died, even the reincarnating ones, but still pretty bad. Still, it was deemed to have the highest likelihood of success. One of the beacons cut off the path of the intruders. They didn't know. The beacons were meant to be stealthy to begin with. If everything was operating on pure physics, Renaiden could have just sat in their path, and then they would have been mutually annihilated by a collision. With barriers and natural energy involved, that wasn't a high enough certainty. Renaudin might be crushed for nothing. So it attacked. First, it tried to get as close as possible while matching velocity. Beams of energy, replicating the functions of the still-defunct weapons platforms in its original system. Physical components would have improved it, but instead Renaudin rerouted energy from as many parts as possible to augment its effectiveness. Not just the local beacon, but all of them. The response was immediate. Even as he was barely puncturing the outer barrier, waves of energy poured over Renaudin, carrying some sort of particles. Then, cultivators leapt outward, bearing blades. Surveillance beacons were small, not sharp, and only modestly durable. Renaudin tried to at least take advantage of some angular momentum as it spun to get a bit more power behind its blows with random antennae. A few were cut off. Renaudin was stabbed. It was not dead. Were these cultivators particularly weak? They had to be. Or were there special techniques? Certainly, there was something odd on their blades, and that cloud of dust might eventually clog some fans, but Renaudin was winning. A life transformation cultivator fell. A spinning beam sliced open the back of one of the saints. Poison. That was it. Everything was poisoned. Assassins used poison. They stabbed for vital organs, shutting down the body's systems. Renaudin had none of those things. So assassins had to hack away at physical components instead of doing anything else. Renaudin wasn't really doing anything hard. But also, wouldn't they be more effective against humans or other organics? Renaudin was saving people a lot of trouble. At some point, the cultivators realized they weren't going to win. They rushed back towards their ship. It was a small ship, but theoretically capable of swift movements. Surveillance beacons were even smaller and quite capable of sticking to a slightly broken ship as it tried to accelerate. The Holy Star's cultivators wouldn't be making it out alive, but humans needed to know they were there, or they couldn't be prepared in case some got past. Their energy signatures needed to be recorded, but Renaudin couldn't admit to having done any of this. Maybe leave a couple people incapacitated and make sure the ship drifted into the nearest occupied system. After taking what Renaudin needed for repairs, the materials were mostly no good, but some of their storage bags had various bits of metal, and Renaudin could probably catch the other bits floating around. From there, it would be a simple matter of somehow fusing things together. Renaudin was only just starting to get good at that, because before it simply existed on hardware that was non-functional. Renaudin settled on that plan, and it worked. Mostly, a ship drifted into a small, low-population system of the Lower Realms Alliance. At any other time, there would have been no reaction. During a time of war such as this, the reaction was actually quite subdued, because there were only a couple people left alive, and it was barely functional. Some inquiries were sent out to see if there had been a battle nearby, and an investigation was begun, but nobody was making a big deal out of it. Everyone had jobs to do, and they fulfilled them. Obviously, there had been a battle. The inspection crew was quite glad that they had followed protocols, because the whole ship was a biohazard zone. The immunity the few living cultivators had built up to their own poisons only went so far, and they had been the first sign to tip people off. Energy samples were taken, both of the cultivators and whatever had caused the damage. Strangely, nothing immediately showed up in the database, but that was assumed to be because they had limited access. They didn't carry complete energy replications of everything that the Alliance had ever seen, but one of the inspectors found bits of metal embedded in the ship. Machine components, clearly. She recognized a few of the pieces, but they were mostly standard. The Scarlet Alliance liked standard parts, as it made repairs far easier. Others were unclear. She happened to send requests for a few of the bits and pieces to figure out what they went in originally. Though everyone believed they would probably get back an answer within the week of the battle squad that took down the ship, they still had to work. Just not in a hurry. Chapter 1389. The Lower Realms Alliance was facing larger and more frequent battles with the Holy Stars. It seemed that the floodgates had opened up after the combined assault of Daria and Tammuz. Perhaps they intended to end the war swiftly, or perhaps their purpose was to regain lost faith in their power. With numerous confirmed divinities, the Alliance couldn't send any of their Unity cultivators to assault the Holy Stars. It was too much risk. It was also far better in terms of logistics. They had to cover a significant distance to launch any attacks against the Alliance. Even if at first it seemed ill-advised, they did seem to have the power to back up their confidence. Their fleets frequently possessed multiple of the enrichment equivalent angels, and at least one of their most powerful cultivators was active at all times, threatening the systems of the Lower Realms Alliance. Some systems had to be abandoned, as they were pushed back against an unexpectedly superior foe. The Alliance needed something more. Another clear victory that would not only improve their own morale, but might physically weaken their foes. It was difficult to pin down their foes, however. Even if the Alliance could defeat one or two divinities with their own, actually engaging them was difficult. When they did, it usually resulted in the deaths of many weaker cultivators. Even if that might benefit the Alliance in some ways, it wasn't something they were eager to let continue for long. Anton was growing frustrated. Perhaps if he had been able to cause greater harm to Daria, or finished her off, things might never have come so far. But of course, the past couldn't be changed. And it was entirely possible they would have responded with an immediate mobilization of all of their forces, including at least 6 remaining divinities. It was 7 with Daria, more than double what they had. Though according to their scouts, there were always at least 3 or 4 publicly visible in the Holy Stars. It didn't help that the Alliance was slightly slower to respond because of having to deal with other matters, such as the virus that was infiltrating their systems. Everhard appeared to be the origin, and if he dared to show his face in the lower realms, Anton would shoot him and then demand answers. Even if he somehow ended up not responsible for this particular trouble, he would deserve at least a few arrows through his torso. The Great Queen was perhaps more frustrated than Anton. "They are developing some tactics to fight void ants," she complained. "If this drags on, we will be useless." That wasn't true, of course. The very fact that they had to constantly be looking out for void ants would inhibit the Holy Stars, and being able to somewhat manage them wasn't nearly the same as being effective against them. It was true that if the void ants were alone, with just their miniaturized tech, they might have great issues. But there were many human cultivators that were quite happy to help deliver void ants to their foes, and it was more than twice as difficult to use the same tactics to defeat a human and void ants. "We're looking for what forward bases they might have," Anton said, "so we can take the fight to them. Alternatively, we might find another opportunity to force a fight with 2 of us, if possible. Well, if we count you and me, that might be enough. But they're quite wary of me already." Anton wasn't useless, but he felt like it. He covered a broad swath of territory where nobody would even dare step a foot unless they wished to die. Because of that, as long as he stayed mobile, they were constantly guessing where he actually was, and his effective domain expanded. But he could still only cover so much, and he couldn't move at top speed if he wanted to maintain effectiveness for the duration of a proper war. The time came when Anton got to shoot people, but it was disheartening. Not because he wasn't effective, but because of what he had to add. "Your divinities can't protect you. They won't." His words traveled far. And then he killed people. Though it was probably effective in reducing the overall power of their foes, or at least slowing their potential growth, it simply wasn't pleasant to bring despair to people. Taunting people in front of the divinities was a bit better, but he hadn't had the opportunity in a while. They were monitoring his position carefully, and it was difficult for Anton to actually disappear. Though that might be the plan. He would have to leave his protected region undefended, by him, at least, but he could at least manage something. Anton was cautious about the watchful sting, as he still had a bit of lingering damage from his last encounter, but he was growing more confident in counteracting their uniquely troubling abilities. Poisoning him through his connection to his sensory energy was a result that must have taken great skill, and many of them could do it. But if he couldn't learn and adapt, he wouldn't have made it very far. Anton hadn't started his career shooting things at multiple light years of distance. In fact, he'd once looked his targets in the eyes. Or eye, usually, since prey animals like deer had eyes on the side of their head, and he tried to shoot the predators before they were directly looking at him. Anton didn't like his home being threatened. His definition of home had grown vastly since Dinganon, but that hadn't changed. He let the watchful sting strike as his arrows sought them out. But when he severed his control, his arrows still hit their targets, just not the ones that they appeared to have been headed for. As they had attempted to counteract, their defensive energy was less complete. Any weakness meant he could kill them. Too bad they didn't have any teleporting void ants. Maybe that would be easier, since they were small. It would have to be pure tech, though, or solely through insight, which doubtless couldn't be accomplished at such a scale. Not during the duration of this war, at least. Maybe not for millennia. Or maybe there was that true limit to cultivation, and some things weren't possible at all. Daria's face filled Anton's mind. Next time he had the chance, he would kill her. He wasn't quite certain how, but he would. Or more likely, he would give the Great Queen a chance to do it. But for now, they moved together. It was the most power that the Alliance could afford to gather in one place. Third Watch had arrived long before. Unfortunately, Daria's vessel had stopped in an entirely different system, and the local ships were not designed for void ants. For the last few months, she had been attempting to lead people to the correct system. Which one was correct? Literally, any one with a divinity. From there, she would have to get to the right planet before they moved on. Unfortunately, they seemed to possess a great number of luxurious suites and frequently traveled between them. It might have something to do with their cultivation. Being seen by people would likely bolster them, and at the very least it would improve morale. Third Watch didn't overhear any reliable news about the war. From what she heard, the Holy Stars would have things wrapped up within a year. They were winning every battle, with some casualties, certainly. They couldn't explain away the deaths. But since nobody was returning from the front lines, how would anyone correct them? As if anyone would, even if they were present. The word of the divinities were absolute. What they said was a victory had to be a victory. Perhaps they simply wouldn't see it. Third Watch was tempted to kill angels. They were strong enough to threaten the Alliance. Each one she removed, they wouldn't have to face. But that would reveal their presence. They had one chance. Even if there were other void ants on a similar mission, unknown, because they didn't have any long-distance contact, they couldn't expect the luxury of multiple great successes. That was why it had to be a divinity. They had been getting closer to one, a man of the Divine Meteor sect. But it appeared he had gone to the front lines now. It was disheartening, but fortunately Third Watch had her team. We will not give up. We have not failed. As long as we live, our mission remains. Feeling encouraged, she pushed on. Choosing another destination was difficult when humans wouldn't conveniently transport them around the planet or charter them between worlds. Remaining secret wasn't all that difficult, even if Third Watch did get the feeling there were some people looking for them. As nothing had happened yet, it was mostly a passive effort. The Sublime Branch. She would be the next target. A woman named Oriana. Just a woman. No more difficult to kill than any random human. Easier to track down. Harder to catch, because they could and did often move. But Third Watch would do it. Even if she wished her siblings were around to take shifts with her, being able to later tell them of her victory would be sufficient. These humans weren't good at space travel. They managed it, of course. They weren't even particularly slow. They just had terrible spaceports without proper readouts for people to see the flight schedules. They just assumed only cultivators were doing it, and they would hop on a ship in time, or miss it. Some of them didn't even land. The one Third Watch needed didn't land. What a waste of energy, and she couldn't even grab a strand of it as it dispersed into the atmosphere. Finding a way to reach the vessel was a challenge. There were no buildings tall enough near the ship to climb onto it. Obviously, even poorly organized humans didn't put towers in the middle of their spaceport. There were a few towers hundreds of meters away, but that was quite a bit out of the bridging capacity of void ants. They could manage a few meters before physics defeated them. Further, if they had time to build. But it would be terribly obvious to anyone with eyes. Third Watch nearly bashed her head against the wall, trying to come up with a solution. She was up on top of a roof with her people. The squads remained together in case they needed to move suddenly. Nobody would be left behind. Not even if the inclement weather was threatening to wash them away. They'd found a nice dry spot, until the wind changed directions and began to splatter water under the overhang. It was annoying that trivial liquid could cause problems for void ants, but most of them were small enough that they simply couldn't do anything. Not alone. So now they had to spend more effort to hang onto the walls, where the wind threatened to rip them off of the wet surface. And that was where Third Watch got the idea. She had to consult with some of her formation engineers on the task. No void ant was meant to design things alone. It was ultimately a simple design that they ended up with, but with a few critical features. A sort of mesh balloon that would allow them to catch the wind, but also leave room for raindrops to pour through. Extra components were required to catch any unfortunate void ants that were knocked loose. The mesh, of course, was them. There was no time to steal human materials, and they obviously didn't have anything that massive on them. Third Watch formed the anchor point, hanging down at the bottom where humans might put a basket or something. Were this a flying balloon? She was biggest and heaviest, so it was her job to hold various strands together. They walked to the edge of the roof and waited for the perfect gust. They didn't get it, but they did get numerous pretty good gusts. They threw themselves into the wind over and over. They didn't lose anyone, but sometimes they fell. It wasn't dangerous for the most part, but they had to climb up again and again. Humans might eventually spot them, but this was the ship they needed. When would they get another chance? A day, a week? It could be months before they actually succeeded at boarding one, and their target could have moved on. They were going to make it, and then they were going to eat a divinity. Or the next one. But they only had to catch one. Chapter 1390. Disentangling Xianxia from her old thoughts was either the most important thing Erona could be doing for the Alliance, or a near-complete waste of time. For the Alliance, not for Xianxia. Listening to her and guiding her was the best thing that could be done for that woman regardless of the wider impact. Xianxia wasn't the only one with the potential to be changed, but she was the most receptive and, importantly, the most powerful of those that even slightly bothered to pay attention. The rest just remained. Keeping so many captives of war was burdensome, especially when they were stronger, but the Lower Realms Alliance did so for several very good reasons. First, after they had them fully subdued, it was improper to kill them unless there was further trouble. Those who had been responsible for civilian deaths were usually killed on the spot. While combatants might hold grudges against them, the Alliance could handle that much by explaining their purpose. In some cases, prisoners might have been used for an exchange of captives. Contact with the Holy Stars was not good enough for such a thing, nor did it seem that they took any captives. At best, they held a planet they conquered, but the regular civilians weren't carted off-world. The biggest factor, however, was faith. Each day that they were not saved by their divinities, the latter might grow weaker. Might, because even Xianxia couldn't be certain. Erona didn't know quite what the end result she wanted would be, only that her path felt right. It was possible that her instinct was incorrect or that she would fail at her task, but the potential was what was most important at the moment. At minimum, Xianxia would no longer empower one divinity if she broke free of their grasp. She might bring more angels along with her, which would be a greater swing. And, in some extreme scenario, they would actually detract from the power of the Holy Stars merely by existing. The last one was a bit overly optimistic, but Erona could hope. Everything was a matter of patience. She had to show Xianxia things a little bit at a time. Good things about the Alliance. Things that the Holy Stars had done to their people. Undoing brainwashing that took place during the formative centuries of a cultivator's life wasn't something that could be handled quickly. It had already been years, and Xianxia wasn't anywhere near ready yet. But there was progress, day after day. Furthermore, there was something changing in Erona as well. The long focus on a particular sort of individual that were enemies was an interesting social situation. Even if they didn't need to be enemies, they still were. Even if Erona wished to be friends with Xianxia, they simply weren't. There was something preventing that last small step. Perhaps she would never achieve it, but she was constantly looking for opportunities. Witnessing a real battle would be risky, but if it were feasible, Erona might consider it. Nello had been waiting for so long, but he knew that the divinities would not abandon him. His heart had called out to the divine Eyesight himself, day after day, ever since he had been captured by these others. The wait had been long, but finally he sensed proper cultivators approaching the asteroid in which the prison was buried. It was a shame that Eyesight himself was not to be Nello's savior, but a divinity was nonetheless a great relief to his heart. As an angel himself, Nello was aware of how tricky these people could be. Bringing incontestable strength was necessary. Clotilde, the highest peak of the Holy Mountains, led the assault, fighting his way directly through the defensive things that this alliance had. Creatures of metal without souls, for the most part, though the souls of their people were also questionable in existence. To defeat many of them, the entire asteroid was drawn towards Clotilde, and they were crushed against it. The same motion split the asteroid in half, breaking open the prison. Of course, individual cells still needed to be opened, but that would only take a matter of moments. Nello felt the ripples of energy as formations were dismantled and physical barriers torn apart. He could feel it in the section he inhabited. Small and insignificant energies still pestered Clotilde and his angels like flies, but none of that mattered. They were being swatted down with every moment. And yet, some of those flies must have been diseased. Foul creatures that slew those far above them. There was no way that anyone's energy could be fading otherwise. Or perhaps it was some sort of deception by the Holy Stars. putting overconfidence in their enemy to make them think they were winning, to instead drive them to despair. Yes, that must have been it. They couldn't have been dying to nothing. Nearly 90% of the Holy Star's captives had been freed now. Nello had the misfortune of being at the end of a long hallway, deep and winding, but they would get to him soon. He leaned up against the bars to see his holy brothers and sisters coming for him. One of those very sisters rounded the corner and caught his eye. Then she looked over to her side and turned directly about. She fled. From nothing. In his normal state, Nello would have been nearly impossible to render unconscious. However, a sudden blast knocked pieces out of the prison, dropping false rock onto his head. With his energy suppressed, the shock caused him to lose consciousness for only a moment. He knew it couldn't have been long, because he still sensed the energy of cultivators of the holy stars. It wasn't far, but it was getting further. Nello struggled to breathe. Normally, the facility had airflow, but cracked into pieces, none of the formations functioned. They would have to hurry back to save him and those alongside him. Was there some great foe they had to handle first? Off in the other direction? The holy stars wouldn't leave anyone behind. They simply wouldn't, no matter the danger. Nello was hyperventilating, but there was no air to be had. And then, a flicker of light. Clunking sounds. Dull lights appeared, and a shimmer around the bars. A hiss of gas as his cages were no doubt flooded with toxic chemicals. So that was what it was. They knew he was dead already. He only wished that he could have had the honor of his corpse being retrieved for his family. But most likely, it would be gathered at a later date. Nello collapsed onto his face, dead. The last thing he saw was a reaper of death directly in the center of his eye. It was black as sin as it reached forward and touched his nose. Nello coughed. The air now filling his lungs was fresh, just as he had been breathing for the time of his captivity. He could see, from a certain angle, how the corridor was open to empty space and the stars beyond. No energy flowed through the remains of the prison. And yet, the air was contained. The cultivator struggled against his chains. They held strong, their enchantments strangely minimal as always. His energy was nothing, so he couldn't tear apart even simple steel. He pulled himself into a sitting position, and he saw ahead of him an ant. No, not one. Many of them. The black demons. They were sitting there, menacingly. So, the holy stars had been driven away by these demons. That made sense, except they had a divinity. Clotilde should have been able to overcome any demons, even tricky ones such as these that hid their true forms. And they had covered pretty much all of the rest of the prison, which meant they chose it. He replayed the scene in his mind. The woman's eyes caught his as she rounded the corner. She looked away, in disdain. "Those bastards," Nello said. "Curse them and their kin." His time in captivity must have driven him insane. He thought he was saying things, but he couldn't be. He would never think such a way. Besides, merely considering cursing a divinity would result in death. How could it be otherwise? What is the holy mountain? Nothing but a pile of rocks. They have nothing divine, and can't even complete a simple mission. Those were the most comprehensible words he shouted. At times, there really weren't even words as he yanked against his chains, rubbing his wrists raw and bloody despite the relative comfort they normally had. His lungs ached, not from lack of breathable air, but strain of another sort. His vocal cords couldn't withstand any further sounds. He slumped. He would die still, but it was far worse to see hope and have it torn away by those that he placed his greatest faith in. No, Erona shook her head. That recording wouldn't be any good for Chiara to see. From pretty much any other perspective, it had been a wildly successful prison rescue. Almost perfect, but fortunately some of the Void Ant wardens were able to fight properly. Only one segment remained, but they had caused enough damage for the enemy to retreat at that point. From what Erona heard, they had been trying to reach the divinity, but he pulled away at the first sign of Void Ants. Chiara didn't need to see despair or to be lied to about possible hope. This particular truth wouldn't be helpful at the moment, though it was of interest to the Alliance still. Would the curses of this single angel cause any actual effects on the holy stars? Would those around him feel the same? They trembled in silence, unwilling to voice anything at all. The emergency backup lights barely illuminated them, and many of the cameras weren't high enough priority to catch anything more. Life support and the cell of an angel were the priority. They would all be moved to another facility, perhaps a more secure one. Sometimes, they had to use prisons like that asteroid. It hadn't exactly been bait, but it was quite possible the holy stars had damaged themselves more than it seemed. They probably hadn't lost more than they saved, but the survivors would nonetheless see the fallen under the watch of a divinity. It was unlikely that large enough cracks would form on any except for Nello to despite the holy stars, but revealing a lack of perfection was good enough. From other perspectives, it was a great loss for the Alliance. Letting a divinity get to the place at all was a bit rough. However, they never promised their people perfection. They could be honest with them about what happened, though they likely wouldn't broadcast it. For a moment, Erona wondered if the Alliance would have survived this long without the Void Ants. She at first was considering the war with the Holy Stars. It was quite possible they would be far more on the back foot without them. Overall, though, the answer was no. They were simply highly resource-efficient and powerful allies. Void Ants were far from solving all of their military woes. They needed humans just as much as humans needed Void Ants. And that was good. Oh, and of course Erona wouldn't forget the other people. The Acrisians, those from Clar and Renaydin. There was a whole thing going on where Renaydin had infiltrated a number of different things and a lot of surveillance beacons. Erona really didn't care. There wasn't a shred of hostile intent in it. Obviously, those that were more tech-focused were worried about some sort of AI apocalypse, but it wasn't like that at all. Well, it could replicate between computer systems, so Renaydin kind of fit the bill, but Renaydin wasn't an AI, just synthetic life that happened to have come from computer stuff. Renaydin was a computer the way Bear Hug was a plant or humans and Acrisians were meat. Actually, that Bear Hug thing was technically not correct by botanical definitions. Algae was algae, but everyone knew green was plants. Anyway, Erona wasn't worried. Nor was anyone important, really. Renaydin was probably getting punished somehow, though. And then, hopefully, they could openly make use of Renaydin's ability to be in many places and run the beacons better than they could alone. Apparently, it had been finding clever ways to get people to act as necessary, but being direct would be better. Erona would suggest military service. That thing Renaydin was already doing. There would probably have to be some sort of official apology and a bunch of other mess. But Renaydin was also good at dealing with the Everheart virus. People would forgive Renaydin pretty easily once the small portion of them that were actually worried calmed down a bit. Erona supposed she might need to focus on that for a while. People had to work past their feelings to get to logic, and she could help. Chapter 1391. After the defeat of Yan, the Scarlet Alliance had high morale and significant momentum on their side. The great powers hesitated, aside from Everheart. Fortunately, his forces weren't making direct attacks on their forces, but instead against the Exalted Quadrant and the Trigold Cluster. The increased pressure from him also helped ease the pressure on the Alliance. But unfortunately, the world of cultivation was full of endless trouble. There were always more threats, looking to take advantage of situations. And it didn't happen to be those beyond the Trigold Cluster trying to claim territory from them, but instead another move against the Alliance. The chaotic conglomeration never seemed to have gotten over how their own sects left them behind when the majority of their people didn't provide sufficient support. Somehow, it was almost more than their ancient grudges against the Exalted Quadrant. Runa thought they should have pushed harder there. It would have made sense. They were already fighting along that border. But no, they had to come to the Little Alliance and cause trouble for her. Though the one thing that she could say in their defense was that they were mostly different factions looking to take advantage of an opportunity. Not too many repeats. It made sense. Most of those who had come before were dead. Normally, the forces they brought wouldn't have been enough. With a domination cultivator protecting the Little Alliance, they were fine. But even if they could call upon one, they couldn't constantly have one at their disposal without risking the rest of the Scarlet Alliance, which unfortunately meant that they had to deal with the current trouble on their own. Perhaps they could get a domination cultivator within a week, but that would both pull them out of position and show too much of their hand. They still hoped that nobody knew quite how quickly they could traverse their wide territory. The chaotic conglomeration was not subtle in their approach, so there was some time to react before they reached any systems. Runa and the spirit-slicing sect went to one, Tessuat would cover another, and Durf was stationed at another location. More would come to support wherever the incoming fleets actually targeted, but they might not make it in time. Durf didn't have the support of a specific sect, but the Little Alliance had plenty of people willing to fight alongside him. Not really following his commands, though he wouldn't really want to give any. He was aware of his lack of tactical insight, but he could take down a target. The spirit-slicing sect appeared to have won the lottery. Their beacons picked up incoming cultivators from the flashing foil and numerous others. However, the most powerful individual was from that particular sect. Sword cultivators, to an extent. Duelists, by certain naming. Chitty would have done well regardless, but he was just as critical as domination cultivators in terms of dealing with greater threats. Peak augmentation wasn't actually out of Runa's league. She was something close to the same. She even had hope for domination, but hope didn't equate to combat power. Not for her. Ivari wasn't someone she'd ever encountered in person. At most, his name had been overheard by her in longer compiled lists. They'd been more or less peers since Runa was first conscious of the galactic level of things. Her knowledge of the flashing foil's specific techniques was limited, but she would adapt. "The strongest among you will stand forth and duel me," the man declared as soon as he was within something resembling shouting range. They weren't even in the system proper yet. The way he said it kind of annoyed Runa, but if she wanted to stab him, wasn't this what she was supposed to do? She was of course wary of anyone who sought out single combat, but he did at least move ahead of the rest. Clearly, he wasn't looking for only a duel, though. Given that she wasn't good at wide area combat to begin with, Runa had little choice but to fend him off. "Make sure nobody tries to flank me, father." Emmerich nodded. "I'll handle it. You just focus on that one." From his initial declaration, Runa had made some assumptions. At the very least, she thought that Ivari would speak some sort of taunt, but as soon as she was within range, he immediately attacked. A sharp point brushed past Runa's ear. She could have sworn the man himself stood holding the blade there instead of it being an energy extension of his weapon. Was it an illusion or a temporary reality? She refused to believe he was so fast, if only because otherwise he would have turned his blade and impaled her when she moved to avoid it. It wasn't meant to brush past her. Depending on how it worked, she could completely negate the attack with a void steel blade. And that was precisely why she didn't even try. The small failure chance was relevant, of course, as her weapon might be destroyed. But it was also best not to give away what she could do too much. He would of course have some notion of how she and her people fought, but as Velvet could attest, it was far different in person. She did happily parry with her other blade, and frequently needed to. Attacks came in from many angles as Runa tried to close the distance. She preferred to fight in true melee range because of her void steel blade, but she was of course still capable of attacking at a greater distance. Two figures danced around each other, attacks piercing large swaths of space. Runa didn't have time to consider whether she was superior. At the very least, she wasn't terribly inferior, or she would have lost already. But she never managed to do more than nick the man's defensive energy as Ivari moved around. If he let a flow of energy move past her, she could sever it with her techniques. Void steel wouldn't be necessary for that, even though cutting a strand of another cultivator's energy wasn't usually as simple as it seemed. If a normal person tried it, they would at most momentarily disrupt it, but once their attack passed through, the connection could be reformed. Spirit severing was about making that impossible, or at least many times more difficult. She felt the flow of his attacks before he made them. Even the best cultivators had to lead their attacks with slight traces, and Runa's style revolved around sensing even tiny fluctuations. Unless he was willing to cover vast areas with his attacks and eat the huge cost and energy that would take, then she could continue to avoid his attacks with small adjustments. If he had been the sort to flood the area with his energy, Runa would have defeated him in a few moments. The spirit-severing sect very efficiently dealt with wide area attacks, preventing their foes from recovering energy that they otherwise could have. Each thrust, stab, and swing pushed Runa to her limits. Ivari was an impressive fighter. It was almost a shame they were foes. But Runa suspected she wouldn't actually like him as a friend. After all, he came here to attack systems just because he could. Looking for openings, Runa used her daggers to counter, but she never found a moment for a decisive blow. He was too cautious about his own self, either because he was familiar with her style or others like it. It was quite possible he had killed some disciples of the spirit-slicing sect in the past, but there were others with similar origins. The moment she saw an opening, she prepared to strike. His back was turned, but then he was out of her reach. When Runa came to her senses, she realized that the entire fleet was retreating. She'd been so focused on the duel that she hadn't been paying attention to anything around her. Runa needed to be, because any less he would have certainly found an opening to take her down. She wondered what would have happened if she chased after his retreat. Was it a true opening? She had been prepared to take it, but it faded too quickly. Next time, she would have to be better. It was unlikely he was going to stop with just once, especially as it didn't look like they gained anything. There weren't terribly many dead cultivators either, as it was just a short skirmish. Probing, perhaps, meant to determine if Runa could keep up, or perhaps whoever happened to be in this system. Runa knew that Ivari would die if Tesuat faced him. Durf could go either way, depending on whether he could pierce Durf's armor. One hit from Durf would bring him down, and his attacks weren't slow. Sometimes they appeared that way, but assuming they actually were was a mistake that would get people crushed. "Thank you, father," she said to Emmerich. "I'll get him next time." Letting Tesuat face him was the correct option. He could block a few attacks, and then get some void ants on the man. But Runa refused to accept that option. It might happen, but she would be seeking out Ivari. It might be a mistake. He could very easily learn from this encounter and kill her. But she wanted to grow, and he was just the right foe for that. It might even be enough for, well, Runa supposed she would have to consider an anchor before that. Domination was a bit out of reach still. Renedin's perfect plan had fallen apart. But at least it was now able to directly interface with the Lower Realms Alliance. Not too many people had said things directly to Renedin, but it was quite certain that people were afraid. Nobody strong, though, nor friends, which mostly overlapped with the other group. Most people knew better, but they couldn't help but worry. Renedin was also afraid of new things. Anton and Bear Hug had both been new when they showed up. Renedin had only ideas about foes before then. Somehow, they were more terrifying than Anton, if that even made any sense. A Unity Cultivator was unmatched in the lower realms. Renedin thought that included divinity. He needed to catch one of them out of position. He could do it now, and faster. The Alliance could make the decision when to react, and he would just transmit the information immediately. It was a lot less stressful, even if Renedin was probably in trouble. Nobody was dismantling any part of Renedin, so it was fine. And nobody needed to study Renedin to figure out instant communication, since they'd already done that. Renedin had learned secondhand from Bear Hug and thirdhand from some of those devices. Aside from watching for physical foes, Renedin was battling computer code. There, Renedin had a distinct advantage. Renedin wasn't a computer. It didn't even need functioning components. Of course, the Alliance would much prefer it not completely wipe the various devices or physically break them, but it was an option. Renedin could also stop messages from being sent. That was how a virus replicated, and Renedin could just make nothing at all happen instead. Apparently, there was some guy named Everhart that was responsible. Everyone hated him, and also a few people liked him. He came from Cerritos, apparently, and they were the ones who hated and liked him the most. How odd. Renedin didn't fully understand people yet. Humans seemed to naturally understand each other with just a short number of years, but Renedin didn't find that was the same for it. Same with Bear Hug. They were just fundamentally different. And yet, they could be friends. Renedin very much liked helping friends, especially when that help could be acknowledged. Maybe it shouldn't have been so afraid to begin with, but that was one thing people shared the most. And they also could learn to overcome it, which sadly didn't mean never being afraid again. It was much more difficult than that. Chapter 1392. Information came to the Lower Realms Alliance from the dedicated scouts watching the Holy Stars. No individual had the whole picture, but as they relayed information, it was compiled together to produce a full picture. Dates, times, and locations when various divinities were spotted were pieced together to get the full picture of their movements. One or two with unknown locations was common. They moved around quite frequently, and they had taken to frequently assaulting the Alliance, taking advantage of their need to cover a wide area with just 3 Unity cultivators. If 3 had been missing, the Lower Realms Alliance would have had significant reason to be worried. But there were 5. Given their projected movements, even if it was not all of them that were moving for an attack, there had to be something serious happening. The only question was how the assault was going to happen. Would there be a single grand fleet, or multiple smaller ones? Even if they split into a group of 3 and 2, they could likely match the best the Alliance had to offer while still having an unbeatable force. Or 4 of them together, and a single roaming divinity might overwhelm them, if not for certain tricks they had remaining. If all 5 were together, the Alliance could guarantee serious losses on their own side in the best of circumstances, but that might be the only way they could properly defend. Now that Renedin was in the public light, Surveillance beacons inhabited by Renadin were placed slightly further out to take advantage of Renadin's improved sensing area. The earlier they could catch a hint of enemy movements, the better. An immediate response might be appropriate as well. It was a task that Renadin took very seriously. It was being relied upon and would not fail. Normally, the beacons couldn't have made more than slight adjustments to their own location, but with full energy control, Renadin could do better. Travel between systems was a bit much. It didn't have the expertise to distort space in the necessary way to surpass light speed. However, maneuvering within a system was functional enough. Stealth was built into the chassis of each beacon, though it wasn't perfect. Renadin had taken some lessons to help enhance its abilities. It was quite confident in that, up until the first divinity showed up and completely annihilated part of it. It hurt. It hurt so much. Somehow, Renadin felt that Adelardo of the Burning Hearts had intentionally made things more painful, even if he should have expected he was destroying a mere unfeeling construct. It was the cruelty behind the action that did it, built into everything that the man was. A man of great passion, but not for anything good. But that was just Renadin's opinion. After being burned, not melted but fully incinerated, Renadin immediately shared what it saw with the Alliance. And then it prepared to intercept any further approach. Renadin had to help guide where people were deployed, and one piece of information simply wasn't enough. If Katerina didn't know better, she would have thought that the Trigold Cluster and Exalted Quadrant were coordinating their attacks. Actually, it was possible that they were sometimes, but this time it was likely a coincidence. Their timing was the worst. The northern border had been breached by Everhard. Regardless of his intentions, they would have to divert resources to face him and respond to the action. That meant they had less to deal with the incoming trouble. So Katerina wasn't going to let it be someone else's problem. She thought about tossing them into a black hole. The Alliance had made one, unintentionally. However, there was no guarantee it was stable enough to handle domination cultivators, and they might somehow get stronger. It wasn't the craziest thing that had happened. So instead of trying to send anyone there, Katerina just redirected both fleets towards an unoccupied system that nonetheless had an impressive energy signature. The intention was to get both sides close enough to see each other, and hopefully they would forget about what they were doing. Because along with everything else, the Trigold Cluster and Exalted Quadrant hated each other. They might work together to assault the Scarlet Alliance, but only because they were on opposite sides of the battlefield. If they ever came together, she expected them to kill each other. Katerina carefully monitored the fleet transitions. She could gain some sense of what passed through the spatial distortions, though only when she actively focused. Otherwise, she would probably go crazy as millions of ships passed back and forth around the Scarlet Alliance every day. Once the fleets were fully through, Katerina subtly withdrew the spatial distortions. It was risky, as that meant they could move for a large number of unprotected systems, but it would take them longer to get there. A few days might make all the difference, and they needed every moment they could get. Vari was going to kick her uncle wherever it seemed like it might hurt them most. Most of the time, he proved to be an annoyance, a threat in terms of information gathering. Sometimes he stole resources they needed, but he wasn't prone to leading fleets into their territory, except for that one time. But twice was a habit, and the Scarlet Alliance couldn't afford to ignore Everhard if he was going to act again. He brought Rahayu, Chitty declared. It was expected, of course. What wasn't expected was the line that followed. I can confirm that he reached domination. They were too far to actually sense energy. Vari knew that Chitty would be going off of some sort of sword cultivator intuition. Can you still manage? Chitty turned around, blatantly opening empty eyes to give her a look. Do you think it makes any difference to me? All that matters is whether or not he's gained troublesome insights or not. As far as their top-tier forces went, Vari wasn't one of them. She was an augmentation cultivator, but not even sufficient for delaying domination very long. That was just the way things were. Chitty, however, was specialized specifically to take down powerful foes. Timothy was present. Everhard was less than a full system's distance from Xianxia, and even if he suddenly turned towards another location, they would be able to follow. Then they had Zazel, still recovering from her battle with Jan. That sort of thing could take years, as certain battles went far beyond fatigue or simple wounds. Even so, a domination cultivator was still head and shoulders above others. Prospero Vandale was watching for other foes, along with Ratna. Katerina was focused on the borders, and some other incoming fleets. There might still be trouble from further sects in the Great Powers. Specifically, the Hardbound Palace was bound to make a move. It seemed that the Little Alliance had also encountered trouble from the chaotic conglomeration lately. Somehow, all trouble seemed to come at once. Perhaps there was some sort of cosmic alignment. Or maybe it was Everhart's fault. Vari was fairly certain he wouldn't kill her immediately, so if she could just punch him in the face, she would be satisfied. And perhaps he would be willing to leave and let them deal with other things. At least, that was what she thought until she actually saw him. He was rarely serious. Deadly? Certainly. But something about the way he carried himself as he approached sensory range really got to Vari. Even more reason to kick him upside the head. And if that didn't work, well, she wasn't going to let her allies die, even if she had no way to actually counter him herself. Bear Hug was happily working on Third Gift when trouble came. Third Gift was the planet that came after Second Gift, obviously. Everhart might have also named a planet Third Gift, but Bear Hug wasn't sure. Sending another planet to the upper realms had been far easier than the first time, and also far less necessary. But they had promised Ratna, so they went through with it anyway. Obviously, Bear Hug was in all of their other locations as well, but Third Gift was on the southeastern edge of Ratna's territory. Not too far from where the Twin Soul sect had once been, now twice annihilated. Visibly, nothing happened. Bear Hug didn't even feel any energy fluctuations. But something was wrong. All of the people around Bear Hug, not the same people anymore. Yet they continued on with the same motions as if nothing had happened. Bear Hug didn't know how to explain it, but they sure did try. Bear Hug tried interacting with the locals to make sure their suspicions were correct. Everyone responded appropriately. Exactly appropriately. And without a hint of friendly enthusiasm or the occasional desire to be left alone that Bear Hug also elicited. Bear Hug was sometimes too much. It's bad, Bear Hug said to Vandale and Ratna. The people aren't the same people. Have they actually done anything? Ratna asked. Are you certain it isn't your imagination? No and double yes. Bear Hug said. It's real cultivator intuition. There's something wrong and it can't wait. Ratna frowned. Normally, I would be the first to go running off to deal with issues in my own territory. However, there is quite a lot of ground to cover. Prospero, I can go look. Worst case, it looks like I'm patrolling the border. Be fast, Bear Hug urged. It's not right at all. I don't know if they believe me, Bear Hug said. But I know I'm right. Anton nodded. Unfortunately, I can't help you. I am not familiar enough with the workings of the upper realms sects, except those foolish enough to send people down here at the ends of cycles. But I don't think there's anything like that. I assume you checked for the Twin Soul sect. Bear Hug paused. Yes, they're not. I suppose that wouldn't fit anyway, Anton said. Technically, they were always the same people, weren't they? Just with falsified origins to infiltrate whatever sects they joined. And fake energy. If they were actively replaced, Anton shook his head. Even if this was some sort of emergency he could do nothing about, Anton actually found it a nice diversion from waiting. Renee Din continued to send reports about incoming fleets. The Lower Realms Alliance was going to have to cover a very large area. However, it seemed that the divinities might be gathering together. He'd be chasing them down with the Great Queen. The battlefield would be deadly, no matter what happened. But this time, he had to kill one of their strongest no matter what. They were always gone. Gone and gone, again and again. The lingering scent of their energy taunted Third Watch over and over. That had been the case for several years now, as her company tried to track down any of the divinities of the Holy Stars. No matter how much difficult area they navigated, they had no control over their ultimate destinations. Once, they might have caught up, but their ship was diverted. Killing the crew to redirect the vessel back would have been appropriate, but they found out too late, and it would have revealed them unnecessarily. Every time they were gone. Every time but this one. They came to the territory of the Holy Mountain, again, and found the one known as Clotilde on one of the planets. They were even on the same planet now. But that wasn't the first time, even if it was infrequent. Humans could round a planet in minutes. With a properly functioning transportation system, void ants could too. But the Holy Stars were hostile to void ants in multiple ways. Actually going to the right place in a decent time was difficult. Third Watch was one country away. A week of foot travel for a non-cultivator. Less for any vehicle. If Clotilde lingered for just a few days, perhaps they might manage. But even navigating the very city their target was in might take longer than expected. Third Watch wouldn't give up, though. Chapter 1393. Without speaking a word, Chitty and Rahayu broke away from the rest of the soon-to-be battlefield. They set foot on a modest asteroid that barely had gravity to speak of. It was still sufficient to give them a surface for their footwork. Both wanted to display the best of their abilities and to fight their opponent at their best. Even so, Chitty found himself curious. Why only now? We could have arranged for this earlier. Then whoever was left could impact this battle at full strength. That's simple, Rahayu said. I know you'll be most serious here. It's precisely because you have to think about your allies that you will fight your best. I wouldn't want anything less. And you presume too much if you believe I care about this battle. I am aligned with Everhart merely because he provides sufficient opportunities to fight strong opponents. Chitty nodded. The master of his master had always been like that. He wasn't a bad person, but his dedication to the sword was above everything else. Chitty found it admirable in some ways, but he also believed there was much more to life. He rested his hand on the hilt of his blade. At any moment, their battle could begin. Everhart and his rather large turtle were already radiating aggressive energy. Chitty hoped Vari managed to kick her dumb uncle as she intended. Chitty took a deep breath. It might be his last. It certainly could be the only one he took in their battle, as he would likely not have access to his energy if all was going well. He could feel Rahayu's blade, eager to cut his neck. The sword itself was more real than everything else. The sword, and then the cultivator himself, were far more clear than the rest of reality. More real than the ground beneath his feet. Neither of them made a formal declaration of the beginning of their duel. They just moved. Chitty's sword came up from below as Rahayu sliced down from above. The material covering Chitty's shoulder was sliced open as he only just barely managed to negate Rahayu's energy. The man's swordsmanship involved his energy as much as Chitty's involved negating it. As Chitty pushed away Rahayu's blade, he had to focus some of his attention on the ground upon which they fought. The asteroid was more to his advantage than Rahayu's, and it wouldn't be unreasonable for the other man to destroy it, either as a side effect of other attacks or as an intentional move. With his domination energy, it would barely take a thought, but Chitty had advanced negation, more than sufficient to battle the same. But only if he was better. There was never a doubt in his mind. If he wavered for even a moment, such doubts would come true. Confidence was important, and Chitty had plenty. He took in the slight tremors of the ground as Rahayu stepped, the precise fluctuations of energy as he moved, the angles at which their swords clashed. Rahayu had prepared a special blade. It was stronger than others. Similar to Chitty's own sword, it wasn't specialized for augmenting energy, but instead optimized for functionality without energy. A sword that was only meant for a single purpose, to kill Chitty, or to cause him a defeat that would have the same results. There was no malice in Rahayu, but it was almost certain one of them would die this day. The margin of error for defeat without killing was infinitesimal, and Chitty couldn't afford to make the attempt. Not today. After all, Chitty was more than just the sword. Aconite was already going to be annoyed enough that he wouldn't let her fight alongside him here. She understood how his mind worked, but she would still err on the side of victory rather than individual combat. And against most opponents, Chitty would agree. But he needed to do this. And also to win. Neither of them had properly gotten to say goodbye to Chikir when she was alive. A beloved apprentice and master, she had bought sufficient time for others to flee both a planet of angry warriors and a domination cultivator. Zorbarids had been the first such conflict the Scarlet Alliance had faced, and given their relative weakness at the time, one of the greatest threats. Everhart might be more. Chitty needed to win. The tip of his sword tasted blood. On Rahayu's end, he'd sliced off a bit of one of Chitty's ears. Little enough that it would be easily regrown, if he survived. Yet close enough that a slightly different angle and a bit more speed might have turned that into half of his brain. The battle was a constant flow of motion and energy. Rahayu was familiar enough with Chitty that it was nearly impossible for Chitty to achieve perfect negation. The other man's swordsmanship skills kept him busy attacking, parrying, and countering. He couldn't rely on wearing down the other's weapon. He simply needed to be better. He was confident that he was. If Chitty was proven wrong, he'd never know, because he would be dead. He just had to find the right moment. Aconite could feel Chitty's battle. It distracted her too much, but fortunately her task didn't require all of her concentration. She was just keeping people at bay. It was quite simple to lock off a large area of space when people were deathly afraid of passing through it. Because of the poison, of course, and the deadly viruses and bacteria. Everhart's followers were intelligent enough to give Aconite's domain proper respect. It would have been so much more if she had reached domination. It was very close, but she hadn't been willing to attempt some of the options. Her best chance had been against the swirling swarm. She could have formed an anchor then, but it might have been transient. She wanted something better, but her allies were also not thrilled at the prospect of being infected with a virus. And the insights necessary were quite difficult. Because her foes were hesitant about entering the area her energy controlled, Aconite was able to preserve her poisons. She could maintain their potency even in environments they normally weren't suited for. Powders wouldn't settle, even if she was fighting in gravity. Likewise, if she coated her paws and teeth in liquid poisons, they would cling to her by her own intention, not rubbing away in dirt or dissolving in blood. Every speck of poison she withdrew would eventually find a target. She moved among Everhart's followers, none with consistent enough styles to have more than a squad of any cultivation style. Elemental cultivators were mixed with weapon cultivators of all sorts. More obscure types existed too, but none of them strong enough to matter. Nor were there any innocents. For all that Everhart was usually an annoyance to the Alliance, he had done enough foul deeds that anyone who signed up with him knew what they were getting into. The Alliance couldn't afford to hold back while defending their homeland. With the element of surprise on her side and all of her power, Vari managed a single kick. She'd kind of hoped to knock out a few teeth, but she barely managed a cut on her uncle's lip. "Nice to see you too," he said. Then he slapped her downward into the head of his giant turtle, pipsqueak or something. When Vari bounced off of it, he punched her in the ribs hard enough to shatter most of them. And that was with Timothy protecting Vari. Vari coughed up some blood. So he was serious. "Why are you even here?" "Everhart." "No, uncle." "How sad." His face didn't show it, of course, though she wasn't even sure if the one he was currently wearing was his face. He looked a bit too young at the moment. It was possible that domination had granted him more youth, or it could still be his own vanity. It's quite simple. The Scarlet Alliance has grown too powerful. I can't abide by a threat like that. Timothy stepped forward as Everhart directed his turtle to attack. It could have taken out a small fleet with its chomp, but he shoved it back with his shield extended to cover several kilometers of space. "You know we're no threat to anyone who does not harm us first. We have history, and I know people too well," Everhart said. "They can always change their mind." "We'd be willing to form some sort of pact," Timothy said. "I'm certain you have techniques that can bind people to their promises." Everhart shook his head. "That's worse than trusting someone. I wouldn't even know when you would figure out how to overcome the technique." "Ah, don't worry. I'll probably just kill some of you. I still need the Scarlet Alliance to counterbalance those fools." Zazel stood at the ready. She was looking for an opening to attack. She might be able to harm the turtle, but Pipsqueak wasn't the real danger. She might also have to fend off some of the numerous augmentation cultivators Everhart had with him. Luxo was there, from the old harmonious citadel. There was also a conspicuous vessel that bore the hallmarks of the numerological compact, though it was closer to the Alliance's current style of combined cultivation. Probably only because it actually was more practical to have willing participants than slaves. If they were allowed to train, they had more power. Everhart had a great many more threats with him, though Zazel also knew there were many people he had that weren't here with him. Were they elsewhere, seeking other objectives? They could be after the Alliance, or causing trouble with the other great powers. Hopefully, Everhart's clones were doing just that. It was merely that this current assault seemed a bit much to be a distraction, but it was impossible to say what Everhart was thinking at any moment. Renaiden had it, the true path of the Holy Stars. Now all Renaiden had to do was keep them in sight with the few remaining surveillance beacons in the area to make certain they did not veer from their path. Unfortunately, Renaiden couldn't prevent them from reaching the first system. Nobody could. But the Alliance had over time developed larger carriers of people. Abandoning entire planets was not an easy task, but they could still bring many. Others had their own ships, or could fly through space on their own. It wasn't that rare for humans to be powerful enough for that. Renaiden simply didn't breathe, and most of its current bodies were made for space, so it had never been a consideration for it. There was nothing important about the first system, but did there have to be? The Holy Stars might just want a victory, or more likely, It was a single stop on their path to deeper parts of the Lower Realms Alliance. But whatever it was, Renaydin was confident enough in its assessment of the situation, and others agreed that their unity cultivators should gather. They had to respond. Renaydin crept along behind their fleets, feeling the lingering energy they left behind. Powerful natural energy, tinged with the auras of many. Different from unity, but not entirely. Even at a distance of a light year or more, Renaydin had to actively conceal the device. Some of the gathered divinities clearly didn't like being tracked. They would likely be more annoyed if they knew how information was sent ahead of them instantly. More people would be abandoned than they expected. They might still slaughter some, or they might only be after whatever was left behind on the planets. The territory of the Alliance was simply too large to perfectly defend, though Renaydin heard they planned to do something like the Upper Realms. It was just difficult. Upper and lower energy, the people they had available, the arrangement of systems, all were important factors. Like in formations, Renaydin continued to count the people ahead of it, the ones that mattered. If some saints trickled off, they would simply die to any outpost. Even Renaydin could kill them with surveillance beacon weaponry. Angels were more trouble, and then there were the divinities. 5 of them, all gathered together. If they weren't looking for a sudden victory, they at least intended to cause great destruction. That simply couldn't be allowed. Renaydin didn't have the power to stop them itself, but it could inform those who had the power. They were all converging on this location. Chapter 1394. Anton had once chased Sudin halfway across the lower realms. Anton himself hadn't been as fast at that point, but he'd put forth all of his effort. This time, he was faster, but no matter how much he pushed himself, it still wasn't the hardest thing he was doing. Instead, it took far more mental effort for Anton to not waste his energy attacking early. When the Holy Star's invasion reached a bound star, Endurial, in the 3rd system along their current path, he actually couldn't hold back, nor did he think he should. As a unity cultivator, flatly refusing to defend a system he had bound would destroy him. Even more so if he received understanding of those present. If nothing else, Anton had to prove he was a better person than the Holy Stars. That they were better people. Lev was already there, with one of his later willows. Anton wasn't terribly far, but he hadn't quite made it. The Great Queen was with him, so he had to reach the system in person. He also needed the power himself. Rather than splitting his power between movement and offense, Anton instead considered it using his maximum output in both fields. In normal circumstances, he wouldn't last long. The first clash was Tammuz against Leviticus. A massive axe swung down on the planet, perfectly happy to chop it in half. Perhaps he believed his axe could cut down anything, including any tree. Lev didn't even sit up. He just had his tree block the incoming attack with a few branches. A true insult, though of course Tammuz wouldn't know Lev was at maximum effectiveness as he was. Anton didn't know if Lev's limbs even did anything anymore. He'd always had that one arm, but ever since first connecting to Grandfather Willow, Lev's nerves had been further damaged. Anton could sense a smile on the man's face, beneath his lengthy beard. Anton had no business trying to block an axe. He very much wanted to try to kill Daria, but he needed his first attack to be effective. Thomas put everything he had into his swing, but Daria was covering for him. His first target was instead Ciro, the sting of death. The watchful string was the most dangerous foe for him, able to harm Anton directly through his energy connections to his attacks. The man was also the most vulnerable. From the nearby star, Anton also called upon his unity with the local cultivators. Lev was doing the same, but the locals had plenty of energy to share, especially for a good cause. Not just the locals, either. Anywhere else they were connected to was giving as much energy as they could draw. A broadhead arrow. Optimally, it would have sliced Ciro in half. Anton put enough power into it for that. Ciro defended well enough, flinging himself hundreds of kilometers to the side, that he might not have died. Daria still had to save him. Ciro lived, but a few strands of his hair fell, and Anton knew there would be a tiny line of blood on his face. Wow, look at that. Lev spoke, his words radiating from his willow. Energy projections covering the planet much like Daria's wings covered herself and her fellow divinities. 5-on-1, and you only lost a little bit. To a guy that's not even here, and one that doesn't even have to bother standing up. Lev's taunts were part of actual official alliance tactics against the Holy Stars. There weren't any obvious effects, but Anton could feel the fluctuations of energy from them. Wings trembled. All of those with them had witnessed their failures. Do not count yourself a victor before the final blow. Darius spoke imperiously. You will dash. See that we will inevitably lose? Or some crap? Anton cut her off, treating the words like an attack. He created a shock wave of energy from the star as he continued to run. The strongest among you couldn't even kill an ant. There was no good way for them to respond to that. They tried, of course, but what were they going to say? They aren't normal ants. It doesn't count. Daria appeared to be the designated leader, or the least patient, or the most easily provoked. Either way, she made her retort. You consort with demons and you will be annihilated with them. Lev grinned. Tiny. Ants. Thomas suddenly jerked his arm. Lev hoped he hadn't given it away, but the sensory energy of the 5 divinities had been on full bore the whole time. It was a shame the few void ants he'd managed to deliver when countering that strike hadn't caused any serious damage. Thomas might have properly dislodged them, or squashed them. Isaiah of the Divine Meteor sect and Adelardo of the Burning Hearts attacked as well. Anton could feel every impact that Lev took, splitting the load with the planetary barrier. Lower realms fleets were engaged with angels, and those weaker, but Lev and Anton were more or less occupying their divinities alone. Anton continued to race. He was close enough that he was nearly full strength, but the Great Queen would be pivotal. And if he was a target as well, he could lower the burden on Lev. Erona didn't believe she was a fool, but she had to admit that it was possible. Kiara might have become her blind spot. The holy stars might have caused her to go crazy. But here she was, facing their strongest cultivators herself. In some sense, in truth, she was doing little more than helping smooth the flow of energy from the planet. Endurial wasn't an important system, but it was part of the alliance. Most importantly, this was the place its neighbors had been bringing the refugees from the previous systems under assault. They couldn't escape forever, and the holy stars had been relentless in their drive, barely stopping for a few moments even as they conquered planets. Erona could have been somewhere else. There were lesser battles underway. The holy stars didn't condense all of their forces into this battle. Just all of their divinities, it seemed. Or at least the ones they chose to bring in the assault force. There should be at least 2 more in their home systems. Perhaps against a lesser fleet, Erona could have actually contributed to combat. And it wouldn't have been as foolish to bring Kiara. But Erona had her reasons. She believed in herself. She believed in Devon, and giving him motivation to be just a little bit faster in reaching Endurial. She also believed in Kiara. You must watch, Erona said to Kiara. The woman was already doing so, of course. Rather intensely. See your people with new eyes. Kiara looked awestruck, her eyes sparkling. Adelardo, he's here. The woman looked up with more fondness than she had expressed for her dead husband. And yet, somehow, Erona felt it was the woman overcompensating. The only question was whether the holy star's brainwashing was better or Erona's own social cultivation. Let me go to him, Kiara said. Erona was slightly disappointed, but I can plead your case. I have seen the Lower Realms Alliance is worthy of being a member of the Holy Stars. Erona had great leeway, but not this much. But today, she was feeling trusting. I will let you go to him. But we have no desire to be part of your people. We want to be us, without any would-be conquerors interfering. Erona flooded Kiara with her own feelings and that of the planet. People were afraid, terrified of death, but none of them would prefer to live under the holy stars. Erona reached out for Kiara's chains, pulling out a key to unlock them. Kiara was stronger than Erona. She likely could have struck her down in one blow, even though it took her full energy more than a moment to come back. She clearly thought about it, but she returned her eyes to the sky, for wings growing from her back as she flew upwards. Erona wanted to believe that they were ephemeral. She knew that her actions today would be greatly scrutinized, but she had no intention to face criticism. Either this worked, or she would be the first to demand her own death. Finally, it took so long. However, Third Watch and her people were fortunate to come across pilgrims making the journey to see Clotilde of the Holy Mountain, an ancient wagon pulled by lumbering beasts, and it was several orders of magnitude faster than the void ants could go without attracting attention. Though they could have done better if they were able to set up a proper rolling formation. Everyone was excited. The humans wished to see Clotilde. Apparently, she was beautiful. Void ants had no way to judge that. Third watch couldn't even see her face because she made way too much light for no good reason. But her energy, it wasn't beautiful. It incorporated all of the glory of the planet around her, the mountain upon which she sat. It held the worship of those around her, including the pilgrims. Her energy rose like a pillar into the sky, declaring her presence. It was like a terrible, awful, disgusting pile of sugar. "My sisters," Third watch declared as they reached a location of 100 meters from their target. "Today, we devour something bad for us. Don't worry about getting a little on the floor." A stealth line wasn't good enough for their approach. Too slow still. Clotilde could just stand and walk off. A line too thick or 3 was not good enough. They had to risk it. Split up. Strike Formation 217, Modern Code. Third watch gave the instructions, immediately seeing her sisters respond to the pheromones. Their limbs sought out sisters in arms, linking limbs. No retreat. Most likely, nobody bothered to pay attention to the last line. They already knew. Third watch formed her own ball, more difficult than a cylinder and unnecessary for going in just one direction. However, they had to move through a crowd, skirt around ankles. Each fist-sized ball was mostly empty, the void ants making nothing more than a shell. The others split apart, driving forward with a semicircular approach. If it was more feasible, some would fully circumnavigate their target, striking from behind. Stealth and speed were both necessary. Third watch followed her path. Her true sisters in the Royal Guard were waiting for her success. It didn't matter if not even they truly expected her success in this mission. No doubt there were other void ants who had arrived by different methods, perhaps transported after them and arriving soon. But this was the only chance Third watch had. They were noticed, of course. A few void ants? Negligible. Their energy fluctuations? It would require active techniques to pick out a shell the size of a fist. But humans could just see them in their peripheral vision. One glanced down just far enough to see a rolling ball. His reaction caught the attention of the divinity herself. A moment later, there was a massive eruption of energy as the ground shot up like a spear. Cowardice, and nearly the perfect move. Instant retreat. The thousands of lesser cultivators in the plaza could crush Third watch and her company in a few instants. They could kill 1 or 2, maybe 10 or 20. No more than that. With a twitch of her legs, Third watch snapped her sphere into a javelin formation, springing herself forward. 2 clutched onto her rear tarsal claws, 1 on either side. Those behind held onto them. Third watch grabbed the flow of energy, pulling herself and her own squad along with her. Others would have succeeded as well. Into the sky they went. Clotilde sat on a section of ground, perhaps part of her holy mountain. All she would have to do was take a few more steps into the sky, and she would be free of her pursuers. But she turned, and she looked. Third watch was already swinging the tail end of her javelin formation like a scorpion tail. It just had to reach the woman's wrist, or any of the rest of them. Third watch would happily give up her position to the meekest private if they performed a good maneuver. Not that any of them would be making it home for the ceremony. Chapter 1395. Chiara departed into the skies. Erona felt herself compelled to follow after. Not too close, but not remaining down below on the planet. It was a risk, but if there was some sort of trick, it was only one that Erona had done to herself. If she was taking this risk, she was going all the way, and her intuition told her that this was the right call. The angel flew up to her divinity, her face radiant. Unnaturally so, as Erona judged it. Divine Adelardo of the fiercest flames. I am freed, and once more fit to return to your service. His reaction was wrong. Sensing one so clearly of his own style, he should not have responded with hostility. However, even from a great distance, nearly double for Erona, the weight of his anger descended. We have no need for one who consorts with filth. His words and anger gave a sufficiently long stretch of time that anyone could see his intentions. He didn't even rush to gather his power. Yet even so, when the flames came for Chiara, she clearly didn't even have a thought to defend herself. She just lingered, dumbstruck. Erona could do little more than to trigger the woman's reflexes. It wasn't an attack. Her true intentions were for the woman's own good. But even so, she would have been rejected by Chiara's defenses if they had existed at all. It was partially because she had been subjected to long-term energy suppression, but she had enough energy to form her angelic wings and fly, which had little to do with the wings. Surely she could raise some defensive energy. Her wings crossed over each other. They barely blocked anything, but they withstood fiery wrath for long enough that the pressure built momentum, flinging Xianxia back. Aldera shielded her with her own energy as much as possible, pulling her back through the planetary barrier, such as it was while under attack. Why? The single question from Xianxia was a million different questions. Why had she even been allowed to go? Why had she been attacked by one she trusted with her whole heart? Why had Erona bothered to protect her? There were more, but Erona picked those out most easily. There's not a simple answer to that, Erona admitted. But I think you know most of the answers regardless. What does your heart say? Nothing. Then ignite your energy. Xianxia did so, flames spreading outward from her heart. They covered her body, and then her wings. But as soon as her energy reached the end of said wings, they burned away from the tips, leaving nothing but ash. Pitched battles were not always the best time to resolve emotional trauma, but Erona still felt this was the right path. She caught Xianxia in her arms as the woman fell. He no longer cares about me. Oh, honey. Erona shook her head. There was no time for subtlety. He never did. They never cared about any of you. Xianxia couldn't even cry. Perhaps the fire inside of her burned away her tears, or her body simply couldn't remember how in the moment. She just stared at Erona. I wish I'd never seen it. It would have been easier, wouldn't it? Erona agreed. Xianxia was completely defenseless. Erona could work her full abilities on the woman, but she would never use her skills to harm a friend. She instead did her best to put together shattered pieces of her heart, barely dull embers. But things aren't always that nice. Your Unity cultivators, Xianxia began. They really care? You'll feel it, once you are one of us. Though I wouldn't rush. It can't be good for you to bond your soul so quickly. The battlefield was not a good place for a heart-to-heart conversation. That was true even when behind a planetary barrier. A sudden surge of power and killing intent. Erona felt death coming for the two of them. Eyesight of the Divine Meteor sect dove towards them. Lev had his hands and every single bending limb of his tree quite full. Anton was still some distance off, attacking as he could from the domain of the local star. He couldn't stop a charge. Erona never wanted to make Devon sad, but she had already drawn attention to herself. It was too late, and despite how foolish the woman was, Erona couldn't simply abandon Xianxia. They were both targets anyway. Erona pulled the other woman around behind her, directing all of her energy in front of her. No, at a slight angle. She wasn't dumb enough to take on someone like Eyesight head-on. She could only hope to be deflected off to the side and hopefully survive the impact with the planet. Erona didn't have enough energy, and Xianxia's cultivation had just collapsed. There wasn't much hope of an enrichment cultivator, not even specialized in combat, standing up against any of these divinities. The impact was stronger than anything Erona had ever felt. Not even Anton's serious archery carried so much power, though his was far more condensed and precise. Erona felt herself evaporate until there was nothing left of her body. The only thing she could feel after that were Xianxia's arms around her. No, that wasn't true. Those were just the strangest sensations. The newest ones, because Erona had certainly never had her body burn away while still existing before, and she also hadn't touched others while formless. If she was merely a soul, Erona expected to be directly heading towards the cycle of reincarnation, but that was not the case. Instead, her body was now insubstantial flames. Erona hadn't expected that the Burning Hearts technique would work on others, and she also hadn't fully believed that Xianxia would even attempt it for her sake. Not before that moment. Now, she felt Xianxia's heart and mind. The woman had finally opened up, and in turn Erona had naturally empowered her. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to save even herself such a short time after being released from her shackles. Erona felt surprisingly calm for everything that was happening. Her only thought was that now that she wasn't at risk, Eyesight couldn't be allowed to impact Endurial below. She would gladly give all of her power to the people there to protect them. But her history told her it wasn't that simple. Her power simply wasn't the right source to stop a great kinetic impact without a proper catalyst. A moment later, Eyesight crashed into a city with the shockwave of his impact spreading hundreds of kilometers. That distance was fairly condensed. He should have had enough power to destroy the planet. The only reason there would be a shockwave on the surface was if his momentum was stopped. Then the divinity was flung back, out of the planetary barrier. Not by Lev. Certainly not by Anton. Nor was it Erona herself. but instead the people of Endurial through her. Unity. Devon and Anton said she had natural potential for it, but she certainly hadn't expected the results she got. She couldn't effectively wield the power herself, but the combined knowledge of Endurial was surely sufficient. Death is strange, Kiara commented, perhaps unable to believe her technique had been successful. It sure is, isn't it? Erona smiled. It was the only appropriate response. Erona was the last person that expected to suddenly advance in the middle of a battle. Even if she'd been gradually approaching unity day by day, it could have been centuries yet, if ever. Katarina had many complaints about timing. The great powers had been causing trouble for a while, so why did they have to do so at the same time as the holy stars? Within the same span of years was one thing, but they escalated their assaults within a number of days. Yet there was no connection to be drawn between them. Was it a cosmic coincidence? Perhaps so. It would have been nice if Anton could have been aiding Runa in the Little Alliance. If Everhard had waited a month, the Scarlet Alliance could have crushed the fleets now duking it out in front of Katarina. They would likely still be annihilated. The Exalted Quadrant was quite happy to take an opportunity to weaken the Trigold cluster. But it was very inconvenient that she had to make certain it continued, instead of fighting alongside her husband. Timothy was strong, but Everhard was full of tricks. He had seen many of them, but Everhard always had more. Katarina's adaptability would have helped with that. She could have multiplied the power of Xianxia's formations, everything throughout the system. Once this was over, she was teleporting straight there. She hated only having a vague idea of what was going on. Timothy could easily fight against one weapon at a time. One style. A few styles. It didn't matter. But Everhard's constantly shifting weaponry made it rather difficult to latch onto any sort of clarity. The man was hyper-aggressive in some moments, and then was seemingly content to spend several minutes almost taking a nap halfway across the system. The turtle was trouble too. Everhard hadn't gone easy on Vari. His beloved niece was barely three-dimensional, with more breaks than she had bones. Not nice clean breaks, but the kind that put shards of bone inside your vital organs. Timothy had experienced many of those, and successful recovery relied on a swift victory. Or simply disengaging. He had forced Vari to go get treated. Her combat prowess would only be helpful if she wasn't about to die and weaken their ranks. Everything was going rather terribly except perhaps Chitty and Rahayu, where it was more of an unknown. And then things got worse. All of a sudden, the flow of energy from many Alliance cultivators changed. Timothy had to suddenly form barriers in the middle of their fleets, as many of their cultivators suddenly attacked other ships. Though some portion of the seemingly intended attacks simply didn't happen, the ships themselves refused to fire upon the rest of the fleet. Uzin's engineers hadn't been skimping on safety, it seemed. Damn it, Zazel said. I think I recognize this energy signature. Timothy nodded. Deal with it. And leave you with Everhard. Timothy shrugged. It wasn't like he liked the idea either. But he would at least survive for a while. The Heartbound Palace suddenly appeared at a battle around Xianxia. Zazel had known that was a possibility, in the broad sense. However, that particular threat had been living on the back burner of everyone's minds. But here, they seemed to have taken over many people from diverse sections. It was far different from the infiltrations of hive mind sects that had happened before. Sudden, without a clear trigger. It had to involve actual cultivators pulling the strings, and the thin sense of their energy confirmed that. Zazel began throwing ring blades everywhere. It seemed like a reckless tactic, but she was never going to hit an ally. It might be a bit difficult to cover half a system with attacks, but she could try. And more relevantly, she could check for energy fluctuations that might indicate her attacks passed near someone that didn't want to be sliced to ribbons. What appeared to be a chaotic mess was actually a well-coordinated search pattern. Timothy entrusted her to handle this, so she would. The only way she could handle those that were currently controlled was to kill them, though, so their fleets would have to deal with that for a while. But that was what they had everyone else for, wasn't it? They even had some void ants now. Though Zazel had to admit they would have been in a better place if they'd had them in the core Scarlet Alliance centuries earlier. Their timidity might have led to trouble that could have been better avoided. Ring blades expanded to cover vast stretches of space, but of course they had a hole in their center. Zazel had the discs fly about, but she also had them flip around, spinning in odd ways. Just another way to sense energy fluctuations. Her true foe wasn't as subtle as he seemed to want to make himself out to be. She was narrowing things down a little bit at a time. Soon, she would flush him out, or kill him. Zazel wouldn't mind that, if she could. But Jan had taken a lot out of her, even with help. She also had to watch her back for Everhart and his people, or even the Alliance's own cultivators. So an instant victory against her hidden foe was likely not in the cards. Chapter 1396. There was a slight comfort to be gained that however Scarlet Alliance cultivators were being controlled by the Heartbound Palace, it didn't seem to be perfect. Whether it was the difficulty of controlling many, a limitation caused by limited time, or merely the refusal of certain technological components to comply with their attacks, they were slightly weaker. Enough for the other defenders of Xianxia to hold them off non-lethally for the most part, though not forever. Zazel continued to seek out the individual she could only presume was Rambert Glass himself, sect head of the Heartbound Palace. Whoever it was, she was quite certain they were no longer simply an augmentation cultivator. Domination had a particular feeling behind it, and this individual was not the most stealthy after the attack. She had almost pinpointed the location she needed. Her ring blades sliced through wide spans of space, never truly severing any energy connections but getting a feeling for things. And when she simply rotated ring blades around an area, she could create a sphere of influence that confirmed whether or not her target was there. Each ring was expanded to the size of a proper planet, though they would be easily destroyed if someone took an opportunity to attack. But that would have just revealed Rambert sooner. Every minute he delayed was a boon to his overall effectiveness. But Zazel was determined to keep things as short as possible. Finally, she sent out dozens of rings blades to one particular area and fused them into one shape. It was close to a small moon in size, expanded with her energy. Then it began to shrink towards her target. Normally, the threat from such a maneuver would be negligible. The ring blades were sharp on the outside after all. But just because that was how they were didn't mean it was how things had to be. She inverted the blades. Their physical form was less important than how her energy built atop them. A shell of energy crossed between them, providing no way out, unless he wished to directly clash with her energy. Of course, she was going to force him to do so anyway. The structure collapsed, striking her target. Zazel wasn't in an optimal state, still recovering from Jan's defeat, but she also suspected that her foe wasn't the greatest at straightforward combat. A burst of energy tried to climb through her own, to reach into her, but Zazel was already prepared for such an eventuality. Even if the Heartbound Palace had developed new techniques recently, the Scarlet Alliance was well apprised of their fundamentals. Attacking cultivators through their energy wasn't so unusual for mental cultivators. But Zazel was a domination cultivator, and even if Rambert Glass was as well, he'd never fought one. Having advanced sometime around the Swirling Swarm incident, or even because of it, he was new to his abilities. Here, in the void between planets, Zazel had her anchor to aid her. Even if it wasn't optimal positioning, it still empowered her more than whatever her foe had, far away. Here, her energy was nearly inviolable. They clashed. Then, he broke out of her cage, but Zazel was not concerned. Rambert Glass was now fully revealed. She could concentrate her energy on killing him rather than searching for him. Furthermore, his control of Alliance cultivators was at least momentarily disrupted, but she didn't plan to let him live long enough to figure out the details. Void ants dangled from strands of energy. Third Watch whipped her squad around, catching on Clotilde herself. Just her sleeves, but physical contact was huge. A moment later, the Royal Guard was pulled behind them through the same connection. The woman's hand slapped down, moving at incomprehensible speed with the weight of a mountain. Third Watch stood tall, mandibles pointed to the sky. Her exoskeleton took the momentum of a normal hand, slapped down at the speed an adult human could typically manage. The augmented speed simply didn't exist without natural energy. This divinity was nothing but a normal woman. Third Watch still buckled under the weight, but her stance wasn't random. One of her legs pierced through the cloth material of the woman's sleeve. The angle wasn't perfect, and Third Watch felt a few things crack, but she was larger than any of those under her command. And when Clotilde pulled back her hand, Third Watch's mandible were embedded in the palm. "You pests!" The booming voice would have killed most humans. To void ants, it was just a woman screeching. "You will be destroyed." This woman wouldn't speak any languages the void ants could respond in. Third Watch merely responded by tearing at her palm as the woman slapped her hands together. One of Third Watch's remaining good legs was caught, but she knew how to skitter properly. If the woman had proper training to best void ants, she wouldn't have gotten past the first blow. A single finger would have been better to crush her. No, she could have simply squeezed her arm and all of the void ants would have died or been brushed away. Third Watch knew she wouldn't kill Clotilde like this. She didn't have the mighty blade insights of snips or chops, nor the poisons of fire or bullet. But she knew how to move and how to bite. She nipped at the wrist, not because she expected to reach the veins inside, but because it kept this woman focused on her. Third Watch could feel how her squad was dimming the woman's energy inside her sleeve. She also felt 3 other squads had reached the woman, 2 on her left leg and 1 on her torso. Third Watch had her head jammed into the vein she targeted. Perhaps she should have gone for the tendon, if she was going to be helped so much. Her exoskeleton barely held, but it did. She ripped herself out as Clotilde wound up for another slap. But her assault wasn't the important one. Instead, she grabbed at the woman's energy and pulled. It had a strange taste of many different people. It wasn't as good as Third Watch thought it should taste. But her action alerted the others, and they struck. Clotilde screamed as her own energy was turned against her body. They barely controlled the tiniest slivers, but human bodies were fragile. It was a shame she had enough life left in her to scream, and even more so to crush Third Watch. But the Void Ant knew she wouldn't have been making it home anyway. As her consciousness faded, she was just happy that her task was completed, and maybe her closest sisters would find out someday. Though it wouldn't be so bad if the glory went to any of them. Anton reached Endurial shortly after Erona reached Unity. In fact, it was her advancement that propelled him over the last of the distance. It was inspiring, of course, but practically it smoothed the flow of energy between himself and Endurial's star. The final scraps of distance were covered as Anton stood on the surface. He took a shot at Xianxia of the divine meteor. The man's energy was already chaotic, but he wasn't the only one. No wings had disappeared yet, but that didn't mean the divinities weren't faltering. Instead, the effect was spread out more widely. Before Erona, there had been something else. Adelardo shouldn't have been so terribly snippy with that woman, Chiara. Could cultivators of their level lose control of their own emotions so easily? Not without something exceptional happening. Anton didn't know what, but he would take advantage of it. Lev was still getting pummeled. 4 attackers and 1 powerful defender against only him as the Unity Cultivator. But now it was 3 versus 5, instead of 2 at best. And Anton could draw fire to himself. He wasn't moving anymore. 100% of his power could go into offense, because he was standing directly on the star. Daria had seen his power up close before, and had only barely lost the engagement because of Nthanda and some void ants. Anton took a few shots at Tammuz as Daria began to approach him, but soon her wings were stretching around the star, blocking off his easy attack routes. Obviously, Anton could skip by her defenses with subspace manipulation, but he wanted this conflict, especially with how confident she was. There will be nowhere for you to run this time, and I am certain you don't have that strange woman with you. It was true. Anton hadn't been with Nthanda, so he couldn't carry her along. He did have another strange woman with him, one that was nipping at his energy. What did she want to say in the middle of battle? Anton looked down at his arm, trying to keep it steady while still firing arrows. He didn't want to give anything away. Are you certain? He asked. If her words were true, but she would be the one who knew best. I am certain, the Great Queen said. One of their divinities just died. Anton smiled. Then he did send a few arrows past Daria's spread wings. However, they then burst into a shower of aura that transmitted his words to the entire system. Why should we be the ones to run? One of your divinities just died, back home in your own lands. Your people will know this. They have witnessed death with their own eyes, just as those here will witness yours. You liar. Daria's words blasted throughout the system, but there was one more power that came into play. Erona connected everyone together. Daria's words spoke of a lie, but her heart spoke the truth. How did they find out? Anton didn't actually know how the Great Queen could tell. What he did know was that one of Daria's copious wings disappeared. She might not even have noticed, as they continued to condense around Anton. Anton silently apologized to Endurial. He flared the energy of the local star outward. He hoped he only took a few million years off its lifespan. If he was lucky, it was less than what he'd added from Unity. But now was not the time to concern himself with such trifles. As a guardian of sorts, even the direct power of a star couldn't kill Daria. But that wasn't important. What was important was that a small part of the flare pushed through and burned Daria's face, proving her vulnerability. Anton waved his arm dramatically, spreading his arms wide. You think yourself invincible? I don't need to escape, regardless of how poor our matchup is. Daria's wings scraped along the surface of the star, rapidly shrinking the covered area until she reached behind Anton, encapsulating him in a small bubble just a few kilometers across. She was aiming to crush him, and Anton had to admit he probably wouldn't be able to break through her defensive energy in time. Her eyes were filled with rage. You will D-dash. Her head was entirely severed from her neck in that moment. Anton had to admit that he hadn't been aware that the Great Queen could do that, but it didn't seem unreasonable. A 1,500-year-old void ant that had gained many insights should just be able to kill a person. He wondered if she'd been waiting for ironic timing. He was pretty sure his toss should have gotten her there at least a few seconds before that moment. Some powerful cultivators exploded when they died. Daria imploded, her energy crumbling in on itself. But that wasn't the end of things. Anton felt how her sudden death impacted the rest of the divinities present. More importantly, how it affected the other Holy Star's cultivators, and how that affected them. Anton could see dumbfounded expressions. It was impossible to deny what happened in front of them, but they couldn't believe it. The contradiction of absolute truth and absolute impossibility simply shut many of them down. Then chains suddenly appeared from seemingly nowhere, wrapping around Ciro of the watchful sting. Of course, they didn't come from nowhere, but were instead channeled through Erona. Devon was still some distance away, but nobody was closer to him than Erona, a perfect channel for the energy of unity. Chapter 1397. Devon's chains impaled Ciro with the spikes. They squeezed and contorted, tearing into the man's flesh. He could feel foul energy trying to reach back to him through the connection, but Erona and his own suppression of Ciro's energy kept him firm. Devon hadn't even been sure his attack would work, but he'd had to try. He felt Erona bloom into unity, and the connection between the two of them in particular was greater than anything he'd felt before. Then Ciro had come for her, and he had to react. He was quite pleased with the results, even though the man might have instantly died were Devon there in person. Then again, his attack might not have been such a surprise otherwise. The rest of the battle was quick. With the first shift in the direction of the Lower Realms Alliance, they rapidly built momentum. The Holy Star's divinities still had power, but with Daria's grand defenses lost, they were short a key component. Suddenly, Anton could attack whoever he pleased with impunity, focusing mainly on angels to free up their own cultivators. He didn't simply stay in the shelter of his star, provoking a direct attack on himself as he moved closer to the main battle. The initial reaction of Tammuz to Daria's death was to triple his assault on the planet in Leviticus. Clearly, he didn't care if the planet survived anymore. Lev wasn't going to let Enduriel's primary planet fall. However, even if the Willow wasn't the grandest present in the area, the fact that he had won it all made him feel obligated to defend the area. Unity clashed with Divinity. Though they were very similar in design, Unity excelled in times of trouble, whereas Divinity required victory after victory. The tree split, and with it Lev's skin. But he could feel Tama's weakening. If he had not already exhausted himself from enduring previous assaults, Lev would have taken him down swiftly. Instead, it took him a moment to get on his feet. Realizing the tree itself was tied to Lev's power, Tammuz landed on the planet and swung his mighty axe at the base of the tree. Tammuz the Beheader didn't have the practical skills to cut down a tree. His chop sent the grasping willow reeling back, his blade sinking deep into the wood. Then it snapped back, pressing down on his axe. Lev and the tree and the planet and every disciple of the grasping willows were determined to win. Vines coiled around Tammuz, limbs and neck, squeezing tight. Tammuz looked at Lev himself, not far away. He pulled another axe, smaller and able to fit into one hand, out of storage. The axe slicked into the back of Lev's neck, but only just. Thousands of strands of hair from his head and beard fell, and Lev's body fell forward. Then Tammuz's neck snapped. Lev never needed access to his own limbs to begin with. It took the axeman some time to die. His energy lashed out repeatedly, trying to cut anything and everything around him. Each time, The grasping willow absorbed the damage, negating it with energy and flexibility or the long branches and sturdy trunk. It was left massively battle-scarred, but the last of Tamu's life left his eyes. At the same time, Devon was keeping Ciro restrained. His chains continued to seek any damage they could cause, while the latter tried to get any fragment of spiritual poison to move through Devon's energy connection back to the man. Devon held firm, and a random selection of Anton's arrows targeted the man. Each arrow was insufficient to harm Ciro, but Devon's chains tightened at every opportunity. Then, a single spike sunk into the man's gut, piercing his dantian. His energy was already diminishing rapidly from his struggles and the witness of his own people. At the same time, Adelardo had come for Anton, the flaming cultivator unafraid of Anton's elemental affinity. Anton's arrows pierced straight through him. Even spectral energy did very little. Anton danced around the man, splitting his arrows between key targets. The fire cultivator was counting on the oppressive heat radiating from him to stop the Great Queen. The problem? There was nothing to transmit that heat. Of course, his own energy carried it perfectly. To avoid energy was nothing. Extremely powerful cultivators such as divinities were an exception, but the Great Queen was not a youngling. She was the most developed void ant in the entire galaxy, as far as anyone was aware. And she had long been itching for a fight. She bit through his energy, dragging herself along as she devoured it. Then, she bit his heart. It was a heart of flame, until she forced him to coalesce back into matter. If he had maintained proper distance, he likely could have avoided her forever. He wasn't unaware of the Great Queen. He just hadn't expected things to go the same way as Daria, barely a few minutes prior. Nobody sounded the retreat. However, Isaiah made use of his great speed to plummet his way out of the system. Smart. Those Holy Stars cultivators that still could follow did so immediately, though their angels were losing feathers like it was peak molting season. Their wings vanished rapidly as the doubts of those in front of them witnessed their weakness, cycling into an accelerating loss. Isaiah had enough power and widespread followers that the loss for him wasn't immediate. Indeed, it would likely take him years to crumble to nothing. But he had to flee, as the only divinity left among the assault force. He wouldn't survive. Anton could have killed him, but he didn't. Not because he didn't want to, or because it was inappropriate. It just wasn't time yet. "I'm sure you can make the shot," Lev said. "I'll be supporting you every step of the way." Anton looked down at his longtime friend. "I would be more encouraged if you could stand." "I can." Lev hopped to his feet. "Look, without energy?" "Oh hell no," Lev said, sitting himself against his willow. "But honestly, I pretty much burned out my nerves before this. A little cut here." He slapped the back of his neck. "Nothing." "Good," Anton said. His words and ears were with Enduriel. The rest of him was following Isaiah. He would be doing so for quite some time, long enough to replenish some energy, which was good. He needed that for his final shot. Zaliama was still among the Holy Stars, trying to provide any relevant information back to the Lower Realms Alliance. She, and everyone else, had felt the death of Clotilde. That message likely wouldn't reach home for several weeks, maybe a bit less if they reached some instant transmitters efficiently. It was monumental news, but whether it would reach anyone in time was a different matter. After all, it was likely that most of their other divinities were already on the path of war, close to the Alliance, or perhaps already attacking. Though that warning should have been in time, there was one more known divinity still present in the Holy Stars. No doubt she would be on edge, but Zaliama couldn't give up on her task just because it became riskier. Oriana could be in one of a half-dozen locations. Zaliama began to track her down immediately. It wasn't luck that she was first picked up a few systems along the path. That was the most probable outcome, at least within a jump or two. And Oriana stood out brightly. Was she overcompensating for something? Certainly, Clotilde's death had to be made up for. Actually catching up to Oriana took several more jumps between systems, but once she had been found it was trivial to keep up. She wasn't running or hiding, though she did sometimes swiftly move from place to place. Perhaps paranoia due to Clotilde's death, which was fair. If Zaliama had sufficient void ants with her, she'd absolutely have dropped them off in the area. Unfortunately, with insufficient numbers, they might do more harm than good. They couldn't let the Holy Stars get used to fighting them. Zaliama and her crew observed. They considered various options. And then he returned. Isaiah. He barely touched the border of the holy stars before he began a grand speech. People of the holy stars, your divinities have won many great victories in the territory of this alliance. So it was straight into lies. Not that Zalima didn't think they couldn't win. He was just back too soon for it to be many. Maybe a handful of systems. A dozen, if they were particularly aggressive. Zalima felt it coming. Not because her senses were that good. There certainly wasn't time for her to feel it with her body. Instead, she felt it because of unity. She still called the alliance her home and was connected to those stars and their people. Power was called upon, far and wide. She'd felt this once before. Exactly one time, but she remembered it well. How could anyone forget? The limbs of a might bow were drawn on their stars, a string stretched taut over hundreds of light years. An arrow of tremendous size, but it compressed as it flew. By the time half its length was beyond the front of the bow, it was half the size. The string was already dissipating, its job done, as the energy compressed and accelerated. Fear not for the fallen, for we will rise again. Zalima couldn't tell if Isaiah had come back with anyone. She was a couple systems away, but she imagined that he had not. If they lived to tell the truth, it would probably weaken the holy stars. But if he had killed them, what would happen to him, she wondered? Well, she already knew. But in some theoretical future where he was left to decay, how bad would it get? The flash pierced through space and time, instantly blinding Zalima. It was quite possible that those in the same system as the dead divinity would never see again. Zalima's energy senses were overwhelmed, but the ship had been prepared. It was registering dead cultivators in this system. There were warning alarms even before Zalima recovered her own senses, and the ship was directed away. There wasn't another attack, but Oriana was massively unstable. It was better not to be in the same system regardless of what happened. Devon pulled Anton aside. So, you did it. I did, Anton nodded. I felt the impact deep inside him. We know of one more among their ranks. How they're dealt with will be decided soon. Devon put on a poor smile as he looked at his grandfather. How much did it cost? A few systems. Too many lives. How much did it cost you? Devon asked. How much lifespan did you burn? Anton shrugged. Not a drop more than necessary. And no, I don't know how long I have left. He felt old, though. He had to various degrees for the majority of his lifespan, but for so long time had been falling behind him. Now it was catching up. He didn't mind, though. He'd been ready for it so long ago. Now, he didn't even have to worry about the alliance. Unity cultivators would continue to bloom. Once the matter in the upper realms was settled, they wouldn't have any troubles to worry about for a long time. How are things going in the upper realms? Anton asked Bear Hug. He didn't have to guess, and though distracting his friend would very slightly weaken the fighting power the Scarlet Alliance had, nothing was hinging on Bear Hug. Pretty good. I have some new plants I'm going to ship here for us to try in the lower realms. Oh, the battle. Bear Hug paused. Everhart is pretty strong. I don't know why he's fighting. People say he's a bad person, but I don't think he is. There's some sort of mind guy that's bothering people. We're sending void ants and plants. Plants. No brains, you see, Bear Hug said. Oh, and Zazel's big choppy rings. Chitty's battle should be done soon. How is that going? No idea at all. Can't feel it. I assume that means Chitty is doing great. Chapter 1398. Each move left Chitty the tiniest fraction away from death, which was almost precisely how he preferred it. At least, when the sword cultivator inside of him overcame the responsible alliance member. He should want to just win. He did want to win. Whether he could would be determined in just a few moments. Both he and Ryahu were now familiar with how the other had developed since their last battle. If there were any more techniques they held in reserve, they would take advantage of them at the next opportunity to achieve victory. The asteroid was falling apart. Stray Sword Intent and Rahayu's aura had been tearing it apart every moment of the battle, and soon it would no longer hold firm. That would be when Chitty's best chances faded, but also his best opportunity. Blood trickled from dozens of small, inconsequential wounds. Many were on Chitty, but Rahayu had more than a few of his own. Both were well aware of how to defend their vitals, and how to keep their combat functionality at maximum. If their bones or muscles were damaged, they needed to counter with something of equal or greater threat. Their flesh between muscles and their blood, less important in the short term. The battle was close because it couldn't be any other way. If one had gained a slight advantage, they would have leveraged it into an early victory. They wanted to fight, of course, but they also wanted to win, to prove they were the best. That was also true of Chitty, even if he judged himself as marginally more sane. He wanted to win for something. For example, he could aid the battle against Everhard himself. Proper ground was becoming sparse. Footwork more difficult. Chitty couldn't move freely in space without using energy, which was impossible during negation. He could manipulate circumstances to avoid attacks even still, but he had to be superior to his foe for such a thing. Chitty felt Rahayu's sword. It was filled with the man's intent. There was no hatred behind it, but that wouldn't stop him from killing Chitty. Reinforced swords clashed. Perhaps Chitty should have continued to seek out superior materials, but none had been able to match what he held before. As it was, he wasn't at a disadvantage. He merely couldn't cut apart Rahayu's blade. Rahayu's sword cut across Chitty's face, through his nose. Blood poured out, but nothing vital was hit. Both of Chitty's eyes would have been gone if he had them. Most likely, Rahayu had intended the cut to go deeper. It was a small matter of centimeters or less before the attack might have reached his brain. In turn, he only managed a gash along Rahayu's thigh, barely sufficient to limit him at all. For an instant, the flow of battle stopped. Rahayu's energy came into dominance as Chitty's negation ended. Rahayu's sword flicked down, splitting the largest remaining section of asteroid into pieces. Chitty cut forward with his sword, not attacking, but merely redirecting the flow of energy. Just Rahayu's aura alone could have crushed him. If they were comparing energy to energy, Rahayu drifted away on his own section of the asteroid. He had the advantage of reach if he could access any of his energy. He didn't need to be far, merely a few meters away. Chitty knew this and jumped towards him. Rahayu would not miss such an opportunity. His sword cut down, and Chitty caught his blade with his own, the swords binding at their crossguards for but a moment. Chitty's wrists went limp, his blade dropping. Rahayu's sword continued downward. A simple flick, and a sword came up, while Chitty's body turned 90 degrees onto his side. Rahayu's hands could have come off, but he was not so careless that it would be easy. But Chitty got a gouge on one wrist. Mobility would be impacted. His fingers twisted, his grip shifting on his blade to circle it around once more. Instead of slicing through Rahayu, it slid off of the material of his shoulder, a durable textile, clearly meant to function without energy. Chitty was sent spinning. Rahayu didn't miss the opportunity, striking down. Chitty's blade briefly intersected his, but was knocked from his grip. Or so it appeared. Rahayu's blade stopped just short of Chitty's thigh as he kicked Rahayu's wrist. His own continued forward, slicing Rahayu's right eye. Chitty's two hands grabbed the blade. He couldn't see, knowing Rahayu's stance from the position of the sword and nothing more. No energy, just a body slightly stronger than others who cultivated. A weakened grip from the earlier kick, and Chitty wrestled Rahayu's blade free. The man managed to grab Chitty's weapon, bringing it across his own chest, but a sword still pierced his lung, even if not his heart. Chitty freed his blade by slashing outward to the side, then with a single spin split Rahayu from head to tail. In the last moment, he knew Rahayu was smiling. Perhaps in his next life, he would seek another path. Or his soul might be so strongly bound to the sword that even with no memories, he once again sought the highest peak. Two blades in hand, Chitty turned his attention towards Everhard. Timothy was barely holding on. Everhard had many powerful subordinates beyond Rahayu, keeping the alliance occupied. The other option was Rambert Glass, which was a greater threat in the moment. Chitty would decide, then make his move, as subtly as possible, but at least he had a good view of the flow of energy. Runa was well aware that the battles happening in the core alliance were more important as a whole, but defending the little alliance against the threat of the chaotic conglomeration was all that mattered to her in the moment. Ivari was dangerous enough on his own. The flashing foil were a threat to the people around her, even if not the alliance as a whole. Elsewhere, others were fighting as well. But Runa couldn't help but face against the duelist once more. His movements were expansive as always, seemingly unnecessary dashes and wide sweeps of his weapon. However, she knew that it was all meant to control the battlefield, to shift her position to Ivari's advantage. He had the talent, and he had the strength. Peak augmentation, much the same as Runa, but she had to admit that he was stronger. But that wasn't going to stop Runa. She had to fight him. Others were fighting their own battles, but that wasn't even the reason. She could have exchanged battlefields if she wished a different opponent. It might even have been the correct course of action. But she had already promised her father to defeat this man. And more importantly, she had promised herself. The Little Alliance shouldn't just be hangers-on to the Greater Scarlet Alliance. They needed to be a major force on their own, the defenders of the West. Constantly requesting the aid of domination cultivators simply wouldn't do, and Velvet couldn't be with them at all points, even if she truly belonged among them. So Runa had to be stronger. Her small blades caught Ivari's weapon time after time, pushing her to the limits of her abilities. Speed and movement were paramount. If he attacked at a distance, she could handle it easily by severing his connection to remote energy, but he was also quite pleased to fight up close. Runa had a plan to defeat him. If she lost a particular clash, just so, one blade would leave her hand. Then she would draw her void steel weapon, cutting apart his defensive energy, and then with her other piercing his heart or head. Her focus was high and her determination was great, but she strangely failed in her goal. Not because her plan was inadequate, but because her weapon simply wasn't disarmed. She had of course wanted the movement to be realistic, so she held her grip, but she had thought she would be overwhelmed. Strange. She still cut out with her other blade, drawing upon her power. In an instant, Ivari's face was filled with fear. He retreated backwards a good 100 kilometers in a single step. It could have been a ploy to have Runa chase after him, but she still did so. His blade raised against her, ready to push aside her weapon and pierce through her torso. On her end, she intended to catch it with her second blade and slip the first past his guard, but she won the clash again. No, she severed his blade. Fearing treachery of some sort, she kept her distance as she extended her reach with energy. The cross slash was merely meant to get some distance, but Ivari's speed seemed sluggish. Then he was dead. Runa didn't think she had been notably skillful in that encounter. She had planned for it, but she wasn't completely confident she would have pulled them off. Slightly better than even odds. She couldn't risk her friends complaining about her death. After all, she would deserve it. Her friends, she felt them now. And her power. She wasn't even certain it should be called domination. She'd certainly considered anchors, and what she now felt was the option she had been most fond of. Thin connections to those she cared about. Small strings, but ones that couldn't be severed by the spirit-slicing sect or any other. Her father, Velvet, Tessuat, Durf, and many others were all connected. She didn't share in their power, as far as she could tell. It simply made her feel more confident, knowing they were somewhere. How strange. She hadn't thought herself the type to achieve a sudden advancement. Nor could she fully describe how it worked just yet. But what she did know was that she could hold the West while attacks continued all throughout the Alliance. That was enough. Timothy was keenly aware of his son's victory over Rahayu. Anyone of sufficient power and any sense would be. Funnily enough, weaker cultivators didn't need to bother considering that battle. Chitty wouldn't bother with small fry. Timothy thought he could use some help, though. Everhart was old and wily. On the other hand, he wouldn't have been offended if Chitty prioritized dealing with Rambert. Timothy's bones creaked as Everhart slammed his shield with a hammer. There was no option not to block that, as the shockwaves would have otherwise impacted the fleet. Timothy had long since come to terms with Everhart's absurd ability. Perhaps he wasn't the strongest in any style, but he could force whatever confrontations he wanted. In another moment, he had a bow out, forcing Timothy to spread his defenses wide. His skill was lower than Alva, but the power behind the attacks was too much to ignore. And then there was the turtle. Timothy could never get a proper strike in on Everhart, because a whole ocean always got in his way. But he felt an opening coming, though he did his best to hide his reaction. Timothy charged forward, extending the blade of his sword and cutting down atop Everhart's head. The man actually blocked with his bow instead of calling upon Pipsqueak. For defense, at least. Though he didn't give any verbal commands, Everhart clearly worked in close tandem with the turtle. Its head, the size of a building, extended towards Timothy in a sudden surge. Timothy shifted his energy to defense, lowering his shield and focusing on a rebound. The massive power of Pipsqueak rippled through him for a moment before returning. Then, the turtle was tossed away, flipping end over end as he went. Everhart, however, remained behind. That was because his connection to the turtle was momentarily severed with his energy, leaving them no connection but that of a small amount of friction. Everhart's momentum held him more or less in place as the turtle sailed off into the distance. Chitty stood behind him. Everhart didn't even blink, simply swapping weapons once more. Two swords, one pointing forward and the other backwards. Rather than believing he intended to win with skill, Timothy knew he must have some trick. Or he wanted them to believe that. An entire reputation built on trickery made it difficult to truly read the man. Timothy considered his angle of approach. He didn't want to break Chitty's negation, and he would also prefer to spend the least time within it. Maybe a good showing would allow them to chase off Everhart. Or they could kill him. As if. Chapter 1399. Little by little, Zazel was limiting the area Rambert could maneuver. She wasn't the only one focused on the man, but it was a great relief when Rahayu fell. That took much pressure off of the alliance, even though it was a shame that the man himself had to go. Just like the entire conflict with Everhart, even if they didn't like him, he was often tolerable enough to have exist nearby. Sometimes helpful, until he snatched resources or knowledge from them. Zazel felt repeated mental assaults from the domination cultivator she was fighting. If she relaxed too much, she would likely succumb to his power. No, it was possible that by focusing too much she might also open herself up to trouble. That was why she had a squad of void ants watching her, just in case. If something went wrong, they could drain her energy. Speaking of void ants, they were being delivered by various individuals. It was difficult, because Rambert refused to fully remain still, which was rather smart of him. He was also powerful enough to break out of containment, and Zazel wasn't certain she would win a battle of endurance along that angle. So she did what she could. The main targets assaulting Rambert Glass of the Heartbound Palace began with remotely piloted fighters. It was unknown if he could affect people through mental control modules, so there was a full layer of separation instead of direct connection. They were slower and weaker that way, but the risk of having more people turn against them was too great. The second group were Acrisians and other non-humans. This included Fuzz, though Spikes was helping elsewhere. Meanwhile, Aconite was focused on incapacitating Alliance cultivators that were under mental control. She had various less potent poisons to make use of, and she could also modify the results on the fly to some extent. Things were going well. But of course, with Everhart present, they couldn't truly relax. He had to have more tricks. "We have no desire to fight you," Timothy said. "Take your people and leave." With Chitty's negation, there was barely enough air present to speak, but they could exchange a few words at least. Everhart shook his head, keeping his weapons at the ready. "I'm afraid that just won't do. I put all this work into my plans already." "What?" Chitty asked. Everhart chuckled. "You think I'd ever explain anything? Well, I can give you a hint. This is the best path forward for me. Unless you die," Chitty pointed out. "You think you can kill me? You're basically babies. I'd like to see you try." Perhaps that had been true at some point. Currently, he wasn't even half again older than them. Chitty felt Everhart's killing intent, but didn't have time to close the gap before Everhart made his assault on Chitty's father. He did catch Everhart a moment after, his sword cutting deep into the sword the other man held behind him. A strip of metal half a meter long and a finger thick was shaved off of the blade, but Chitty had intended to kill Everhart. Meanwhile, Everhart's sword had struck Timothy's right leg. Yet without his energy, his sword rebounded off of the armor. With Everhart's enchantments active, his blade would likely have overcome the durability of Timothy's armor, but his sword merely trembled as it struck. Chitty at least felt pride in keeping Everhart's energy suppressed. Except, suddenly his energy began to flow backwards. No, sideways. His aura changed. It almost seemed as if his base cultivation method was completely different. Everhart took another swing. Timothy blocked with his shield, while Chitty swung his sword, adapting to the change. It worked for a single instant. Again and again, Everhart changed. He cycled through elements, through weapon styles, through esoteric powers. Chitty found it absurd that the man could manage all of such things. Weren't they contradictory? And that energy flow? No, it had to be unhealthy. This was a forbidden technique of some sort. Made for Chitty in particular, perhaps. If Chitty could have attacked without restraint, he could have killed Everhart. However, he had to negate the man's energy, requiring specific angles of attack. Everhart seemed to have anticipated it, perhaps even guiding Chitty's strikes. Chitty's entirely mundane sword continued to strip metal off of Everhart's weapon. 2 or 3 more clashes, and he would cut through, but he couldn't finish the man. Timothy could barely defend, parrying with his sword and trying to get his shield in play. Then, a sudden burst of energy. Everhart's blade cut outward. Chitty stabbed him through the spine in the middle of his back. The man should be dead, but his arms still worked. He grabbed something in front of him. I forgot. I actually needed the right leg, Everhart said. Hope you don't mind. Chitty and Timothy's blades met each other in Everhart's neck. Chitty slicing upward, Timothy's sword coming in from the side. The man was nearly cut in two. He should be dead, yet he still managed to speak. Seems I pushed a bit too far. After so many years, me, Everhart, slain by the Scarlet Alliance. So here it is that my legend ends. Then he exploded. Nobody present could really make out what was happening in the moment, but the Scarlet Alliance had hundreds of cameras recording the battle from every angle. Reviewing it later, they were quite certain his body turned into tiny bits and pieces. And at the same time, according to later information they obtained, every one of Everhart's clones also was annihilated. Katarina was supremely annoyed with the fleets fighting each other trying to retreat. The Exalted Quadrant and the Trigold Cluster thought they could just invade the Scarlet Alliance's territory and then leave? Absolutely not. She adjusted the spatial distortions to provide a semblance of an opportunity to flee when one side was weak, and then she sealed the space. They fought back and forth, each side gaining the advantage for a time, then losing it as they pushed for final victory. Eventually, they came for her. Katarina led them on a merry chase to the last place she dealt with annoying intruders. Or at least the most significant one. Space folded, but they blindly followed her into the domain of a black hole. Seeing fleets drop into nothing almost made Katarina forgive them for the trouble they caused. However, upon hearing what happened with Everhart, she almost wished she could do it again and again. Mauled by wolves had seen an overly large turtle sent tumbling. A space turtle of some sort. She, on the other hand, was not a space turtle, nor a turtle at all, but a proud tortoise. She didn't swim. She walked. Now, it just so happened that she was in vacuum. That made it more difficult to walk, so she had set the direction she was drifting when she left the nearest orbital platform. Then she tucked in her head, arms, and legs. She could see little black ladies crawling around, making use of the trapped air within her shell. Normally, mauled by wolves could use her energy to propel herself and refresh her own supply of air, but they were on a stealth mission, and many others were not stealthy. The still rather small half-oink was aggressive and obvious, good at drawing the attention of this human away from the real threats. Hopefully, she would not get herself nearly killed again, but that was what they were all involved for, so that they could defeat superior opponents. Mauled by wolves drifted past giant ring blades the size of small moons at the moment. Sometimes they were even more grand. Everyone was putting in a great amount of effort to slay this domination cultivator. She, of course, had offered her own efforts, such as they were. She wasn't lazy, just slow. She liked to sit and absorb energy, whether it had been lower energy or now upper energy. Nothing good came of tortoises trying to rush things. Her trajectory carried her closer to her destination. She was slightly off course, but the void ants she was carrying could pull on threads of the energy around. It would take a few more minutes to cover the small number of kilometers to the target. She was faster than a proper land speed by several orders of magnitude, but slow for space. Mauled by wolves didn't care. She was patient. Flames from fuzz failed to burn up the mental cultivator. The eagle echoing cry made dozens of strafing assaults. Some insects, not void ants but acrisians, also added their energy to the mix. However, sometimes they interfered with each other's attacks. Was it the influence of Rambert glass? No matter. The tortoise continued forward. In the course of time, she impacted the man at a speed that equated to a soft nudge. The man's energy pressed down on her, pushing into her mind. Oh, he'd gotten pretty good at messing with acrisians in the last hour or so. Indeed, mauled by wolves felt herself compelled to attack her fellows. Maybe even to crush the void ants within her shell. But she didn't have to do it fast. She'd get around to it eventually. Or not, because the man died shortly after that. Maybe a few minutes later, or another hour of fighting. She wasn't really paying that much attention. She just knew that it involved void ants. Maybe some she'd help transport, and then a bunch of their ships and acrisians, and of course Zazel with her giant ring blades. After that, her head cleared up, and she kept drifting. Everyone in the Scarlet Alliance kept trying to do things so fast. They should learn to slow down a little. She could teach classes on that eventually. It's fine, Timothy said. I can just get a new leg. We don't need to regrow it. It's not the same, Katerina said. You'll be weaker. Yet I was strong enough. He hugged her. And we took out Everhard. Katerina made a face. Yes, I know. Timothy pat her on the head. Everhard is dead. Don't expect Everhard to stay dead. I'm not quite sure how he would come back from that. It felt pretty final and was surprisingly well documented. But if he does, we'll deal with it. I really don't like the way he spoke before he died, Katerina said. I think that meant something. Words tend to do that. I'm sure you'll figure them out. Meanwhile, I'm going to go get a very nice prosthetic leg. His leg? Katerina suddenly jerked up. How do we know that was the original? Katerina asked. He could still have clones somewhere. Timothy just smiled. It was good for his wife to have something to devote herself to. As long as the obsession didn't grow too unhealthy for too long, it would be fine. And there probably were obscure details to figure out. For the moment, the Alliance was not in conflict in both the upper and lower realms. That didn't mean the war was over. In the upper realms, they had retribution to enact upon the sects that assaulted them. If they didn't, they would be inviting more attacks in the future. It was also a good opportunity to break the remaining foundations of the great powers. Meanwhile, in the lower realms, they could pretty safely have just ignored the holy stars. One remaining divinity wasn't a threat, yet at the same time, one angry and desperate individual could cause them massive damage. But rather than retribution, they had better plans. Oriana would be managed somehow, but what the holy stars needed was something different. An injection of hope, of truth. There was none better to bring that to them, but one of their own. Kiara, plus some of the others the Alliance had captured that were sympathetic. Erona would be assisting her, of course. It might seem strange that the Unity Cultivator was merely providing support, but the Holy Stars didn't need an outsider to come in and tell them that everything they knew was wrong. They needed someone they could believe, even if the message was the same. It might not be as simple as they planned. Whether they should kill the last divinity was also in question, but they were confident they could manage any difficulties. They always did, and they had the whole Alliance to support them. Chapter 1400. The Lower Realms Alliance was readying Void Ants, not because they needed them to take down a single divinity from the Holy Stars. That task could be managed with far smaller numbers. For example, by some combination of Devon, the Great Queen, and perhaps Nthanda. Devon was not bound to a particular location, and while he would be slightly weaker without the defensive boost that Unity provided, it was still aligned with his essence. The Holy Stars could easily be said to be under bondage of a sort, so he would still be effective. With the faith of the Holy Stars shaken, Oriana would be weakened. They'd barely been able to confirm that effect until the chain reaction of deaths during the massed assault, but they were quite certain. The Void Ants weren't to kill her. They were to spread the word to others that were there, and help them gather for retrieval. The Alliance just wanted peace, so if they could have it they would much prefer it. But they did. Send Devon and the Great Queen. Erona, Kiara, and the others would need a proper escort. Risking their lives to make people more comfortable simply wasn't worthwhile. They arrived in a fairly timely manner, though still nearly half a year after the battle where most of their divinities perished. On the scale of cultivators, that was almost immediate, but they weren't concerned about powerful cultivators. They were concerned about the common folk, and while they might cultivate to some extent, not everyone could wait a decade for some sort of resolution. The call was made by Kiara and Erona together, based off of the immediate observations of the scouting vessels in the area. When they arrived, Erona was glad. She shared her impression of the locals with Kiara. They were her people, but Erona still felt nearly the same way. They were broken. Common people went about daily tasks, but there was no levity in their actions. Casual gossip was rare. Yet, there also wasn't any strict oppressive atmosphere. This isn't how things were before, Kiara explained. I know that things weren't precisely right, but the appearance, at least, was far better. Agreed, Erona said. Devon nodded. According to our initial information, your systems were surprisingly productive and prosperous. We hoped that the first conflicts were some sort of misunderstanding, even if those people had to travel quite far to cause trouble specifically within our borders. Speaking as if the attackers were somehow different from those that remained was for the sake of company more than anything else. After all, they had been from the Holy Stars, and it had been quite intentional. The Lower Realms Alliance could put the conflict behind them, but they wouldn't ignore its very existence. It wouldn't be good for anyone involved. Kiara looked down on the planet below. I don't know what I should say. Erona shook her head. There isn't always something right to say. You can't tell them to cheer up, to return to their previous lives. They have experienced a great tragedy. Their worldview has shattered, just as yours was. Kiara took a deep breath before spreading wings of radiant flame. Just a single pair, which would have said to some that she was barely even qualified as an angel. Yet she no longer concerned herself with such trivialities as whether she met specific steps on a cultivation path, especially since that wasn't even her path anymore. She barely even knew what her path was, but she did know one thing. My people. She let her words ring out over the planet. Erona helped further her range and to transmit her heart to others. In your time of despair, I bring you words of comfort. There is a better way than what we have been told, and we don't need anyone to give it to us. For it is something our worlds must have known in the past, though it may have been lost in pursuit of unnecessary power. A vision of prosperity for all, not raising up specific individuals, and being told they matter more than ourselves. Kiara's words took some time to settle on the people below and within herself. But eventually, she continued, I know some of you will have objections to my words, large and small. I can feel the terror and hatred some of you possess for my companions, but they are here for precisely the reason I feel from others of you. I am weak. You could kill me, and you would, to make yourselves feel something for a short time. You would deem me a traitor while ignoring the true story. But any concerns you have, I will speak with you on. She lifted her head, staring off into a vague, distant place. And should Oriana, the sole remaining divinity of the holy stars, wish to voice her own opinions, we will meet her where she pleases, but not without my escorts. It was unclear to Kiara if she would die for her people. She would have. She might yet again feel that sense of connection in the future, but at the moment, they were barely people at all. Most importantly, she would prefer to die. For something, so she couldn't be careless with her own safety. She hoped that Oriana would respond to her words, though she wouldn't mind the people of just one system, or one planet. If she couldn't do any better, at least a city. The more people the better, but so many people were broken. It was possible they couldn't be fixed. She didn't blame the Lower Realms Alliance, though. The people were already broken. They just didn't know it before. In the Upper Realms, the systems directly east of the Scarlet Alliance had already been sympathetic towards them for some time. Now, with very little military might pushing against them and quite a lot, potentially threatening them on the other side, they were willing to officially swap their allegiance. Still more were happy to be officially neutral. The Scarlet Alliance wasn't going to instantly trust systems, of course. It would depend on their own prior assessments of their people. The controlling factions were the most important. The Trigold cluster wasn't the most organized power to begin with. But even if they weren't really aligned with the greater idea of the Trigold cluster, many were still typical cultivators. Ideas that might makes right would fill their heads. Some had already been influenced to various extents, but the Scarlet Alliance wasn't planning to subsume dozens of systems without careful consideration. Certainly not instantly, and that was just the border. Deeper in the Trigold cluster, they began plans to make official embassies, which of course required the ability to travel back and forth safely. Not open borders, necessarily, but not the chaos of war hanging over their heads at any moment. Those with the greatest objections were by and large dead. If the Alliance hadn't killed them, they had killed each other, or the Exalted Quadrant had. Sometimes the Eastern systems beyond them, taking advantage of their wars to secure their own positions. Finally, there was Everhard, specifically if one considered groups like the Tilke clan. He had also been causing quite a lot of chaos just before his death, not just harassing the Scarlet Alliance. Out from his various systems had come various fleets. Upon his death, those that survived had retreated as they could, though many of them found that the network they had to transport between systems was failing. The Alliance was trying to observe as many as possible to help determine why. Had they been relying on Everhard? Was it self-sabotage? Mostly, they wanted to calculate the odds of him being actually permanently dead. Most odds makers wouldn't go below 10%, though whether that was his odds of being alive or his odds of being dead certainly varied. Certainty was quite impossible with the man. On the other end, the Scarlet Alliance had already been expanding. The Exalted Quadrant was more cohesive than the Trigold Cluster, but not entirely united. Either way, there were massive power vacuums after the war, with various of the top sects dropping significantly. The Scarlet Alliance was looking to expand their safe corridor to the Little Alliance. Though with the Western territories expanding, the name wouldn't be appropriate for much longer at all. Some exchanges of systems came from willing sections. The replacement for the Forest of Death had been peacefully existing on their border for centuries. They were quite aware of how they got the opportunity to control that territory, and it was a good opportunity for them to move towards greener pastures. Just like the Trigold Cluster, the Scarlet Alliance wouldn't allow for immediate full integration, but they would slowly let them adjust to see if they could actually fit in with their culture. It wasn't difficult exactly. The Scarlet Alliance promoted hard work, but compared to desperate cultivation and backbreaking labor, their view was actually rather mild. The give and take of energy with the planets they lived on was also merely practical, easy enough for even the most slow-to-adapt groups to pick up if they had to. The biggest issue was accepting competition, allowing even the weakest and poorest an opportunity to develop, especially knowing that from among their ranks might appear some of the strongest cultivators of the next generation, was terrifying for some. Those who were not secure in their own positions for many reasons simply couldn't stand anything akin to equality. Even if they would still have significant advantages from their early starts, the mere attempt repulsed them. Those were the people the Alliance wouldn't allow. They would be watching for those sorts to catch them breaking the rules. Casual lawbreakers were no good. It wouldn't be tolerated at any point, but especially not in a time of flux. "You know, things are pretty good," Bear Hug commented. "Do you think it's too soon to say that?" Anton shrugged. "It is your opinion, and you see many things. After a war, even a brief reprieve is a time of good. But while I certainly hope we are headed towards a lasting time of peace, I can't yet say it will be so. I'll happily wait to find out, though. I don't want to just wait. I want to do things. There's a lot of people over to the east to make friends with. The Holy Stars probably don't want me right now, but later I'll visit there. I don't know what's way to the west, but I'm going there too." Anton smiled. "I'm sure I'll explore some too, but I'm waiting for a good opportunity for friends and family from the upper realms to come visit." It was a shame that many of his loved ones made up the strongest core of the Alliance, so they couldn't easily all go at once. But even that was changing. The first domination cultivators would likely stay strongest for a long time, but more were appearing. There was that Runa lass out west, and there were others with potential. Anton hoped that people kept growing more powerful and that they were never needed to fight. Again, there were far better things for people to be doing, like farming or advancing teleportation. Speaking of which, the lower realms really needed to get widespread spatial distortions or some equivalent. It was difficult to fight a defensive war. They'd been so focused on the upper realms, where they only had to watch the paths of the tides, or having enemies that were a handful of specific systems that they had little way to cover their entire border. If the Holy Stars had been patient instead of trying to drive a single wedge for great victory, they might have caused far more damage. Forcing the Alliance to split up, if they had killed just one Unity cultivator, things might have collapsed. The Great Queen probably wasn't invincible. She wasn't around to verbally contradict Anton, but he knew she would have. Confidence was good, after all. He looked at his bow. Everhart was dead, possibly for real. Yet Anton thought there was something more to it. The way he emphasized words. Anton had watched the recording many times. Legend, did that mean something specific? Was it just another way to get devotion, even the negative kind? Unfortunately, tracking Everhart's devotion or whether it even existed had always been difficult. If he was gone, the old bastard had deserved it. But he shouldn't have been forced to live in a world that put him along his path. Most of Everhart's actions Anton could see logic in, but that final assault, maybe he was just afraid. But if that was the case, Anton would have expected him to concentrate his forces. Maybe he would discuss that with Timothy and Katerina whenever they could find time to visit. Though at least Katerina could do so on business for that whole spatial distortion thing. Kids these days needed to learn how to relax. He hoped he wasn't responsible for that. Part of how they ended up. Chapter 14:01. The Scarlet Alliance had a turtle problem. Leave it to Everhart to continue causing trouble after his death. Not that anyone was surprised. But Pipsqueak survived Everhart's death, having been knocked away by Timothy's retaliation just prior to the final series of clashes. As an enemy combatant, it would have been appropriate to kill the turtle. However, Pipsqueak didn't really speak. Just like Aaron only understood Paradise. It was likely possible for them to learn energy sign, but Paradise had never bothered to learn such precise energy control. He was quite happy the way he was. Everhart probably knew energy sign. He stole the maximum amount of information he could from the Alliance, after all, and that wasn't even one of their top secrets. He could have taught Pipsqueak, which meant he either chose not to or the turtle simply had the same stubbornness as Paradise. Or he was just ignoring people when they tried to get Pipsqueak to surrender. That was also very much one of the expected possibilities. Humans surrendered easily with Everhart gone. They were quite surprised to see that result and generally preferred to live. But Pipsqueak refused to be taken in and was even still causing trouble. He wasn't precisely aggressive, but he also wasn't timid about swooping over a planet and scooping up fields full of tasty things, or devouring a small forest, sometimes draining a lake. Clearly, they needed to direct him towards better things to devour. Paradise got most of his mass from distortion beasts, and not many things could safely eat those. Being more than comparable in power to when Paradise had first started his space journey, they presumed that Everhart's turtle could do the same. The Scarlet Alliance worked hard to keep their territory free of such dangers, but they could generally herd Pipsqueak in a functional direction, moving him through a few spatial distortions to rapidly reach the northern edge of their territory. Not where Everhart's territory had been, just along the northern strip that the Alliance had left vaguely open. There should be enough free energy there for Pipsqueak to be fine for a while, and they could also try to lure some distortion beasts for him to eat. This was just one of the myriad of smaller tasks they accomplished. It wasn't strictly necessary and could have more easily been solved with violence, but that wasn't something the Scarlet Alliance was willing to do when it wasn't required. Also in the Northern Territories, Katarina, Timothy, Uzan, and Vari were delving into Everhart's actual territory. Katarina was there for the formations, of course. Timothy was there for protection in case something went on. Uzan was necessary because Everhart had been implementing a large number of advanced tech into his capabilities over time. Even if it hadn't been particularly visible in his final assault, his bases certainly had it. Vari was there because she was annoyed with her possibly dead uncle, and because her presence might help. Everhart could potentially have set things up to go easy on her somehow. Other than that, her defensive capabilities weren't bad, though she couldn't match a domination cultivator. Making the advancement herself would take time, and wasn't something that should be trivialized. The reason it was only 4 of them was simple. More people didn't necessarily make things safer. With a small group, they could all cover for each other. They had considered bringing along various assistants with broader knowledge bases. Katarina and Uzan weren't omniscient after all, but they would have to be good enough for most things. If they ran into something they couldn't bypass properly, they would return later. With sufficient power, destroying formations and barriers was easily achievable. Even if those formations were made by Everhart, there was a vast difference between actively controlled formations and passive ones. Setups that could handle domination cultivators consistently were more than rare. The problem with overpowering them was that they didn't want to destroy anything. They weren't here to erase Everhart, but to learn what they could. The man had always hoarded knowledge, and he had constantly been developing the path of cultivation. There could be many things to learn from whatever he left behind, and determine if he was really dead. While Everhart had previously only controlled a single system in the Scarlet Midfields, his influence had slowly expanded. While it was only a few systems, technically, that was rather deceptive. After all, he had many stolen planets and several stolen stars. The density of the systems was quite exceptional. They had started at the one with the weakest defenses, but even that had taken several days to properly dismantle the barriers around just the system itself. Now they were finally approaching the planets, in particular a gas giant. A figure suddenly appeared. Vari reacted instinctively. If you have just attempted to attack my projection, please know that this particular instance is only for visual and auditory display with minimal feedback systems. An image of Everhart said. It was obviously him, not because it looked like anything, but instead it was just one of his vaguely handsome and young forms. A swarthy fellow with far too much effort spent on his hair. As no repeated energy spikes have been detected, This projection will assume comprehension and return to the main message. Vari rolled her eyes. What a jerk. She hadn't even gotten the satisfaction of kicking him in the jaw. Her foot just slipped through. Everhart death protocols have kicked in. The figure continued. Meaning that I am now authorized to welcome you to Everhart Tomb 17B, subsection 137. You want my stuff, and I am going to kill you to stop you from taking it despite whoever killed me. Have a nice day. Your opportunity to leave safely expires in 10, 11, -12 seconds. All of them had sensed the barriers forming. They took them quite seriously, but kept their reactions limited. Everhart had vast resources, but he probably didn't have more than any of the great powers. Even with his genius, he couldn't create death traps worthy of domination cultivators in every section of every one of his systems. Uzan held up a device. I should point out that we've been scanned. He tried to distract from it. Of course. Katerina nodded. I was wondering why I hadn't felt any energy probing. Any idea what he got? I tried to minimize it, but honestly I don't know if my efforts worked, Uzan said. It shouldn't be anything to be concerned about yet. I can't guarantee he didn't transmit information elsewhere to compile to make more trouble for us later. Should we even be here, if he's doing that? Timothy asked. Oh, I'm not assuming he in this case isn't alive. Everhart, Uzan commented. But if you have concerns, I would suggest vastly improving your abilities within the next few centuries, if he is indeed not dead. I can't imagine he'd reveal himself anytime soon. Timothy rolled his eyes. I'll get right on it. He never neglected training, of course, but he could only grow so quickly. It wasn't entirely up to him to just become stronger, especially as far along the path as he already was. He could certainly grow more powerful, but there might not be any fundamental changes that couldn't be accounted for. He wasn't likely to pick up an entirely new battle style, for example, nor master it to a level tolerable in a battle of domination cultivators. The group worked their way down to one of the gas giant's moons, vaguely following a preferred path. It required circumventing fewer formations, among other things. Obviously, there were risks with going along with Everhart's plans, but their experience told him he was actually far harsher with those who tried to circumvent his intentions. There might still be dangers that people were funneled into, and the ease of passage could be meant to lure them into a false sense of security, but he usually went for different sorts of tricks if he was actually trying to kill someone. More than the base level of mortality, of course. They weren't the first ones through, not even in the last month. It seemed some enterprising individuals from the Alliance had thought to loot Everhart's territory. Nobody could blame them, but there was a reason they'd kept the official stance of forbidding entrance to the territory. It was clear how long it had been from how fresh the bodies were. Blade trap, do you think? Timothy tilted his head. Seems a bit pedestrian. Katerina shook her head. Not quite. Space severing. Ugh, such a pain. Timothy could, of course, defend against more obscure forms of attack. He didn't. Just learn how to block a blade to the face. He wouldn't have survived Essence Collection if he didn't diversify, not without a lot of luck. And luck only went so far. Being aware of what sort of danger he was going up again would very much improve his responses, saving him energy. Of course, that only mattered if they triggered the traps. Everhart very much preferred to make it annoying enough to go around his deadly hallways that people tried it, but it was a balance. There had to be safe paths, by certain definitions. Here, it meant twisting their bodies through constantly shifting invisible formations at Katerina's direction. Calling things out would have been too slow. Instead, she formed her energy into a shape they were meant to replicate. Timothy was flexible, as most cultivators tended to be. His armor was meant for high mobility. However, spines were still meant to be more or less straight lines, not helixes. By the end of a single hallway, enough curses had been lobbed at Everhart that if he wasn't dead, he should have the worst fortune of anyone in the galaxy. Sadly, such curses didn't tend to stick to the man. Their reward? A few weapons he was certain were from the earlier dead group, as well as random other pieces of gear. Were there subordinates of Everhart going through here? Robots? The answer was actually fairly clear a moment later. Congratulations on gaining your initial equipment. Everhart's voice, of course. That was more consistent than his physical looks, though it still varied. The haughty yet amused tone he took was the biggest giveaway. You will be transported to the next segment in a few moments. Don't worry about Dash. Katarina's energy held everyone tightly. Timothy hadn't even realized they were being teleported until it was over, equipping things as they will come along with you. Of course, only authorized equipment may be used here. Vari sighed as a pile of clothes were dropped on each of their heads, along with random weapons and armor that certainly didn't equate to full sets. Timothy was just glad that his leg counted as authorized. At least Everhart wasn't biased against people missing limbs. I managed to get our equipment back home instead of whatever prize chest he intended, Katarina said. I didn't detect him transporting us to different coordinates, and I judged the destination to be survivable, so I didn't try to pull us away. Timothy grabbed some pants. Uzan looked the most disappointed, as he had specific pieces of technological gear that were no longer with him, though he'd actually held onto the sensory device in his grip. Vari actually had a couple pieces that had already been made by Everhart, so those remained. So far, it wasn't that different from previous Everhart experiences. Maybe they wouldn't find the precise information they were looking for around this planet or in this system at all, but it would likely be slower to dismantle everything, and that would carry a similar, if not greater risk. The group resigned themselves to a long journey of frustration as they searched for anything useful, but at least they should have some useful pieces of gear to pass on to juniors in the Alliance. They probably wouldn't be able to stop others from getting themselves killed, though. Hopefully most of those from the Alliance properly judged their overall danger tolerance so that they could get something out of the whole process. As for this group, they just needed to find some hints at where the deepest secrets lay. That might actually involve bypassing everywhere Everhart intended people to be, but they might be able to catch some of his subordinates trying to sneak into or through the systems, so spending a bit of extra time wasn't a terrible idea. Chapter 14:02. Anytime there was even a slightly unfamiliar fluctuation of energy, Katarina insisted on a thorough review of the local formations. Of course, nobody was going to complain. Her intense focus was one of the things keeping them safe. This one also does not throw anyone into a black hole, Katarina confirmed. There were few things that could instantly kill a domination cultivator like Timothy, but if there was one, that would be it. An extreme enough energy could do it, but keeping such power hidden was difficult and would likely require active control. As far as they could tell, there wasn't any active control involved with Everhart's current systems. Generally aligning themselves with the rules kept their progress slow, but they hadn't been willing to run into any surprises. Regardless of Everhart's current status, anywhere he had made was dangerous and could remain so for centuries. They gained few useful snippets of information, but even what wasn't officially said painted an important picture. Everhart's final assault hadn't been a spur-of-the-moment occurrence. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much in place in the event of his death, or at least, they could presume that to some extent. Obviously, he was the paranoid sort that would always have some, but he had been keeping far too many systems low profile. Usually, he would make some sort of announcement to draw people in, unless his death was an announcement. He expected it, Vari said. I'm sure of it. I can't believe he would expect us to kill him, Katarina said. Which means that he merely expected us to appear as if we did. Sadly, we have no intact corpse, despite what we should have expected. Specifically, Chitty should have been able to prevent it, if he could have anticipated the detonation. But Everhart was unpredictable and full of various techniques to change his flow. One additional thing of note with regard to Everhart's operations was that the solar platforms were inactive. Some had shut down after his subordinates ran off through deeper layers of subspace to wherever they were going. Others ceased before they got through. Nobody who remained had any idea what was going on. It was clear that many of them felt betrayed, their leader having disappeared. Though that was less the case the higher up you went. Those at the top had their own ambitions to begin with and had merely aligned themselves with Everhart to meet them. Most of those had been involved in various missions throughout the Great Powers, and thus the Scarlet Alliance hadn't managed to capture and interrogate them. Others were like Rahayu, perishing in the battle around Xianxia. The Scarlet Alliance was inclined to offer amnesty for those who would offer information, though there were limits. Everhart hadn't much cared about who was willing to work under him as long as they followed his commands. Rahayu was a battle maniac who had killed many from the Alliance, but he was far from the worst they had. But many were like Luxa, a former saint of the Harmonious Citadel. Just cultivators trying to make their way in the world, and Everhart wasn't as bad as many of the sects around despite his reputation. If the Scarlet Alliance wanted a clear picture, they weren't going to get it. Everyone agreed that Everhart had plans and rarely failed to carry them out. Nobody could say that if he actually died, he wouldn't do it almost casually, but with great drama. Still, it was difficult to believe he was dead, or that he had reached a higher state of cultivation. If nothing else, it was too early. He was a great genius, but the length of time available simply wasn't enough for him to have even hit the peak of domination, assuming such a thing existed. That was the largest issue. Domination cultivators could grow in power steadily if they put in the effort. Limits didn't seem to be so much about the stage, but the individual cultivator, though of course the Scarlet Alliance didn't have many examples of long-term domination cultivators to consult. Just Ratna. But she also hadn't seen the limits of domination itself. The only conclusion that could be solidly confirmed was that Everhart and his systems weren't a threat for the moment. But if they could compile more information and learn some sort of secret, they would. But the Alliance also had other things to manage, was no doubt part of Everhart's schemes. Or he was actually dead. If so, it did make the Alliance look good. It would have been a more useful achievement if their immediate neighbors needed to be cowed by such a thing. But that wasn't the case anymore. The Exalted Quadrant and Trigold Cluster had been in decline since their first domination cultivators fell. No, it was before that during the first cycles the lower realms successfully began defending their planets. Or perhaps it was even before that. Their decline might have been what allowed the successful shift. The Alliance would happily process old records to try to figure it out. Obviously, the great powers hadn't been particularly open about sharing statistics. Any numbers given would likely be exaggerated to promote strength, unless they were specifically hiding things like domination cultivators to get an advantage. A strange duality. Slightly more knowable had been the total population numbers, but since their commoners hadn't cultivated for the most part, it really wasn't useful. Furthermore, planets didn't always neatly compile such things, especially where control was split between sects. The enumerators and archivists and everyone who worked with data were happy to finally be getting some accurate information as the influence of the Scarlet Alliance spread into their neighbors. Some data they snatched during their retaliatory strikes. There were certain sects they wouldn't allow to continue existing. The Heartbound Palace was one of those. While it appeared that Rambert Glass had advanced during the Swirling Swarm incident, and potentially because of it, it was too risky to let them remain as they were. The same was true of many others, though of course the Scarlet Alliance wasn't planning to purge every system. They couldn't, even if they wanted to. Instead, they made targeted strikes. The end result was much the same as the great powers tended to do, destroying techniques and leaving behind only a weakened generation that had to develop from their very foundations. A bit more merciful than they had been on the lower realms, even. Not that they would see it that way. No doubt, there were many dreaming of revenge already. Unfortunately for them, the Scarlet Alliance didn't intend to allow them an opportunity. Instead, they would grow stronger, their own growth outpacing the less coherent organization of the formerly great powers on either side of them. They didn't need to kill each and every one of them. Instead, they could let them collapse naturally while securing their own borders. The Scarlet Alliance stood proud and tall as the greatest. The chaotic conglomeration might protest that statement, but they were far too busy taking over the northwestern portions of the Exalted Quadrant. That would doubtless be a problem for the Alliance in the future, but they already had to protect the Little Alliance, and Runa's advancement there made that far easier. Assuming that the chaotic conglomeration would give up their growth and not show limitless greed was a bit much, but they could at least calculate it would take time. Rather than not dealing with it, they were simply preparing long-term solutions for long-term problems. At least beyond their eastern side was actually friendly. For the moment, they still had to engage in any trade through the lower realms, but that wasn't the worst option. Inter-realm ship technology had advanced significantly, so while such vessels weren't as good as standard ships, and their crew would be weakened on one side or the other, they could do more than transport a few hundred people per year on a couple ships. Anton had once again been roped into serving as a diplomatic envoy, but at least it really was just that. He didn't expect the Adamant Federation or Free Planet Guardians to suddenly want to attack the upper realms. They were just interested in what their somewhat distant neighbors in the upper realms would do. The trade between upper and lower realms had to flow through or around them. Reasonable taxes were fine, but the two groups were also expanding that direction regardless. They had some trouble with their own borders. The layers they determined where theirs weren't exact. Some time had been devoted to making sure the two groups were willing to sit down peacefully with each other before it even came to third parties. Fortunately, space was big. The Adamant Federation was sort of sandwiched between the Free Planet Guardians and the Shining Cooperative, but in truth they were able to grow up and around. They had 3 dimensions to work with, and they possessed more than 10 times as many systems as they had when they were first formed. The Free Planet Guardians grew a little bit slower, but Anton thought they had a good foundation. Reminding the groups of their common origins didn't do much good. Their leaders all remembered the split from the upper realms and were bitter that things hadn't gone their way. If they hadn't gotten over it by now, Anton didn't expect they ever would, but at least they were mostly peaceful. As much as could be expected from neighboring groups of somewhat traditional cultivators. There were Lower Realms Alliance members better than Anton at diplomatic situations, and some of them also happened to be present. Anton was there because his status afforded him extra respect. Being a Unity cultivator and all that, cultivators had a lot of respect for someone who could kill them and were incentivized to behave in a way that continued to make that not true. Not once did Anton have to threaten anyone, and for that he was quite glad. He didn't even have to imply it. He just had to be a pleasant old man, making suggestions about what people might give up in exchange for certain concessions. While the Scarlet Alliance was willing to pay reasonable taxes for anything that passed through these territories, they weren't keen on paying it twice. While there were currently routes that would bring them through just one territory, the best routes went through both. Anton thought it was natural to split the revenue evenly. They hardly had to do anything for it except exist. But people weren't pleased, and his advisors helped him suggest terms that seemed more favorable. Though it would be a negligible difference, whoever happened to be responsible for any necessary inspections would be paid a slightly higher rate. Not enough that they would fight for it, but enough that they could see themselves coming out on top. Otherwise, they couldn't stand to do the work and split profits evenly, even if the work was also nearly even. How miserly. They would pinch pennies just to get ahead. Ending in on, Anton had preferred to give away anything that didn't pack neatly into a shipping crate rather than charge for the remnants. He quite frequently received pies from the local bakers. He liked pies, and he'd never bothered to think about whether they were worth more than what he gave away or not. Beyond those negotiations, the two groups wanted something only the upper realms could offer, not those beyond the Trigold cluster, but within it. Though they weren't asking them, but the Scarlet Alliance. They wanted original copies of all of the cultivation techniques they practiced. Even if they had developed their own modifications for their own needs and grown beyond life transformation, their originals had often been sorely limited. But now that the Scarlet Alliance had access to more of such things after the war, they were interested. That shouldn't be too difficult, but Anton didn't make any firm promises. Ultimately, he doubted the Scarlet Alliance wouldn't do it. It was only the specific price that mattered. And if some in the upper realms wanted them, they could make copies. Core manuals should be easily exchanged for any other, even the one that had been on Jan's body. But the Adamant Federation did want that one just in case. Their own fearsome menagerie could use any scrawling notes he left, or any elders from the main sect. Cultivators seeking to grow their insights didn't make Anton worried. Nothing could, these days. Every day was a blessing, and he was both strong and at peace. With both the world and himself. Chapter 14:03. Every once in a while, one of the systems of the Holy Stars would decide that the roaming band of foreigners and ex-cultists had to be stopped. They took it upon themselves to attack and defeat their most vile of foes. The problem? They barely even believed in themselves, and they most certainly didn't have the support of the rest of their people's hearts and minds. It didn't matter if they weren't a real threat. It still bothered Xianxia, but she did her best to wear a smile on her face the whole time, even when it was incredibly frustrating. "You can stop now," she said, performing her best smile as a woman held her hand through Xianxia's chest. "I'm going to rip out your false heart, tainted by lies." Internally, Xianxia commented that she was going to do the same. Whether it was literal or not was another matter. She was leaning slightly towards literal. Both individuals happened to be made of flame at the moment. Cultivators of the burning heart could become incorporeal, and while it was possible to overcome, clearly the other woman couldn't do so. She was an angel that possessed numerous wings. She might have had a chance to ascend to divinity someday. "Bernaya," Xianxia calmly spoke to the woman. "You are only wasting your energy. You merely have 2 wings remaining. I will defeat you, Xianxia, and your false divinities with you. Xianxia wondered if she had ever been so embarrassing. She at least liked to think she had been slightly better after her capture, but she couldn't say that for certain. My wings don't matter. And yours are pathetic. Certainly, Bernaya had wings. Many of them. At one point, that would have made her strong. However, rather than signifying a vast amount of faith, what they currently represented was her unwillingness to let go of the past. They could hardly be called wings in their current form. Her flaming energy tried to replicate their former feathered glory, but they were little more than a skeletal representation of what they had once been. Xianxia calmly grabbed the woman's wrist and pulled. The woman's whole body moved, as she refused to bend her arm. Regardless of whether or not it hurt, Xianxia didn't prefer to have any limbs impaling her chest. Once they were a hand's breadth beyond her, Xianxia breathed a gout of flames across Bernaya. The woman protected herself, but she couldn't save her body and her wings. Their structure wasn't even real. It crumbled to dust at the slightest loss of energy flow. Meanwhile, Xianxia felt herself growing stronger. It was impossible to completely change her cultivation path in just a few years, but she knew far more about the truth of how the Holy Stars operated and the path of unity that the Lower Realms Alliance followed. She was quite happy to exploit how the Holy Stars was to gain power to improve things. The people who were watching the battle merely witnessed Xianxia's presence, while they had long lost faith in Bernaya. Otherwise, the woman would have come as part of some greater force. Xianxia merely didn't try to maximize superficial metrics, such as wings. Xianxia forced Bernaya back into a physical form, at the same time locking shackles around her wrists. If you had used words, I would have been happy to battle with them. But if you rely on strength, then I will have to use that. Was Xianxia able to be so confident because she had two Unity cultivators backing her? Absolutely. But that was actually precisely the point. She wasn't sure a divinity had ever truly supported their angels. Everything was meant to flow only in one direction, with some amount of coincidental aid for subordinates when it served the purposes of the top. Meanwhile, Unity cultivators focused on everyone. That did happen to include themselves, of course. They were a powerful center for the whole flow of energy that made everyone stronger. Not always all at once, sometimes over centuries of careful planetary development, but they didn't need to be in any rush. My brethren of the Holy Stars, Xianxia spoke below. You have heard my words time and again, though the message was doubtless distorted on occasion. I will speak the truth of my heart, so you know it well. I only want you to prosper, despite everything. The love I once had, the faith I once felt, these have changed. But the Lower Realms Alliance is not some horrific foe that we needed to hunt down. After all, our head is beneath their heel at this very moment, yet they haven't crushed us as we were told would happen. Everyone had a sense of the lies of the divinities. They just didn't want to admit that. Xianxia transmitted far more than her words to them, aided by Erona. Some would be stubborn, of course. People always were. They could come up with any excuse to not believe the truth. Having a strong will would have done them good, if they could have directed it in the right direction previously. However, they didn't know better. Nobody did. The Holy Stars had been arranged in precisely such a fashion over a long period of time, and it was almost good for people. But rather than that, it merely did its best to maximize the appearance of good. Xianxia knew that now. It was strange how little it took to shift her perspective. Yet at the same time, Erona had spent years trying to get simple things through to her, and even then she had to witness how the divinities acted in person. Against their foes, theirs, but not hers. They were getting closer. Xianxia knew this, yet she was still chosen to take the lead. Whenever she needed aid from Devon or Erona, they gave it, but they didn't even speak to her people. That was her job. There was one place in particular, one person, that they had to confront. Xianxia knew it would be the end, one way or another. The last of the divinities, Oriana of the Sublime Branch. Xianxia was nervous. You should be, Erona commented. Nervous, I mean. It is your body telling you to take things seriously. Of course, it also very much helps to be calm in the moment. I've never met her, Xianxia said. As an angel, I was only ever in direct contact with a couple of them. I don't know her. Then you will have to go with what you've heard. What others know, Erona explained. At the very least, we've been to places where she has set her feet. People have experienced her. Learn what you can from them. Interviewing person after person was not only inefficient, it was impossible. How many people could Kiara speak to in a given day? 1,000. It would take years to manage a modest city, and she probably had days at most. But of course, this was exactly the problem that Erona was best equipped to solve. If you could aid me, I would much appreciate it. Erona nodded. She reached out to the people of the system. She had been able to do so before Unity, and here she was more of a conduit than actually part of the Holy Stars. Little by little, impressions of Oriana filled Kiara's mind, slowly taking hold inside her heart. She pushed aside those that were of no use. Thoughts of distance, of greatness, divinity, and power. These impressions were what she wanted to present. That had nothing to do with the woman herself. Smaller things were what mattered. Was she kind? Many thought so, at least by comparison. Most relevantly, there were few truly negative impressions in that regard. She was not taken with casual rudeness, at least. Obviously, one such as her would hide her flaws in public, but it was something. Others had been known to similar extents, and Kiara had picked up more negative impressions about many of the now-dead divinities. Apparently, Adelardo had been pretty terrible. Kiara probably would have seen it, but for her desire to believe. Everyone wanted a shining, perfect world, and the Holy Stars almost successfully convinced themselves that they were, until they came upon others who were better, yet aware of their own imperfections. That could only prove that there were far more among the Holy Stars. Kiara wondered if she would have run. Obviously, she had never and would never be in Oriana's shoes. She hadn't become important enough. 2 Unity cultivators was a frightening thing to face, even if Erona wasn't dangerous in the same way as one would expect. Oriana didn't run, but whether that meant she was resigned to her fate or looking towards the future was something Kiara wouldn't know until they actually met face to face. It would be less than an hour now, as the woman came from the closest neighboring system. They had made known their intentions to meet, and Oriana had agreed. So far, there were no signs of a massive fleet of combatants with her. No, how could there be? Most of the able combatants had died during the war, either from the war itself or the immediate consequences of destroyed faith that came after. Oriana came into Kiara's view, and she was glorious. She stood proud and tall like a grand tree. Her wings sparkled as light reflected and was produced by them. It was the sort of image that in the past would have made Kiara drop her head. It was also empty. Kiara had seen Lev slumped against his tree after the final battle. He looked like nothing more than an exhausted common fellow. But external appearances weren't all that mattered, and somehow that image had been far more majestic. I come to speak. Somehow, Oriana couldn't manage the words at your request. She almost made it seem like it was her idea to begin with. Yet that image was no good when Kiara already knew the woman had nothing but her outer shell, so carefully held in place. Let us speak in private, Kiara commented. Devon cut off the flow of energy to the world outside the palace they were occupying. There were many such palaces devoid of inhabitants, wasteful in their grandeur. Erona had suggested museums, and Kiara thought it would be an interesting concept. You wish to discuss our terms of surrender? Oriana nearly deflated. Our continued existence. Oriana was focused on the two behind Kiara, but Kiara was still the one to speak. Enough damage has already been done. The only question I have is if you have the heart to save the Holy Stars, or the will to turn it into something better. The slightest sparkle in her eyes. That was the only sign Kiara noticed. I have only ever wanted what was best for the Holy Stars. An echo of emotion rocked through Kiara. The words were true enough. The following lines helped solidify that. But it seems we have only led everything in the wrong direction. It is far easier to do what seems best than to accomplish what is best, Kiara agreed. If you truly mean this, however, know that there can be no more divinities. Oriana tensed, reaching for her heart. I have those I care about beyond myself, more than the average devotee, of course. If that is how it must be, her words trailed off. No doubt she thought her life was forfeit regardless. If she could gain something for it, it wasn't much of a sacrifice. But of course, that wasn't quite what Kiara meant. It will be harder than you think. If for a single moment you raise yourself up as a divine icon, you will be eliminated. And you will have a long time to make mistakes, because you will have to work for the future you say you believe in. One which I have seen with my own eyes in these systems that were assaulted for greed. Oriana tilted her head. I might live. The Holy Stars need something to believe in while the hearts of the people heal, Kiara said. A structure does not stand long should the entire foundation be shattered beneath it. And just in case you get the wrong idea, I don't intend to place myself in the position of divinity. She made certain her words revealed her lack of respect for that title. Let me tell you of unity, and how we might salvage these stars we have made our home. It was simple, really. So simple, so similar. Yet it made all the difference. If the holy stars had unity, their strongest cultivators dying would not have caused so much turmoil. Sadness, certainly. Fear, to some extent. But they wouldn't have been on the verge of collapse with only 2 deaths within their own borders. Chapter 1404. If Xianxia thought that she might fully explain everything over the course of a day, she had been wrong. Everything made sense to her, but it had taken her far longer than she liked to admit to have the necessary change in perspective. Even though Oriana was open to something, her perspective wouldn't suddenly change. Hopefully, it wouldn't take so many years. But regardless of really understanding, Oriana was at least willing to change a few basic features. First, no worship of the divinities, not that it was a plural anymore. That would directly weaken her, but she had been prepared to die as the losing side of a war. Any path forward where she could survive, even for a bit longer, was acceptable, not that she had much choice. It was difficult for her to refuse with Devon around. A full-power divinity of the holy stars might have given him some trouble in their home territory, but the people's faith was nearly completely shattered. Rather than try to piece it back together, Xianxia thought it was better to repurpose the pieces into something useful. At a very minimum, they could implement the base level of the Alliance's doctrine. Cultivation was for everyone, and implementing it into daily life allowed every aspect of culture to grow. It wasn't that different from what the Holy Stars already did. The practical techniques were actually similarly developed. There were a few areas where each was ahead. The difference was that the common folk didn't have to worship specific individuals above them that didn't really care in return. Just as individuals couldn't change greatly in an instant, an entire society couldn't just turn at the whims of those in charge. Those who remained positively inclined towards Oriana were confused at the change. They might not actually shift their attitude as they clung to the only thing they knew. Others were less inclined to follow new commands, though they would at least make a public effort. Fortunately, the things that Xianxia wanted to implement were quite sensible, once you were aware of them. It was just going to be a slow change. To that end, she needed more people on her side. I have no idea what to do, she admitted to Arona. Do I just wait? Watch generations die off, living unfulfilling lives? You could. Arona's voice was nearly deadpan. But I shouldn't though, Xianxia said. What should I do? What do people want? Arona was eminently qualified to answer the last question. People want many things, though at the moment not quite as much as they should want. Some have given up and are merely going through the motions. But what should I do? Xianxia turned to Devon for answers. Do you have anything practical? Not myself, no. I am a breaker of chains. After that, he shrugged. Well, we just implemented good policy. But if people are unwilling, I have little advice of my own. But I can tell you what a wise old man I know would say. What is it? Xianxia eagerly waited for something profound. Start a farm. Xianxia deflated. Oh, Anton. She had nothing against the man. Indeed, he was well respected for good reason. I must admit I've never done much practical work. I don't think I'd be very good at it. It's not difficult, Devon said. We have vast amounts of information available. Of course, starting with a simple primer is best. I fail to see how me starting a farm would help. All of the holy stars. What was she going to do? Feed hundreds of systems herself? On that topic, they might have to figure something out. Not every planet had been set up to be self-sufficient, and with the reduction in power throughout the holy stars, transportation was slower and just less. They couldn't order people to care, but at the very least someone with influence like Oriana should be able to get people to do more. It would be a shame if there was a complete collapse of social functions just because they overlooked the basics of human needs. Just because people needed to eat, however, didn't mean that Xianxia should start a farm. It was a rather silly suggestion. Devon also wasn't entirely serious, but he was at least partially serious. She had to consider that. What about it was a good idea? Simply getting people working? They already had farms. Would one more be helpful in any way? Clearly it wasn't about that. She could ask, of course, but it was probably better to come to the conclusion on her own. It should be fairly simple. The real question was, what was the problem she was trying to fix? The holy stars was broken. They needed something new to believe in, but it wouldn't be easy to adapt quickly. No small-scale project would make any difference there. Turning an entire planet into a farm was pretty unnecessary, because once more they already had those. They weren't all operating at full efficiency, even. So why had the Holy Stars even bothered starting a war? They didn't need anything. They weren't close neighbors with friction between them. The Holy Stars had plenty of good planets in their systems and sufficient resources to continue at a measured pace. But perhaps that was it. Just enough to continue along, not to grow grand and tall as they intended. Was that really it? The reason they didn't just expand to nearby systems and develop them? It would have taken too long, and their growth would have slowed. Maybe that would have broken the people's faith. Xianxia wasn't certain about that, and the divinities hadn't left clear notes. All she had to go on was discussions with Oriana, which was far from nothing. Not wanting to overwhelm Oriana too much, Xianxia waited a few days before getting back into serious topics. She had already given the woman enough work to do anyway. Imagine a middling angel giving orders to a divinity. But she probably wasn't even an angel anymore. Just a cultivator with nostalgic wings of energy. Not a proper assimilation or enrichment cultivator either, though perhaps someday. What was the purpose of seeking out new worlds? Xianxia went easy with her wording. She could have said, starting wars we can't win, but that wouldn't be helpful. It took some time for Oriana to form an answer. Perhaps she was deciding how much she wanted to say, or maybe she hadn't really thought about it. Everyone had their own reasons. The Sublime branch would have benefited significantly from that first system, Clar. An environment with extreme benefits for the plants growing there could greatly enhance our weaponry. Was that all? Xianxia asked. Don't we have grand trees of our own? Holy trees. We have only so much space. There are hundreds of light years between here and there, she said. How far did we need to roam? There had to have been something closer. Oriana shook her head. Perhaps, but none of it was as good. We found many systems of great power. It was only natural to covet them. Isn't that a sin? Not for gods. Or so we convinced ourselves. I have no will to justify myself anymore. They really hadn't been any better than other cultivators. It was no longer a surprise, but it still stung to think about it. Perhaps that would go away if Xianxia thought of herself as part of the Lower Realms Alliance. But these were still her people. We could have made other planets better, Xianxia grumbled. Do you believe so? Oriana asked. It is true that we did not devour the lives of our own planets like some short-thinking cultivators. We maintained them and kept the planets prosperous. But that does not mean we were able to build them up to great heights to begin with. Xianxia tilted her head. Why do you think we venerate no ancestral home? It is a planet of little consequence and mediocre natural energy. So all of the planets overflowing with energy are stolen? I wouldn't have said that previously, Oriana grimaced. Liberated, perhaps. Many were being depleted rapidly by their locals. We have been good stewards of everything that entered our hands. And then we hit. She shook her head. I don't even know. All I really experienced was the death of Eyesight. There are recordings, but I doubt it would make you feel any better, Xianxia commented. I saw the final battle in person. Adelardo tried to kill me when I fled to him. What a fool. And you yet live. Oriana carefully assessed the other woman. I don't believe you have that power, though. Erona saved me, even though I was a terrible friend. Oriana sighed. No wonder the Holy Stars collapsed, if people saw that. After the discussion with the divinity, Xianxia knew what the Holy Stars needed. Well, aside from a change in name, she would probably let that come about naturally. No, what they needed was a new planet. For that, she was surveying their borders. She would go with something just outside of their traditional territory. There were likely good candidates within their borders, but that wouldn't achieve what she intended. People of the Holy Stars needed to know that things could be better, not just as good as they had ever been. That wherever they were, they could make that place into something great. For that, Xianxia almost chose a fertile planet with decent resources. She almost went to the far end, a barren wasteland. But she didn't want to make the lives of her people miserable for no reason. A planet that was truly unremarkable, with no marks of any sort in the Holy Star's records besides its existence. A tolerable atmosphere and decent seasons. A very basic ecosystem that functioned. It was perfect. Now all Xianxia had to do was convince millions of people to transplant themselves to a new planet for nothing. Leadership is hard, she grumbled. You do know you can offer something, Erona pointed out. Perhaps it's not interest of you given how you developed, but land itself is of great interest to the average individual. Free land, with tools paid for out of the coffers of the holy stars. Right, Kiara said. I was going with the assumption of things that never came to pass. Like our resources being drained. The Lower Realms Alliance had primarily covered their side of the costs of the war out of savings, with the rest coming from the divinities in the final battle. They carried on them great value. They didn't loot the coffers of the sects of the Holy Stars, despite reasonably having some right to do so. Ultimately, that meant that Kiara, who now wielded outsized influence in the Holy Stars, controlled many of those resources. It was intimidating, but she supposed if she had something to put it towards it was less so. We're going to found a planet so people can see it working in action, Kiara said. And everyone will be part of a different community so they aren't influenced by old thoughts. She frowned. Wait, am I founding a cult? The entirety of the Holy Stars was already a cult, Erona pointed out. You won't do people any favor by letting them linger without communities. Just because they are cultivators and can handle a longer time in limbo doesn't mean things are as they should be. But you already know that. Also, a very relevant point. If you don't actually force people to remain isolated, they can think for themselves. I would suggest encouraging frequent trips to and from your new planet. Kiara nodded. That way, people can spread the word of the theoretical successes, which I'm somewhat nervous about because I have no experience. You'll have to find people that have experience and are willing to listen to instruction from others, Erona commented. But I can help you sort through leadership, at least. It's something I'm good at. The Lower Realms Alliance could have simply sent some of their people to help found the planet directly, but then it would have been their own project. Using their instructions and techniques was necessary to prove that things could work to develop a planet beyond its base level, in a relatively timely manner. If they took nothing from the Alliance, not even guidance, they would waste centuries trying to recreate the same things. Kiara also had to admit that part of her purpose was to control the future of her people, as any leader would. It didn't have to be a cult. As long as the path ahead was actually better, people could be taught to understand it. She just hoped that the Holy Stars hadn't ruined them forever. Waiting for future generations to be born would allow far too much death and despair along the way. If they were already doomed to such a future, she at least wanted to minimize the negative consequences. But if they could do better, she wanted to show people hope as soon as possible. Chapter 1405. At one point in time, Rotera had been the center of all advanced technology in the Alliance. The planet itself had required mixed tech to function with lower natural energy levels at first, and their focus continued even after they joined the Alliance, and as people ascended to the upper realms. Now, Rotera wasn't unique. At most, they were considered slightly more specialized than other locations. If one was looking for unique technological advancements, they could also consider the unified sector and their compound ships. Even if the core had been formation-based, now they had many that worked with various purities of advanced tech as well. Outside of the Alliance, but still within the lower realms, there was the Artis Coalition. They had developed along a more technological path, which was in part how Renedin existed. Of course, Renedin's circumstances were quite unique and not something anyone was eager to replicate even if they could, especially not the Artis Coalition. They were already nervous about being next door to Renedin. They had grown used to the idea of Renedin as an individual that randomly developed from neglected computer systems, but Renedin as a multividual was rather more threatening, or at least frightening. Personally, Anton wasn't scared of either Renedin or Bear Hug. The latter had not only been in many places at once, they had done so between the upper and lower realms long before. Neither option was scary, though, and not because Anton was stronger than them. There wasn't any real threat from them. If they were a problem, the Alliance would have numerous ways to take them out. They weren't particularly stronger than any cultivator of a similar rank, nor did they have any concerning abilities. Renedin couldn't hack into computer systems any better than a modestly capable tech cultivator. The only difference was that sometimes Renedin lived in other things. It was true that taking over surveillance beacons without asking was more than rude, but the fact that Renedin had been discovered easily meant there wasn't much threat. Despite everything, Renedin's presence was quite visible. The truth was, people just weren't comfortable with it yet. The same had been true of Acarisians, then the plant cultivators of Klar. Renedin's main problem was that it wasn't cute, nor was it gregarious like Bear Hug. People didn't know what to expect, and when that was the case, their thoughts often defaulted towards negatives. Of course, the Lower Realms Alliance was quite adaptable. They weren't so much the problem as the Ardas Coalition. However, that particular group would feel more secure as they continued to grow strong themselves. Anton just wanted to accelerate that comfort, so he was meeting together with some of their leaders. He had things he wanted to be doing more. Nothing that needed him more, but Anton couldn't help but think of other events taking place. Ones that were quite exciting to him in particular. News about Kiara, Erona, and Devon's activities in the Holy Stars would obviously make its way to him. That was one of the big happenings in the lower realms. They had just begun founding some new planets, and Anton was dying to see them. But of course, he couldn't just go visit. Erona was one thing. She wasn't very threatening. Was she a huge influence on the response of the Holy Stars? Absolutely. They might recognize that, but she still wasn't scary. Devon was in the background. Another Unity cultivator showing up would look like an attack. Anton was seriously considering whether he might be able to seal his own energy somehow. There wouldn't be a ton of people to give his presence away. He'd obviously have to avoid binding the local star, but he didn't do that kind of thing without asking first. It simply didn't make sense to do so far from his territory. The Holy Stars could handle themselves. He'd seen new worlds founded before, of course. Anton had been involved with many himself. He still loved it, though. Furthermore, he rarely got to witness amateurs in the business. He could probably get video recordings, but it just wouldn't be the same. He didn't want to risk the situation, though. The sole remaining divinity there was already acting about as friendly as could be expected towards a group that had pretty much annihilated her entire way of life. Any sort of disruption would be something he couldn't just take back. But maybe no, he shouldn't. Yet getting secondhand information just wasn't as good. Bear Hug knew Anton was thinking about the developing of planets and stuff. Anton always did that. He liked things that grew. That was why Bear Hug shared what was going on with them in the upper realms. Starting around Ratna's territory, they were expanding outward. They being the guardians of the veiled brilliance, and Bear Hug in particular. After all, Bear Hug was something of an expert. Apparently, if you just did stuff for a few centuries, you got good at it. And Bear Hug had been doing things for a few centuries, and also multiple times at the same time. In terms of total experience, that might be way more. Or it might not. Bear Hug wasn't sure what they could actually put on their resume. Fortunately, Bear Hug had never needed one. People tended to just figure it out. It helped to have connections. Anyway, growing surrounding territory wasn't just to expand the alliance. It was also to make things better for the people there. Most of those people were happy to not have to deal with the Trigold cluster anymore. The same was true on the other side. All the way to the west in the not-so-little alliance, they were expanding as well, though not right along the border. Instead, they were coming in at an angle, sort of wedging open the connection to the core of the Scarlet Alliance. Some people probably weren't happy. Nobody could stop them, though, and nobody should. They were making things better. Ultimately, the only people who were unhappy were all of those that had tried to kill the Alliance. And now, they were unstoppable. Wahaha! Bear Hug believed that was where an evil laugh was supposed to be inserted. They were going to go around and imbue people's planets with energy and force them to get good at things and be prosperous. Or they could just continue to live as they were, while watching everyone else grow without them. The Alliance didn't actually force people to work. It turned out that if they got something out of it, people actually liked to do it. Cultivation was always satisfying. Bear Hug enjoyed soaking up sunlight and growing stronger, that was, as well as learning about new plants and making both new and old plants grow big and strong. They'd never be as big and strong as Lev's willows, but Bear Hug would win in quantity and probably even land area covered. Mass was a different question. Just the grandfather willow was a really big number. That was what happened when you had sturdy wood and 3 dimensions. War was bad. Bear Hug didn't like it at all. Post-war was good, but it would be better for literally everything to be that way forever. Then they could just forget it was post-war and call it peace. Bear Hug had so many friends. Enough that they hadn't even bothered to count in a long time. They were all over the upper and lower realms. Sometimes, though, those friends died. In the war, to sickness, and to accidents. It was sad. But Bear Hug had learned long ago that sadness wasn't always bad. Death was bad, but most people would be reincarnated. Would they be the same person? Certainly some of them. But sometimes the person would be gone, only living on in people's memories. That was hard to think about. On the other hand, if Bear Hug didn't think about them, wouldn't they be actually gone? Was Everheart gone? Bear Hug wasn't even sure they had ever been friends. Bear Hug wanted to be, of course, but some people didn't make it easy. And now Everheart was dead. Many people weren't sad. No, some were even happy, and it wasn't just meanies and bad guys. It was true that Everheart caused a lot of problems and had hurt people. Bear Hug didn't like that, but they still weren't entirely sure that Everheart should be dead, or if he even could, if people kept thinking about him. Oh, Bear Hug suddenly jumped up. I think I figured it out. Bear Hug wondered if they should tell someone. Nah, someone else probably already figured it out. And it wouldn't change things either way. There were a lot of things that humans said that were just saying. Some of them were made to make people feel better about things that made them sad. But also, cultivation made some of those things actually true. Back on the subject of friends, Bear Hug was of the opinion that everyone should be friends. Sadly, it didn't seem to work like that, and Bear Hug knew hive minds. Even if they were all connected, they weren't all friends. But just because things weren't perfect didn't mean they couldn't be better. If everyone was friends with enough people around them, there could be peace. Right now, when their neighbors weren't able to try to kill the Scarlet Alliance so much, they could strike. They could turn some of their neighbors into friends. Then those people would turn others into friends, and nobody wanted to attack friends of friends, especially when there was no good reason. It was perfect logic, and Bear Hug was going to save the whole galaxy. Though maybe there were some people that were just completely bad, and they'd have to get rid of them. Or maybe their heads were just broken, and someone could figure out how to fix them. Humans were good at fixing things, and the Alliance was especially good at fixing people. Kiara was stressed. Is it going all right? She asked. Should we be developing faster? Is this enough people? Is it too many? Erona just patted her friend on the head to calm her down. Everything is within acceptable parameters. We would have told you if it were truly wrong. Kiara probably didn't hear the words in the moment, stuck on her own thoughts as she was. But they would still help eventually. The time they had known each other and the time they had actually been friends was significantly weighted towards the former, but the totality of time that Erona had been trying to get through to Kiara was still there. They weren't ancient friends bound together over centuries. Instead, they were barely over a decade of acquaintance. Isn't she adorable? Erona asked Devon. Do you think this is her first time actually being responsible for things? Except perhaps a battle squad. Yes, Devon agreed. And I get the feeling that wasn't quite the same sort of thing. His senses swept around the area. I really feel like I should help. One pair of hands won't make much difference, Erona said. And 1,000 chains circling the planet would make too much difference. How are things actually going? Devon prompted. Not the parts one can see, obviously, but I don't know their hearts. Well enough so far, though the hearts of humans can be fickle. However, I think we should be able to minimize hatred. I wouldn't expect the Holy Stars to buddy up to the Alliance anytime soon, but they can make peace with themselves. And ultimately, that is what they need more than some more stable rule under our direct control. It would be so much easier to be a supreme deity, though, Devon said. And no matter how anyone tries to do it, it just doesn't work out. I'm endeavoring to make sure we continue not to make that mistake without becoming weak enough for our enemies to take over and make things worse than we would. Fortunately, unity accomplishes both, Erona said. Sometimes, there is just a best solution. Though everyone is still free to choose their own path, if it doesn't hurt others. Erona's eyes flicked to Kiara, who was still panicking. Maybe you should help out for a moment. Just pick a few tasks she's worried about. I'll help too, of course. Chapter 1406. Because the Holy Stars had settled hundreds of planets, Kiara had gotten the idea that it was easy. Obviously, it was a large project that would take a lot of work, but people knew what they were doing. First Sprout shouldn't have been any different. Except, finding experts was difficult. Apparently, they didn't tend to reach higher cultivation levels, and many of them had passed away due to age. One of the downsides of the old way of doing things, unfortunately. Martial pursuits were treated as above all forms of cultivation, leaving those who wanted practical things to scrounge for themselves. It wasn't too big of a problem when the worlds were brimming with excess spiritual energy. The people Kiara had weren't incompetent. They were skilled and they were doing their best, but there were a million problems they hadn't anticipated. That might not even be an exaggeration, and she didn't necessarily have to count the same sort of problem twice. Healthy ecosystems needed thousands of species of animals. Planets needed millions. And that was just animals. That wasn't plants, fungi, and the various other forms of life that made things up. Kiara only took the highest priority tasks each day, She did try to get competent subordinates after all. But ultimately, there were some things that needed a wider sweeping authority or some sort of additional context to deal with. Okay, so Kiara avoided holding her head in her hands just because her image was important. She wasn't trying to be a divinity, but she at least wanted to be respected. The problem here is, plants aren't growing because there are too many birds eating the seeds before they sprout, which in turn leads to seasons of feast and famine for the birds, and the things that eat the birds, and then inevitable die-off, and the fields are years behind schedule. More or less, Holy Settler, the woman said. The title wasn't one Kiara had chosen, nor was she quite certain she wanted it. But people were comfortable with it, and she didn't have a strong enough objection to make them stop. Normally, it isn't an issue. With higher levels of natural energy, the plants sprout more quickly. Once they are past the seed stage, they can't be consumed, and birds would need to eat fewer of them. They wouldn't reproduce quite as much, and so on. And we need the plants to improve natural energy levels, Kiara said. I'll figure out a solution. The forests were doing better than the fields, but only just. Humans needed both, and the whole point of this planet was to settle it for humans. They weren't creating a wildlife preserve, though she understood that the Lower Realms Alliance did such things. The frustrating part was that solutions were only ever a step away. The tasks weren't insurmountable. Humans had done this over and over. However, the Holy Stars had only ever settled systems with already high natural energy. That was why they needed the techniques that the Lower Realms Alliance had for building things from low energy levels. All of the information was available. Using it didn't actually bother Kiara, since the whole point of what they were doing was to prove the value of the techniques. The real issue was that she needed people with experience making use of this style of living. Whole planet or distributed system energy growth with a focus on stability. She could take the information, but she couldn't just take the people, or it wouldn't be the Holy Stars doing the work. But the problems were piling up. Kiara had to find a balance of success and failures over time. She also had to decide precisely how much direct aid to accept from the Alliance. They had experienced people who had solutions for all the listed problems. The information was available to the Holy Stars, but people needed to thoroughly follow decade-long training courses. Some were more. It was like trying to teach millions of people new cultivation styles without a master. No, it wasn't like that. That was exactly what was going on. The information was available, and the Alliance wasn't shy with notes. Kiara just needed to accept more training sessions or question and answer sessions. It was a difficult balance. All that, and she had to train her ability to work with people. She didn't lack social skills previously, but there was a large difference between a functional member of society, a talented manager, and actual social cultivators. If she was good, she could spot problems before they grew. Solve the real issues brought to her that weren't always stated. She was actually learning. And she had to, because they were coming upon first Sprout's 2-decade mark. They really should have something to show for it. Obviously, a fully developed planet could take centuries, but they still had people living out of prefab buildings. If the atmosphere hadn't already been stable, they might have ruined the development already. As it was, they might be ruining it. Kiara hadn't even gotten to the human-caused problems. She wasn't talking about poachers or infighting and things like that. Those things could be handled. Humans doing things wrong on purpose was actually a very small portion of their negative impact. It was the unintentional things that were causing the most trouble. Humans needed to eat, so they fished and trapped and hunted. The Holy Stars had some idea of how much they should consume, and they weren't wiping out ecosystems or anything, but they were causing significant side effects. The problem was side effects. Traps could catch the wrong sorts of animals. Debris from construction could ruin animal habitats, or make them think that the debris was their habitat, even though it might only be around temporarily. Animals had to be relocated, which took time. Fishing lines tied up sea mammals. Birds ate trash because they didn't know it wasn't food. The total number of incidents wouldn't be too bad if it was only limited to mundane incidents, but they were cultivators. Materials could be charged with natural energy. Chunks of material from faulty formations could ruin the energy flow in an area. Creatures could mutate as they encountered unfamiliar natural energy and simply tried to cultivate instinctively. A balance would always be reached after some generations survived, but along the way many would die, and some would become dangerous to humans, leading to overreactions, setting them back another few months here. A couple weeks there. A year for a lake as they accidentally flooded a valley. A volcano erupted at a bad time, and it might have been their fault. Either way, despite the ash being great fertilizer, that also set back some of their projects as it was large enough to change the weather in neighboring regions during an important growing season. Personally, Kiara thought she deserved to be an angel for not going crazy with how much could possibly go wrong with a simple colony establishment. She also needed this to work to give people hope. Humans were drawn to growth, and she needed something to demonstrate to the holy stars since their old way had fallen apart. At least others were more positive than her. People cycled in and out of the project, and most of them seemed to be bringing back positive reports of what they could do. The natural energy levels were rising. It just wasn't fast enough. And people might not be growing as fast as she would like. And then there were things outside the planets that were a problem, like a whole distortion beast nest that happened to drift by. Devin said the Alliance wanted that for some reason. Kiara couldn't imagine why, but maybe they needed weird materials. Either way, it was one thing too many for the Holy Stars project at the moment, so she let it slide that she was technically receiving direct help there. They could have exterminated it themselves, though it would have taken Oriana's help most likely, since the angels were all weak as hell. Thanks for the nest, Bear Hug said. I can take it the rest of the way. Clar needs this one. You couldn't grab one from closer? Devin asked. He had only dragged it a couple systems away, a rather short project, but he really did need to get back to Kiara within the week. Just in case something happened. Clar is the closest. We have others going as far as Apra or the western reaches. The Holy Stars killed a lot of our distortion beasts during the war, and the balance is all off. All right. Devin wasn't involved with any of the distortion beast conservation projects, but he did understand the idea. They were part of the natural world. They were how Apra got most of their new resources, at least traditionally. They could trade with the rest of the Alliance more easily now, with subspace travel being almost trivial. But they had a proud history. Is it really that bad just from a short time? Most of the distortion beasts were on the borders, Bear Hug explained. They passed through and fought them. The Alliance didn't really keep many nests inside our territory because, well, they're very bitey. Mostly, we're stopping future problems. I see. Does transplanting these nests ever cause problems? All the time. They love to eat each other. I mean, they're doing it right now even. It's more when there are new ones. But our space beasties around Clar need to eat something besides each other sometimes. If they don't get enough subspace protein in their diet, they might not maintain spacefaring capabilities. I have no idea how much of that you just made up, Devin said. Only a little bit of it. Did you know that upper realm sects are also concerned about distortion beasts dying out? Who? The disciples of the Beyond. I'm pretty sure we killed them. Bear Hug tilted their head. Either way, I don't talk to them. It's mostly people like the Dancing Slayer sect doing the conservation work. The Dancing Slayer sect, doing conservation. What would they hunt if everything was dead? Bear Hug asked. There are only so many nice planets like Second Gift. Sometimes we need to develop wild planets, where everything has big teeth and wants to eat you. Or sometimes you need to fight a distortion beast in case you need an infinite number of mysterious bone spikes. Mysterious? Mysterious, Bear Hug emphasized. Anyway, just because they're really bad and nobody likes them doesn't mean nobody needs them, even though they aren't ever peaceful and won't be my friend. Are you sure you can transport the nest? Devin asked. You're not a Unity cultivator. I don't get tired, Bear Hug said. As long as I have enough of me resting. I'm way stronger than when we were doing Second Gift. Besides, I mostly have to push it around. Make sure it doesn't get snagged on any subspace tangles and stuff. And the distortion beasts. I'm not going to be pushing them around. They'll just chase after me and try to eat me. I'll leave them behind and come back and push their nest a bit more. Bear Hug did all that and almost never got any bits of them eaten. It really helped to have practice from Briar, though Briar didn't try to eat Bear Hug anymore because they were friends. It was only ever pretend. These distortion beasts didn't pretend, though. They also didn't have the weaknesses that human cultivators had against Bear Hug, thinking Bear Hug had vital organs. Distortion beasts didn't know any of that stuff, so they just tried to annihilate and devour everything that they could sense. But at the same time, they were stupid. Or rather, they were called beasts for a reason. They didn't think. They didn't cultivate intentionally. Their growth sometimes came with weird things, but nothing like the insights that had been imbued upon them by the disciples of the Beyond in the past. That bunch had been trouble, though Bear Hug hadn't fought them much. It would have been very easy to ignore distortion beasts and let them die out. That would be a problem, though. Not just because Bear Hug liked their home system Clar, and also Apra, and even more Paradise who ate a lot of them, but because forgetting about anything, no matter how weird, was a bad precedent. If they ignored the mere existence of distortion beasts, people might also follow up with other animals. Or people. People could be very different. Humans, acrisians, other people that came from beasts like Fuzz's wolf family, void ants, plant-adjacent people like Bear Hug, or maybe metal people like Renedan. Of course, some might say that people and beasts were different, and they would be right. But it was about the attitude. If people didn't care about things, that might spread to other areas of life. Also, while distortion beasts were usually existentially terrifying, Bear Hug also thought they were cute sometimes. But pretty much nobody agreed with that part. Chapter 14:07. Never in her life would Xianxia expected to be sitting with a divinity. As an angel, she could have been in the same room, received direct orders, interacted with them in some way. Yet here she was, just sitting. In the least insulting way, she wondered why she had ever thought so much of them. Was it just a matter of power? Even now, with decades separating her from her former thoughts, she really didn't understand. But maybe she didn't have to. There was pain and resentment from the past. Ignoring it wouldn't do any good, but she didn't have to hold on to it either. They didn't have to say anything, but Oriana did spark conversation every once in a while. We really thought we were perfect. At least I did. She shook her head. I thought I was right. That if every system would just fall under us, that everything would be better. Xianxia thought about that for a while. Things wouldn't have been the worst, she said finally. But you were just fooling yourselves. We were, she corrected herself. Just because she hadn't been at the top didn't mean that she wasn't responsible in any way. But we weren't really any better than these sects from the upper realms. Unlike most of the lower realms, the Holy Stars hadn't been strongly impacted by the repeated invasions of the great powers. They were simply too far. The tides of the world didn't reach them, at least not meaningfully. Instead, they had been afforded plentiful time to grow. According to Xianxia's understanding, they had spread into the surrounding areas, liberating and elevating helpless systems. She happened to no longer believe that was true. It's a good thing this lower realms alliance is better, though, Oriana responded. They could have subsumed us, maybe they even should have. She looked in the direction of Devon, far off on the other side of the planet. The distance wasn't actually significant, but it would at least make it more obvious if he was listening. It would have been easier for us if they did. Absolutely, Xianxia agreed. Well, not us. We would have died. And all of our generation. But those who came after, most likely. Normally, a cultivator would die from violence. Barring that, they all had an end to their lifespans. Even if at higher cultivations that number became far more generous. The ravages of mundane disease could not affect them, so that was it. At least, in normal circumstances. But cultivators were greater in many ways than humans who had not reached for the same heights. Greater and more susceptible to themselves. Their thoughts and emotions could be more grand and at the same time more restrictive. Even a normal human was capable of dying to grief, and cultivators even more so. Combined with a recession in cultivation, and many members of the Holy Stars were at risk as their foundations crumbled. But at the moment, they were at peace. Internally, not externally. It had nothing to do with an absence of war. Instead, they had signs of hope. Oriana had been fulfilling her part of reassuring the people, and Xianxia had been helping to found their new world. First Sprout was developing nicely, and it was proving that a new way could be achieved. On the surface, it would look very similar. A great and glorious people, growing strong and mighty. There might even be cultivators of great power at the top, but they would be more part of the people. Oriana already felt the needs of the people every once in a while, though she suspected that even with her lower cultivation, Xianxia was more in tune. It wasn't just the extra years spent among the Alliance, either. Everything had been going wrong. But now it was all fine. No, that wasn't true. Xianxia came across new problems every day, but they solved them. She and the people she had grown up among. First Sprout wasn't anything amazing yet, but it was on that trajectory. Already, it had shown promise. People were returning to the rest of the Holy Stars and implementing some of the simple and fundamental methods. From what had once been considered the lowliest positions, everything was built up. Common crafts weren't suddenly revered throughout the Holy Stars, But at least within one system, everyone was beginning to see how things could work. If everyone did the best at whatever they chose to do, and people could choose, being provided opportunities to learn, then amazing things would happen. Everyone cultivated, and rather than running out of natural energy, they were getting more and more by the day. It wasn't quite as impressive as the best planets the holy stars had. It might not be that way for centuries. The important thing was that people could see the difference. People needed growth. The holy stars had lashed out at the Alliance because that was the only way they knew. Even those with the best intentions, which was admittedly not all of them, had thought it only natural. That could have been the end of their story, but it wasn't. The greater alliance between upper and lower realms gave them a chance. They were almost the perfection that the holy stars wanted to achieve, that every cultivator was aiming for. Almost. Or perhaps they were infinitely far, and they were just the best anyone had ever done. The point was, however, that they didn't think they were perfect. They were aware of how much they could mess things up, which was why Xianxia had been given so much leeway among her own people. That way she could mess everything up. She smiled to herself at that. It wasn't their intention, of course, and she had been provided with every opportunity to succeed. It still astounded her to see trees grow tall and strong from nothing. Many trees had grown during her lifetime, doubtless many more impressive than anything on first sprout. However, never before had she experienced it. She had paid attention only to herself, to her cultivation, to the cult of the holy stars. Never once had she experienced the world. And it would have been a shame had things stayed that way. First Sprout was doing fine. She could handle any crisis that arose. Except one thing. People wanted more. Another system. More people wanted to make the move, to be part of establishing something. That filled her with dread, but at least they had some people with experience. And they had plenty of wisdom they were working from that they had already begun to put to use. Even so, she wanted to hold off on a second system as long as possible. Yet she also knew she would cave sooner rather than later. Time, as always, continued to flow. Where once Anton had counted seasons, he now counted decades. One after another they passed until they built up into another few centuries. Peace held throughout the realms, at least at the grander scale of things. As always, there were minor conflicts, whether they be between individuals, cities, or even different systems or sections. Not all were violent, but certainly some. Yet even so, it was the greatest peace that had been seen. It lasted for a monumental event, until the end of the cycle. It was the first time that not a single invasion was launched from either the Trigold Cluster or Exalted Quadrant. At least for the moment, one small slice of the galaxy had maintained a true peace. Pretending there would never again be greater conflicts would just be fooling themselves. But Anton was able to witness something great during the change in the tides of the world. There were no invasions, but there were a great many ships going between the realms. It was an opportunity for trade, at a greater scale than people could bring while ascending or on the more limited interrealm ships. The tides allowed vessels made to function in any sort of energy viable for the duration, a relatively short time in the grand scheme of things. The actual value in trade was less relevant than the mere possibility of open passage, at least for a time. Anton, of course, remained where he was. But he didn't have to go see things in the upper realms when everything that mattered could come to him. Friends and family, all who survived, were able to visit. Some might have anyway, but having it be part of official duties certainly helped busy individuals like Katerina find time. Anton and Prospero Vandale took time to look out at the stars. There weren't just a few hundred or a few thousand. They were nearly countless, filling not just their own galaxy, but many galaxies. A nearly endless world, but Anton was happy to have his own piece of it. He'd always been a country boy after all. I think we did it, Anton said. This is everything that anyone could expect to accomplish in a lifetime. And more. That sounds like quitter talk to me. Prospero grinned. I plan to do far more. We have a few more friendly neighbors now, but we're certainly not done. I'll be around if anyone needs me, Anton agreed. I just hope they don't. Nobody should need an archer like me. But if they need a farmer, they'll also probably have to ask someone else. I'm thinking of retiring. Maybe take a vacation. I haven't seen every star in our territory up close, you know? It's embarrassing. That's a whole lot of stars, Prospero commented. It sure is. Wish I could also add the upper realms. But that's probably too many anyway. I'm almost 10,000 years old, after all. I shouldn't be straining my back. Prospero raised an eyebrow. Is that so? I have it on good authority from some of your relatives that you're only 100. Bah, what would you know? You're only a very confusing number of years in age, Anton said to the man who had undergone a reincarnation. Anton's true age was some decades short of 2,000 years now. He wasn't the oldest member of the Alliance, though he was the oldest from the lower realms. At least if they didn't count Prospero, who had lost some time in the middle but had been a couple centuries ahead before that. Two men, old in spirit even if nothing else, knew well the importance of time. Time could stretch on for the length of a star's lifespan, or even beyond, or it could be cut short, disappearing in the flash of a meteor crashing to the ground. Even the vast wonders of cultivation could only change that so much. You don't have to wait for the cycles, you know? Anton said. Maybe remind Katerina of that. Prospero grinned. Of course, but you could also stand to send some videos to say hello to us as well. Author's note. Well, this is it, I guess. At least for official numbered chapters. If anyone has any unresolved questions, I plan to write some epilogue chapters. They won't necessarily come out in the same quantity, but I hope to provide satisfying ends that everyone who can enjoy. Well, except for those who don't like endings at all. Occasionally, I myself have been in that group, but there's nothing to be done about it. We might once more find ourselves in the world of Elder Cultivator in the future, but only if I think I have something meaningful to add. Aside from the epilogues, of course. Epilogue number 1. If distortion beasts were strictly carnivores, Bear Hug would have had a much easier time not getting eaten. Fortunately, they were an expert at such things, having dealt with a cannibalistic vegetarian in the past. That individual was Briar, of course. As for the distortion beasts, Bear Hug didn't care much if they were vegetarians or omnivores, though the latter was obviously more correct. Really, they ate almost anything, including rocks. And planets, occasionally. Most of them weren't big enough for that, though. They just bit off some of the chunks that had the most amount of energy in them, and they didn't always break their teeth on them. Bear Hug was pretty sure a lot of distortion beasts died from trying to eat things they shouldn't. Like stars. None of them could eat stars, and Bear Hug completely refused to entertain the idea that there could be any big enough to think about it. At the moment, there were a certain number of such beasts were trying to eat Bear Hug. How many was unclear. Were the quills from the same being as the concerningly blue tongues? Were the beaks related to the tentacles, or somehow part of the same thing that had all the wool? It was difficult to tell, especially because of the whole trying to eat thing. Bear Hug was busy not dying. It wasn't the hardest thing Bear Hug had done, but it didn't leave a whole lot of room for careful rumination. Bear Hug did their best to avoid any sort of energy overlapping with the mass that was their body. Dying was not fun. The very few times they had experienced it, Bear Hug had always resolved to avoid it at all costs. Especially since that was only partially dying, unlike most people. Like getting an arm bitten off. Speaking of which, one of the distortion beasts got an arm bitten off. That almost guaranteed there were 2 or more in the pack. Bear Hug really didn't like to hurt them, but this batch of distortion beasts were particularly rowdy. They had to bop various bits that stuck out from subspace. Sometimes, they wrestled bits in front of various sharp or otherwise deadly things. Perhaps he could make the distortion beasts understand that pain was bad if they hurt themselves. Obviously, it wasn't okay to hurt anything you were trying to raise if you could help it. It was only a poor rancher that had to use pain on the regular. But Bear Hug was a poor rancher and possibly the best distortion beast wrangler in the galaxy, because nobody else was really trying. Maybe the disciples of the Beyond had been better, but they were dead now. Dodging a horn, Bear Hug continued to wear down at the energy of the surrounding foes. Energy endurance was something Bear Hug had in abundance, considering the rest of them could be gathering energy. Well, half of them on average if considering the appropriate type. It was difficult to use natural energy in the upper realms and upper energy in the lower realms. As long as none of Bear Hug got eaten, most distortion beasts didn't recover much energy throughout the course of a battle. Except when they ate each other, obviously, but digesting each other tended to take some time. Meanwhile, Bear Hug was less than a cubic meter and mostly made out of fiber and free-flowing energy. No extremely dense metallic compounds making up multidimensional skeletal structures, just algae bits. The physical matter could be broken down in an instant, and the energy not long after. It sure was exhausting, though. Obviously, since it was an endurance battle, but also mentally. Bear Hug didn't want to hurt these things, but also that seemed to be happening anyway. After several grueling hours, There weren't any distortion beasts left. Another dead nest, but Bear Hug wasn't happy. People were safe, at least, but it wasn't really working towards the conservation efforts. No, wait. There was some energy. Just a little bit, hiding behind a few layers of subspace. Bear Hug reached out, grasping something and dragging it out. It was some sort of horrible mass of slime and sharp bits. Some of the internal organs were external in this phase of reality. But vulnerable as they were, they seemed to be vacuum-resistant at least. Pretty much every layer of subspace was mostly vacuum, so it made sense. Not much heat or pressure. Some of the sharp bits tried to consume Bear Hug. Bear Hug bapped it on the head while wondering which distortion beast this remaining stuff was part of. Then Bear Hug realized that it wasn't. It was kind of a mix of several things, but all the bones and flesh had sort of merged together from dead stuff. It was difficult to say if that was the normal result, but it was certainly what happened this time. Bear Hug carefully plucked some flesh with nearly neutral acidity and maybe only a few hundred poisonous compounds in it to feed to the little creature. It was barely bigger than Bear Hug, probably not even a cubic meter total. It happily devoured the mass of flesh, despite not having a stomach. Or at least nothing that looked like one. "Good job, little guy," Bear Hug said. "Now stop biting." Bear Hug was going to take good care of this one and teach it to not attack people. Also, Bear Hug was going to figure out if distortion beasts belonged on that list. Most evidence pointed to probably not. Even so, Bear Hug hoped this thing could eat pure energy if raised properly. Or at least a modest diet that wasn't exponentially expanding and all-consuming. "Your name is Toothy," Bear Hug declared. The distortion beast probably didn't understand words. It definitely didn't understand that it wasn't supposed to eat Bear Hug. But that was okay. Toothy would figure it out given time. Hopefully.